The story begins on a battlefield where Ronan, the main character and a soldier, stands among the bodies of his fallen comrades. Every soldier who fought beside him has been killed, and the battlefield is filled with nothing but corpses. A voice suddenly speaks to him. It belongs to the giant Ahyut, who admits that he underestimated humanity and never expected someone as strong as Ronan. 20 days earlier, Ahyut and 2 other giants suddenly invaded the kingdom, bringing the empire to the brink of destruction. Ronan kicks Ahyut in the face, furious that he turned more than half the kingdom into a graveyard. Ahyut reveals that he is already dying, so Ronan tells him that the other 2 giants are also dead. One was burned to death by the Red Dragon, while the other was permanently sealed by the magician Lorhan. However, Ahyut says Ronan cannot deceive him because the children of the stars share their senses. He already knows that both the Red Dragon and Lorhan also died while defeating the giants, meaning every powerful warrior has already fallen. He then points out that Ronan is dying as well, and says that if Ronan had fully realized his talent and trained properly, he could have become the greatest obstacle to their plans. Ronan admits that he already knows how wasted his life has been, and tells Ahyut to stop talking because his time is over. Before dying, Ahyut praises Ronan, but warns that the world will eventually be destroyed by the starlight. Ronan then cuts off the giant's head. As Ronan walks away, he reflects on everything that has happened and remembers the comrades he lost. Looking at their bodies, he wonders why they fought until the very end instead of escaping. He also questions why only his sword could harm the giants, who were able to deflect even the Empire's strongest aura attacks. He realizes that without his sword's unique power, he would have died long ago. Lost in despair, Ronan suddenly hears a familiar voice. He immediately recognizes it and finds Grand Commander Adeshan, who is on the verge of death with one of his arms already severed. Ronan finds Grand Commander Adeshan barely alive, with one of her arms already severed. She notices his condition and asks whether Ahyut is dead. Ronan confirms that he killed the giant and left his body far from the battlefield. Relieved, Adeshan thanks him with tears in her eyes. Instead of accepting her gratitude, Ronan makes one final request. According to military regulations, fallen disciplinary soldiers are either abandoned on the battlefield or burned. This time, he asks if they can receive a proper burial. Adeshan says she may die at any moment, but he can still do it himself. Before he can respond, Ronan coughs up blood and admits that he is dying as well. He regrets wasting his life and wishes he had used his time more wisely. When Adeshan asks what he would have done if he had survived, Ronan says he would have joined the academy, just as his late sister always wanted. Now he feels it's almost time to meet her again. Adeshan says that once the rain stops, a search party might arrive, but Ronan knows it is already too late to save him. As the rain suddenly ends, the ground begins to shake. Looking into the sky, Ronan sees an enormous 8-winged giant surrounded by countless other giants that completely cover the heavens. Both are shocked. Adeshan believed the 3 giants they defeated were the last of their kind. Realizing they were wrong, she says she has failed to save the world for the 3rd time and may only have one final chance left. With no time to waste, Ronan tells Adeshan to use her telekinesis to launch him toward the giants. Even in his dying state, he refuses to give up, choosing to fight rather than wait for death. His determination reminds Adeshan how they managed to defeat the first 3 giants. She suddenly embraces him and kisses him, secretly placing an orb into his mouth while whispering something to him. Confused, Ronan cannot understand what she means. Adeshan only tells him that if they ever meet again, he should tell her to become a tailor. Before Ronan can respond, the giants launch their attack. Just as the attack is about to hit them, Ronan opens his eyes. He immediately calls out for Grand Commander Adeshan and looks around in disbelief. Instead of the ruined battlefield, he finds himself back in his hometown, Nimbut. Somehow, he has traveled 10 years into the past. Ronan remembers his final conversation with Grand Commander Adeshan. Before the giant's attack, she placed a blue orb into his mouth and revealed that it could send someone back in time. She explained that this was the same orb that allowed a former tailor like her to become the Grand Commander. The orb could only be used 4 times, and she had already used it 3 times. Believing Ronan was the only one who could stop the world's destruction, she entrusted him with its final use. She also told him to become stronger by joining Filian Academy, where powerful people could help him. Before saying goodbye, she asked that if they ever met again, he should tell her to remain a tailor. Back in the present, Ronan struggles to believe what has happened. He repeatedly bangs his head against a tree, convinced he must be dreaming. Even if it is real, he has no idea what he should do next. Then he realizes that his sister is still alive in this timeline, and he immediately heads home to see her. On the way, Ronan finds a group of boys bullying another child. He recognizes them and realizes they have not changed at all. What surprises him more is that the victim is floating in the air through telekinesis. The spell is being cast by SL, a timid boy who looks almost like a girl. Forced by the gang's leader, Hans, SL is using his magic against his will while the gang robs the victim, who explains that all his money was spent on his mother's medicine. Hans orders SL to lift the boy even higher, but SL refuses, afraid the boy will fall and die. Hans mocks and threatens him until SL begins to regret ever learning the spell. Just as he gathers the courage to stop, Ronan strikes SL with a wooden sword, breaking the spell and dropping the boy safely to the ground. Hans angrily scolds SL, but Ronan ignores him and asks SL where he learned such advanced telekinesis. SL explains that he taught himself from a grimoire he bought from a traveling bookseller. Ronan is shocked that someone could master such magic from a single book, and realizes SL's talent could be valuable. Before he can think further, Hans draws his sword and charges at him. Ronan immediately sees that Hans lacks real skill. Although his younger body has returned, his combat experience and battle instincts remain. He effortlessly dodges the attack, leaving Hans stunned. Embarrassed, Hans pretends it was luck and demands that Ronan beg for mercy, threatening to cut off one of his arms. He then insults Ronan by making vulgar remarks about his sister. The moment Ronan hears those words, his expression changes. In a single strike with his wooden sword, he slices off Hans's ear. As Hans screams in agony, the rest of the gang freezes in fear. Ronan stands before him in silence, his anger making it clear that Hans has crossed the line. Hans collapses to his knees in front of Ronan, clutching his severed ear. The rest of the gang is frozen in fear, unable to believe someone could cut off an ear with nothing more than a wooden stick. Ronan orders them to take Hans and leave immediately. He also tells them to leave behind every coin they have, warning that things will end much worse if they refuse. After they flee, Ronan gives all the money to the boy they had been bullying. The boy hesitates, saying it is far more than what was stolen from him, but Ronan tells him to keep it because Hans's sword is enough payment. He also assures him that the gang will never bother him again. The boy gratefully thanks Ronan and prepares to leave. Before he can go, SL stops him and apologizes. He admits that he never wanted to help Hans and only did so because he was terrified. The boy forgives him, saying he could tell Hans had been threatening him and that none of it was really SL's fault. After that, the boy leaves. Watching everything unfold, Ronan realizes SL is not a bad person. He tells him to meet him at the same place 4 days later, during the full moon, because he has something important to discuss. When SL asks why, Ronan simply says he is busy for now and warns him not to miss the meeting before heading home. Standing outside his house, Ronan suddenly hesitates. On the way back, he had picked flowers for his sister, but now he feels embarrassed and is about to throw them away. Before he can, the door opens and his sister, Enrolls, greets him with a smile. For a moment, Ronan is speechless. During his years as a soldier, he had imagined this reunion countless times. He had wondered whether he should apologize for leaving without a word, or simply tell her how much he missed her. But now that the moment is finally here, all he can say is, "I'm back!" The two share lunch together, and Enrolls happily accepts the flowers, teasing Ronan that she never expected her grumpy brother to bring her a gift. As they eat, Ronan unexpectedly asks her age. Confused, Enrolls worries he has a fever and reminds him that she is 22 years old. From that, Ronan realizes the giant invasion is still 10 years away. As Enrolls checks his forehead, Ronan quietly thinks about how she has not changed at all. She is still as kind and cheerful as he remembers. More than anything, he wishes this peaceful moment could last forever, but he knows he has only 10 years to protect her from the future. Ronan then tells Enrolls that he wants to join an academy. She is overjoyed because she has always wanted him to study there. Excited, she rushes away and returns with a pot filled with savings she had secretly collected for his tuition, hoping that one day he would change his mind. Ronan hesitates before admitting that the money still won't be enough. Enrolls is shocked, insisting it should cover admission to any academy. Ronan then reveals that he wants to enroll in Filian Academy. The moment she hears its name, Enrolls is left completely stunned. Filian Academy is the greatest academy in the Empire. supported by several royal families and home to many legendary professors. It has produced heroes such as Grand Commander Adeshan, Swordmaster Shuleifan, and even the infamous Winter Witch. Remembering the final war, Ronan knows the Academy played a crucial role in defending the Empire, and now he understands why Adeshan told him to go there. The only problem is finding a way to pay the expensive tuition. Even though Enrolls doubts he can get in, she still encourages him, and Ronan silently promises that he will prove her wrong. 4 days later, Ronan meets Asel as planned. He says they have a lot to do that night, and wants to test Asel's telekinesis. He asks Asel to lift him as high into the air as possible. Although Asel is afraid Ronan might fall to his death, Ronan insists, assuring him that he will be fine. Using his invisible hand spell, Asel lifts Ronan into the sky. Ronan is impressed by the strength of the magic, but realizes it still needs to become stronger and more stable. He remembers how telekinetic mages greatly helped him during the battle against Ahyut, and realizes that such a rare ability could become invaluable in the future. When Asel says he cannot hold him any longer, Ronan draws his sword and cuts through the mana supporting the spell, landing safely on the ground. Asel is stunned, having never seen anyone cut mana itself. Ronan brushes it off, even though he has no idea how he performed the feat. Deep down, he knows this mysterious ability was the reason he managed to defeat Ahyut, but he decides to leave that mystery for later. Satisfied with the test, Ronan throws a bag to Asel and tells him he passed. He then reveals their next destination, Philian Academy. Hearing the plan, Asel is shocked. He cannot believe they are aiming for the Empire's most prestigious academy, a place reserved for the elite. Although Asel wants to go, he lacks confidence. He points out that Ronan is a skilled fighter, while he knows only magic and is terrified of everything. Ronan tells him that with his talent, he is only wasting his life. Fear can be overcome, but time can never be recovered, and one day he will regret letting it slip away, just as Ronan once did. Ronan makes it clear that the choice is Asel's and starts walking away without forcing him. After a moment of hesitation, Asel calls out that he wants to change and will go to Philian Academy with him. Seeing his determination, Ronan smiles and says that for the first time, Asel has spoken like a real man. Their first task leads them to the hideout of a group of lunar goblins. As the goblins sleep peacefully beside a treasure chest, Ronan looks at Asel and says that this is the perfect opportunity for what they are about to do. Lunar goblins are different from ordinary goblins because of their unique appearance and skin color. They are also known for their obsession with jewels and treasure. They frequently attack merchants, steal everything they can, and once they have gathered enough wealth, they celebrate during the full moon. Asel realizes that's why Ronan chose this particular night. Ronan reveals that their goal is to steal the goblins' entire treasure. Surprised, Asel admits he has never even heard of lunar goblins and asks how Ronan knows so much about them. Ronan avoids the question, knowing he cannot reveal anything about his past life. Instead, he tells Asel to use his telekinesis to quietly move every piece of treasure into their bags. Asel hesitates, worried that one mistake could wake the goblins and put them in serious danger. Ronan reminds him that reaching Philian Academy requires 2 things: money to pay the tuition and real combat experience. Unlike the Academy's elite students, who have trained since childhood, they have to risk their lives to catch up. This mission gives them both at once. Encouraged, Asel uses his magic to transfer the entire treasure into their bags. Ronan is impressed by how useful Asel's ability is, and realizes it will be a huge advantage going forward. Just as they leave, 2 boys nearby start chasing a bird, shouting loudly through the forest. Their voices wake one of the lunar goblins, who notices the empty treasure chest and immediately alerts the others. Moments later, the goblins spot Ronan and Asel escaping with the stolen treasure and charge after them. Asel panics and asks if they should abandon the treasure and run. Ronan refuses. They need that treasure to pay for Philian Academy, and he has no intention of letting it go. As the goblins close in, Ronan draws his sword. He knows the cheap steel blade can withstand only about 15 more strikes, while nearly 30 goblins are charging at them. Even so, he decides it is enough. With a single swing, Ronan cuts down 3 goblins at once, leaving Asel completely stunned. Ronan quickly wipes out the entire group of lunar goblins. Asel can hardly believe what he has witnessed. He remembers how Ronan cut down 3 goblins with a single strike before moving so fast that it looked as if he had vanished, only to appear in front of another goblin and kill it instantly. Ignoring Asel's shock, Ronan tells him to stop wasting time and head home. Although they succeeded, Ronan realizes his body is already exhausted. Fighting only a few goblins has left his muscles aching, making him realize how weak his current body is compared to the one he had in the future. He knows he needs to start training immediately. Before Ronan can react, an arrow flies toward Estelle. Ronan catches it with one hand just before it hits him. Two boys emerge from the forest and quickly apologize, claiming they heard strange noises and thought monsters were nearby. However, Ronan immediately sees through their act. He notices their eyes fixed on the stolen treasure and demands to know who they really are. One of the boys smiles, pretending to introduce himself, but secretly draws a knife. Ronan reacts first, grabbing his arm and punching him so hard that blood pours from his nose and mouth. The second boy charges with another knife, but Estelle stops him in midair with his telekinesis, giving Ronan the opening he needs. Ronan praises Estelle, takes the man's knife, and kills him. Estelle is horrified and asks if Ronan really killed him. Ronan explains that he had no other choice. If he had hesitated, they would have been the ones killed. He also reveals that the attackers belong to Caribolo, one of the Empire's most notorious criminal gangs, responsible for hunting, kidnapping, and human trafficking. Knowing who they are, Ronan eliminates the second man without hesitation. He tells Estelle that if he had not been there, the gang would have killed him and even sold his organs. People like them deserve no mercy. As they search the bodies, a bag suddenly begins moving on its own. Ronan assumes they captured some kind of animal and opens it. Instead, a strange-looking bird flies out, leaving both Ronan and Estelle surprised. Neither Ronan nor Estelle has ever seen a blue bird like this before. Ronan notices the shackles on its legs and immediately realizes they are disrupting the bird's mana flow. He explains that Caribolo uses these shackles to capture rare creatures, which means this bird must be extremely valuable. A magic circle suddenly appears above the bird, and a voice asks if anyone can hear it. Estelle is shocked, thinking the bird is talking, but Ronan explains that it is a communication spell. He also realizes the bag that held the bird must have been blocking mana, and the spell only activated after the bird was freed. Through the spell, Ronan speaks with the bird's owner, Baron, a researcher from the Imperial capital who studies rare species. He explains that the bird, named Marps, is a dream bird under his care. After failing to contact it for a long time, he was about to report it missing. Ronan briefly explains that they rescued Marps from members of the Caribolo gang. Hearing the gang's name, Baron immediately understands what happened and sincerely thanks both of them. When Ronan asks how to send the bird back, Baron says removing the shackles should allow Marps to return on its own. After Ronan frees the bird, Marps nudges him as if trying to give him something. Baron explains that Marps wants Ronan to take one of its feathers. A dream bird's feather always points toward its owner like a compass. Ronan accepts the feather, and Baron invites him to visit the Imperial capital someday so he can properly reward him. Marps then flies away. Estelle soon notices that the bird also left a small round object in Ronan's hand. Neither of them knows what it is. A few days later, Ronan and Estelle sell the stolen treasure to Duan Caravel, the head of the Caravel Trading Company. Unlike the other merchants who tried to cheat them, Duan offers a fair price, and the deal is completed without any problems. Ronan then shows Duan the mysterious round object Marps left behind. At first, Ronan had mistaken it for bird droppings, and even threw it at a rock, only to discover that it was hard enough to shatter the stone. Realizing it was something valuable, he kept it. Duan carefully examines it, but cannot identify it. He jokes that it almost looks like horse dung before admitting that Ronan should ask a specialist instead. Deciding not to sell it, Ronan puts the object back into his pocket, determined to learn what it really is. Ronan then asks if Duan has any books about Filian Academy, explaining that he and Estelle plan to enroll there. Duan says his daughter is also applying and can help them. Moments later, she arrives. Duan introduces his daughter, Maria. Seeing her, Ronan feels a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had met her in his previous life. After Duan explains that Ronan and Estelle were the customers behind the large trade, Maria jokingly expresses surprise that two boys made such a deal. Duan immediately scolds her for her manners, while Estelle says they are not offended. Ignoring the conversation, Ronan walks straight toward Maria. He asks if she is really Maria Sen. When she confirms it, Ronan becomes even more certain that he remembers her from the future. He then asks to speak with her privately, and without any warning, bluntly asks whether she has a penis. Maria is completely stunned by Ronan's question, and can barely process what she just heard. Ronan continues wondering if he has mistaken her for someone else, or if Duan's real son is hidden somewhere. Without another word, Maria slaps him across the face and tells him to stop talking nonsense. The slap triggers one of Ronan's memories. In his previous life, he had known Count Maria Sen while serving as a soldier in Armorland. Maria had been in charge of military supplies and was friendly with everyone, but anyone who joked about his masculinity would immediately get slapped. Ronan had always wanted to learn the reason, but Maria died in the war before he could ask. Only now does he realize that the famous Count Maria Sen was actually a woman. When Ronan starts laughing, Maria charges at him in anger. The two quickly begin fighting until Asel and Duan step in and separate them. A while later, Maria examines Ronan and Asel's equipment. She notices Ronan carries 3 swords and asks why. Ronan explains that his swords often break during battle. Maria is surprised because one of them is a black iron sword, a durable weapon even many knights use. Ronan quietly realizes that this was also his favorite weapon in his previous life. Turning to Asel, Maria notices his wand and asks what kind of magic he uses. When he answers that he specializes in telekinesis, she is shocked and says he could even qualify for a scholarship at Filian Academy. She then asks Ronan what technique he plans to demonstrate during the Academy's practical exam. Ronan admits he knows nothing about the entrance test. Maria explains that every applicant must impress the professors with a combat technique while also passing the written exam. Noble students often demonstrate secret family techniques, while others rely on their mana control. Confused, Ronan asks what mana is and whether swordsmen can use it. Maria is stunned. She cannot believe Ronan doesn't even understand the basics. She explains that every Filian applicant is expected to sense and use mana in combat before even applying. Ronan asks if mana and aura are the same thing. Hearing that, Maria is left speechless. She tells him that believing they are the same proves he is nowhere near ready for Filian. Taking Ronan outside, she borrows his sword to demonstrate. Despite Ronan worrying she might break it, Maria assures him the lesson will be over before that happens and promises to pay him 3 times its value if it does. She explains that mana is the universal source of energy that exists everywhere like air. However, before anyone can use it, they must first learn to sense it. Depending on talent and training, awakening mana usually takes at least a year. By comparison, aura is a far more advanced form of power. Even gifted warriors often spend 10 years mastering it and developing their unique abilities. Listening to her, Ronan realizes that the powerful aura users he fought in his previous life were even more remarkable than he had thought. Even so, he remembers that his sword was still capable of killing them with a single strike. After finishing her explanation, Maria decides it's time for a practical demonstration. She rushes toward Ronan at incredible speed. Expecting an ordinary attack, Ronan is caught off guard but reacts just in time, blocking her strike as their swords collide. After blocking Maria's attack, Ronan is surprised by the power behind her swords despite her fighting with 2 blades. He assumes her strength comes from mana, something he still cannot see. At the same time, Maria is equally confused. She expected to defeat Ronan with a single strike and convince him to give up on Filian Academy. Instead, she cannot understand how someone who cannot even use mana managed to block her attack. Ronan immediately counters. Realizing she cannot block it, Maria dodges at the last second. She admits that Ronan is no ordinary swordsman. Ronan replies that while her mana is impressive, she could become even stronger by improving her swordsmanship. With that, Ronan starts walking away. Maria stops him, insisting the match is not over. Ronan calmly says it already ended and reminds her of her promise to pay 3 times the sword's value if it broke. Only then does Maria notice that Ronan's strike had shattered her sword. The result leaves her speechless. Asel is also amazed by Maria's skill, and after praising her, he leaves with Ronan. Watching them go, Maria wonders who they really are. The next day, Ronan returns to collect the promised money. Maria not only pays him, but also gives him several Filian Academy study books, explaining that the entrance exam is only a month away. She says she wishes she had enough time to teach them herself, but her family is leaving. Before departing, she warns Ronan that if he fails after receiving all those books, he will regret it. She promises they will meet again on the day of the entrance exam in the imperial capital. Over the next month, Ronan trains relentlessly. He eats the meals Errol prepares, studies for the written exam despite struggling with academics, and spends every day hunting monsters around his village until none remain. A month later, Ronan and SL finally arrive in the imperial capital, Valen, where Filion Academy stands at the city's center. SL stares at the academy in awe until Ronan reminds him that they will miss the exam if he keeps standing there. SL notices that Ronan has changed over the past month and even seems physically stronger. Ronan brushes off the comment and tells him to focus. As they enter, Ronan thinks about Sword Saint Shulaifen, the Empire's greatest swordsman from the Grantia family. Since they are the same age, Ronan believes they might meet during the entrance exam. SL then reminds Ronan about the Dreambird's feather. Ronan takes it out, remembering that Baron lived in the capital and planning to visit him after the exam. However, he notices that the feather is pointing directly toward the highest floor of the academy. At that very moment, the feather's owner, Professor Baron Fanashir, is inside his office. Now serving as Filion Academy's zoology professor, the researcher jokes that being a professor doesn't suit him. Marps encourages him, and Baron replies that he wants to repay the people who rescued the bird. Baron asks Marps to open the window so some fresh air can enter, joking about what Marps' saviors would think if they arrived right then. The window swings open, and Ronan is standing on the other side. Both Baron and Marps freeze in complete shock. Baron Fanashir and Marps scream the moment they see Ronan outside the window. Both are so startled that they begin trembling. Ronan tells them to stop shouting before they burst his eardrums, while SL quietly admits they should have used the stairs instead. Baron notices the Dreambird feather in Ronan's hand, and immediately realizes that Ronan and SL are the ones who rescued Marps. He warmly welcomes them, and apologizes for his earlier reaction. Ronan brushes it off, and jokingly blames SL for insisting they enter through the window, quickly covering SL's mouth before he can reveal the truth. Ronan is surprised to learn that Baron is a rare werelion and also a professor at Filion Academy. Baron says that if he had known they were applying, he would have written recommendation letters for them. Since the exam is today, he can only offer one later if they fail. Ronan then shows him the strange object Marps left behind. Baron is shocked to discover that it is a Dreambird egg. He explains that Dreambirds reproduce only once in their lifetime, and every egg is influenced by its surroundings and the mana of a particular person. An egg formed near lava could hatch into a firebird, while one formed in a monster's territory might produce a monster instead. Usually, its mana reveals what will hatch, but this egg is different. Multiple mana currents are flowing through it, making even Baron unable to identify what is inside. Embarrassed, Marps hides behind Baron as he explains that the bird personally chose to entrust the egg to Ronan. Accepting it, Ronan becomes even more curious to see what will eventually hatch. Before they leave, Baron gives them a map that will help hatch the egg and wishes them luck in the entrance exam. A short time later, the Filion Academy entrance exam begins at Fort Garlerian. All the applicants wait outside until their numbers are called. As applicant 112 enters the examination hall, Ronan realizes he is next. While waiting, he asks Maria why she is dressed so formally. She explains that many aristocrats attend Filion, and she wants to look the part since she may deal with them in the future. She also says she wishes SL were there, but Ronan reminds her that mage applicants are taking a separate exam and hopes SL isn't panicking. Soon, Ronan's number is called. Maria encourages him to do his best and jokingly warns that she won't forgive him if he fails. Ronan confidently tells her he'll be back before she knows it. Inside the examination hall, Ronan faces 5 professors. Among them, 2 immediately stand out to him: Headmaster Cravar Cradier and the sword instructor Navarros. Even in his previous life, Ronan has never met anyone with an aura as overwhelming as Navarros's. After introducing himself, Ronan is instructed to demonstrate a technique on an enchanted training dummy. He calmly says he only needs a single slash. The theory professors mock his confidence, saying the dummy can withstand powerful aura attacks and rapidly repair itself. They even whisper that the genius Shulaifen could do no more than leave a scratch on it. Headmaster Cravar silently disapproves of their comments, knowing they could discourage any applicant. Ignoring everyone, Ronan steps forward and releases a single slash. After sheathing his sword, he calmly says that his demonstration is finished. The theory professors laugh, believing he accomplished nothing. But as they turn toward the headmaster, they realize he is staring at the dummy in shock. At that moment, Navarros suddenly rises from her seat, appears in front of Ronan, and places her sword against his neck. Without taking her eyes off him, she asks one question. Where did you learn that technique? Navarose asks Ronan where he learned his technique. Confused, Ronan asks what she means. She then asks whether he noticed her own movement. Ronan replies that it was impressive, saying she swung her sword 3 times in the time it would take an ordinary swordsman to draw theirs. Navarose points out that Ronan also performed 3 slashes. She accuses him of deliberately slowing his final strike so the professors wouldn't miss it, and calls him arrogant for assuming they wouldn't notice. Ronan realizes she misunderstood him. He only slowed the last slash to keep his cheap sword from breaking, but seeing her anger, he decides there is no point explaining. Navarose lowers her sword and returns to her seat, telling Ronan that she will remember him and personally train him someday. Her words leave Ronan surprisingly nervous. Headmaster Cravar steps in to calm the situation. He thanks Ronan for his demonstration and asks one final question with no right or wrong answer. Why does he want to join Filion Academy? After thinking about his previous life, Ronan gives a simple answer. He wants to learn how to live without regretting his mistakes. The response surprises the headmaster, who quietly dismisses him from the room. As Ronan leaves, the theory professors ask whether he cheated. Cravar replies that if they want to call overwhelming talent cheating, then perhaps they can. At that moment, the enchanted dummy suddenly splits apart. Its head falls to the floor, leaving the theory professors completely speechless. Outside, Ronan reflects on Navarose's incredible speed. He realizes he probably couldn't have blocked her attack and understands that, despite everything he experienced in his previous life, he still has much to learn. Remembering Adeshan's advice, he feels more certain than ever that coming to Filion Academy was the right decision. After the practical exam, Ronan takes the written test. Although he studied hard, the exam goes far worse than expected. He later admits to Asel and Maria that he performed terribly. Asel realizes the mistake was his fault. Ronan accidentally focused on studying only 1 book from the stack, while the rest were left untouched. When the results are about to be announced, Maria encourages Ronan not to lose hope. The rankings finally appear through a magic circle. Asel places 12th in the practical exam and ties for 1st in the written exam. Maria ranks 9th in both exams, and the two happily congratulate each other. When they ask about Ronan's result, he cannot find his name and immediately assumes he has failed. Before anyone can respond, a firework shoots into the sky. Maria explains that it reveals the Academy's top-ranked students. A fiery phoenix emerges and flies straight toward Ronan, announcing that he ranked 2nd overall. He finished 1st in the practical exam, but only 5,712th in the written exam. The unbelievable result leaves all 3 stunned. Asel and Maria excitedly celebrate, while Maria laughs that only a genius could rank 2nd overall with such a disastrous written score. Ronan then realizes something important. If he ranked 1st in the practical exam, it means someone else lost to him, and knowing that person's personality, they won't take it well. Just then, the legendary swordsman Shalefen walks over and looks directly at Ronan. So, you're the one who took 1st place in the practical exam. The moment Ronan hears his voice, he knows the meeting he had been expecting has finally arrived. Shalefen walks straight up to Ronan, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Maria realizes he came to confront Ronan, while Asel immediately grows nervous. Ronan is tense as well. Shalefen hasn't changed at all since his previous life. He still cannot accept the idea of another swordsman surpassing him, and is obsessed with proving himself the strongest. When Shalefen accuses Ronan of taking 1st place in the practical exam, Ronan denies it and asks if he has any proof. Without another word, Shalefen draws his sword and attacks. Ronan blocks the strike, leaving Maria and Asel stunned. Satisfied, Shalefen says that only the 1st-ranked student could have stopped that attack. He challenges Ronan to fight seriously and prove who is stronger. Ronan finally swings his sword, and Shalefen blocks it. However, the impact makes Shalefen's blade tremble. Impressed, he admits Ronan's technique is extraordinary, but refuses to accept the exam results. He keeps attacking, convinced Ronan is still holding back. While defending himself, Ronan realizes he cannot let the fight continue. If Shalefen decides to use his aura, he has no chance of surviving. Remembering the terrifying power Shalefen displayed in the future, Ronan quickly comes up with another plan. He suddenly grabs Asel and holds his sword to his neck. Shalefen immediately stops, accusing Ronan of hiding behind a girl. Asel awkwardly corrects him, insisting he is a boy. Knowing Shalefen would never attack a hostage, Ronan punches him in the face, knocking him to one knee. He then tells Maria and Asel to run, and the three escape before Shulifen can recover. A guard rushes over after hearing the commotion and offers to send soldiers after them. Shulifen refuses. He says he is at the academy as a student, not as a noble, and insists the duel was fair. Looking down, he notices that even his legendary mithril sword has developed a crack. Smiling to himself, he quietly promises that he will remember Ronan. The following day, Ronan and Asel travel to Shimo Forest near the imperial capital, carrying the map Baron gave them to hatch the Dreambird egg. Asel worries that Shulifen might come looking for revenge, but Ronan assures him that although Shulifen is obsessed with fighting, he is an honorable person. If he believed the duel had been unfair, they would already be in prison. Following the map, they arrive at Penardo Pond, a rare mana vein. Ronan explains that mana veins are places where the world's mana naturally gathers, enriching everything nearby. Ordinary rocks become valuable mana stones, and common plants transform into rare herbs, making these locations incredibly valuable. Thanking Baron for revealing the place, Ronan asks Asel if he can sense anything. Asel says the mana is so dense that he feels capable of casting spells far beyond his usual limits. He also senses the Dreambird egg rapidly absorbing mana. Although Ronan still cannot sense mana himself, he trusts Asel's words. He remarks that Maria would have loved to study a place like this if she hadn't been busy with work. A moment later, Asel notices something strange. Despite the overwhelming amount of mana, there are no rare creatures or even ordinary animals in the area. Ronan immediately realizes something is wrong. He tells Asel to stay alert. Whatever is nearby, the air already carries the smell of blood. Asel is alarmed when Ronan says he can smell blood. Ronan explains that someone else reached the area before them, and whoever it is was not invited. A volley of arrows suddenly rains down from the trees. Ronan cuts every arrow out of the air and immediately recognizes them. The arrows remind him of his previous life, when a man named Valis explained that they belonged to Cariballo's elite force. These specially crafted arrows could even pierce an orc's skull, and only members known as the hunting dogs were allowed to use them. Back in the present, Ronan realizes they are facing Cariballo's hunting dogs. He tells Asel to hide while he confronts them alone. The hunting dogs are shocked that Ronan deflected arrows infused with mana. As Ronan rushes through the trees toward them, they spread out to surround him. Unlike the ordinary gang members he fought before, Ronan quickly notices that these enemies are disciplined and experienced. Instead of attacking immediately, Ronan suddenly claims to be a new hunting dog from the Dhamma's chapter and introduces himself as Ahayut. The name catches them off guard, and several members lower their guard. Although one of them doubts a boy could hold such a rank, Ronan confidently tells them to ask Captain Wolf if they don't believe him. As the group hesitates, one member points out that Ronan knows far too much about Cariballo to be an ordinary outsider. He suggests confirming his identity with their captain before doing anything reckless. Moments later, their captain, Viam, arrives. He questions Ronan about his identity and asks why a member of the Dhamma's chapter entered territory controlled by the Demir chapter. Ronan calmly plays along for a moment before revealing the truth with a smile. "I'm not Ahayut." Before anyone can react, Ronan instantly cuts down the men standing around Viam. Viam draws his blade, but Ronan explains that he only borrowed the name of the person he hates most because it suited people like them. With a single strike, Ronan beheads Viam. The last surviving hunting dog is horrified. Looking down, he realizes Ronan's attack has already severed several of his fingers. Dropping to his knees, he begs for his life. Ronan throws him a sheet of paper and orders him to mark the locations of every Cariballo chapter. When the man says he has no ink, Ronan coldly tells him to use the blood from his own hand. Terrified, the survivor draws the map and hands over everything he knows. Ronan pockets the map, thanks him for his cooperation, and the man assumes he has been spared. Instead, Ronan draws his sword one last time and cuts him down. As dawn breaks, Asel struggles to look at the piles of dead animals scattered across the forest. Ronan tells him not to overreact, reminding him that he had warned him beforehand. After calming himself, Asel asks if Cariballo really slaughtered all these creatures. Ronan confirms that they did, and says that's exactly why he killed every Cariballo member they encountered. They were criminals, and no one would mourn their deaths. Looking at the scene, Ronan wonders how devastated Professor Baron would be if he saw it. All of his precious dreambirds had been slaughtered. Just then, the mysterious egg begins to shake. Before Ronan can react, Asel points ahead in fear. The blood from every dead animal starts rising into the air, gathering into a massive floating sphere. Ronan immediately draws his sword. Suddenly, the egg slips from his hand and floats into the air. Spinning rapidly, it begins absorbing every drop of blood. Asel asks what is happening, but Ronan has no answer. He only realizes that the egg is about to hatch. Once it absorbs all the blood, the shell begins to crack. Excited, Ronan prepares to see what kind of creature is inside. The newborn creature suddenly jumps out of the egg and slams into Ronan. Staring at it in confusion, Ronan realizes it doesn't look anything like a bird. Asel immediately guesses that it might be a dragon because it resembles the creatures he has seen in dragon books. Ronan cannot believe that Marps somehow gave birth to a dragon. As he picks up the tiny creature, he calls it adorable before scolding it for punching him in the face as a greeting. In response, the little dragon uses healing magic to repair the injury it caused, leaving Asel amazed by its magical ability. Asel tells Ronan to give it a name. Before they can decide, the dragon suddenly senses something and flies off at full speed. Following it, they discover a boy running through the forest. It is Valis, Cariballo's errand boy. After returning to the area and finding everyone dead, he has been desperately trying to escape. Tripping over a tree root, he falls to the ground and scrapes his knee. The baby dragon immediately begins absorbing the blood from his wound. Terrified, Valis screams for help. Ronan calls out, ordering the dragon to stop. The little dragon instantly obeys. Asel realizes Ronan has already named it Sita, and Ronan casually asks the dragon if it likes the name. Recognizing Ronan, Valis wonders if he is the dragon's owner. Ronan asks if he is alright before suddenly placing his sword against Valis's neck. He calmly reveals that he knows exactly who Valis is, and asks how life is going as one of Cariballo's hunting dogs. Panicking, Valis insists he isn't a hunting dog, only an errand boy who hasn't been promoted yet. Ronan says that actually works in his favor. He has a job for Valis, and makes it clear that it isn't a request. The next day, Ronan counts the money they earned from selling the Mana Vein's spring water. Even Asel is surprised by how valuable it turned out to be. Ronan credits Professor Baron for telling them about the Mana Vein, and mentions that they had planned to introduce Sita to him, but Baron wasn't there. He still has Baron's map and the task he assigned to Valis, confident that the frightened errand boy won't betray him. When Asel asks how he plans to spend all the money, Ronan realizes he no longer has to worry about tuition. As the Academy's second-ranked student, he'll receive a scholarship and a stipend. A few days later, Ronan welcomes his sister, Enrolls, to the Imperial capital for Filian Academy's entrance ceremony. She is amazed by the city and shocked that Ronan could afford such an expensive carriage. Instead of answering, Ronan reassures her that he's doing well. Enrolls immediately notices Sita on his shoulder, assuming it's a cute bird. Ronan simply tells her that Sita is now part of their family. Ronan then takes Enrolls shopping, determined to repay her for everything she sacrificed for him. Although Enrolls worries the clothes are far too expensive, Ronan buys them anyway and even asks the shop owner to deliver everything. Touched by his kindness, Enrolls proudly hugs him, making Ronan embarrassingly try to stop her. After leaving the shop, Ronan says they need to visit a blacksmith because his sword was damaged thanks to a certain crazy person. That person suddenly appears. Shuleifan has been waiting outside. Ronan immediately accuses him of being a stalker, but Shuleifan explains he came to collect his repaired sword and happened to see Ronan. The argument quickly escalates, and both of them draw their swords. Before either can attack, Enrolls steps between them. She apologizes to Shuleifan for Ronan's behavior and says she should have taught her younger brother better manners. The proud heir of the Grantia family instantly freezes. The moment Shuleifan looks at Enrolls, he turns bright red and completely loses his composure. Flustered, he apologizes instead, insisting that none of it was her fault. When Enrolls smiles and thanks him, even asking him to look after Ronan at the academy, Shuleifan immediately agrees. Wanting to make up for damaging Ronan's sword, he gives Enrolls his family's identification token, explaining that it can be used anywhere in the Empire. He also recommends a master blacksmith in the city's West District before quietly leaving. Ronan watches the whole exchange in disbelief. The token alone is valuable enough to buy an entire village, yet Shuleifan handed it over without hesitation. The following day, Filian Academy's entrance ceremony finally begins. Ronan, Asel, Maria, and Shuleifan stand among the new students as Headmaster Cravar Cratier welcomes them. While the headmaster delivers his speech, Ronan grows bored, though he smiles to himself, knowing Earl is probably enjoying every moment of the ceremony. With a snap of Cravar's fingers, a strange light surrounds every student. The space in front of them suddenly cracks like invisible glass. When it shatters, the freshmen find themselves inside a massive stadium surrounded by towering buildings, where the senior students are already waiting to welcome them. Ronan is astonished. With nothing more than a finger snap, the headmaster has teleported everyone. Cravar smiles and announces that the real ceremony is about to begin, the meeting between the new students and their seniors. Philian Academy's unique tradition begins as the top first-year students face the Academy's strongest second-years. Every year, the first and second rankers of the freshman class challenge any of the top 4 second-year students, making it one of the Academy's most intense events. This year, the first years are Schleifen and Ronan, while the second-year representatives are Rank 1 Nasto, Rank 2 Braum, Rank 3 Arena, and Rank 4 Karun. Headmaster Cravar explains that this tradition reflects Philian's philosophy. Students should learn not only from their teachers, but also by competing against one another. True education comes from challenging stronger opponents and constantly improving. Although participation is optional and the freshmen may choose their opponents, Ronan realizes this is the perfect chance to prove his strength to Earl. When asked to choose an opponent, Ronan surprises everyone with an unexpected request. Instead of fighting one student, he asks to fight all 4 at the same time. The professors and second-year students are stunned. After a brief discussion, Navarro supports Ronan's request, saying students should have as much freedom as their abilities allow. Confident she can stop the duel if it becomes dangerous, she approves the challenge, and Cravar agrees. The 4 second-years step onto the battlefield. Karun is offended by Ronan's confidence, while Irina believes his success has made him arrogant. Nasto, however, warns everyone not to underestimate him since Ronan defeated Schleifen in the practical exam. Watching from the stands, Earl grows nervous and tells Ronan to surrender if things become dangerous. Ronan simply smiles to reassure her. The duel begins. Nasto attacks first, but Ronan dodges with ease. He immediately realizes these opponents are much stronger than Maria, and decides not to underestimate them. Irina and Karun launch consecutive attacks, both of which Ronan blocks. He quickly notices how perfectly the 4 fight as a team. Just then, Braum charges from behind with his massive sword, believing they have completely surrounded Ronan. In the next instant, Ronan disappears. Before anyone can react, he appears behind them and strikes Irina, Karun, and Nasto, breaking all 3 of their weapons in a single exchange. Only Braum remains. Ronan compliments his toughness before using the same sword technique he saw Navarro's perform. The moment Braum recognizes the stance, he realizes it's Navarro's technique, but it's already too late. Ronan's slash shatters Braum's sword as well. With all 4 opponents defeated, Ronan thanks them for giving him such a valuable battle experience. Braum's sword shatters, leaving the audience stunned. Earl cheers louder than anyone else, proudly telling everyone nearby that Ronan is her brother. The defeated second-years are left holding their broken weapons. Nasto admits he isn't even upset about losing because Ronan defeated them so effortlessly. He wonders where someone like Ronan came from. Seeing Earl's excitement, Ronan feels relieved, believing she no longer has to worry about him. He thanks all 4 opponents for the match, saying he learned a lot from fighting them. Ronan explains that he challenged all of them because he was excited to join Philian and wanted to test himself against strong students. He also apologizes for how he acted earlier and says he still has much to learn from them. His humility changes everyone's opinion. Braum admits he misunderstood Ronan, praises both his strength and character, then raises Ronan's hand before the crowd, declaring that this is what a true Philian student should be. Even Earl is amazed by how mature her brother has become. That night, the Academy holds a grand welcome banquet. SL asks whether Earl has already left for home. Ronan says sending her away wasn't easy, but he sent Sita to protect her, so she should be safe. SL smiles, calling him a good brother. Just as they begin eating, Schleifen appears again. Instead of challenging Ronan, he starts asking detailed questions about Earl, where she lives, how safe the roads are, and whether she has enough protection. Ronan is completely baffled. He assures Schleifen that Sita is guarding her, and that only a dragon could threaten her safety. Schleifen immediately asks what would happen if a dragon actually appeared. Annoyed, Ronan asks why he's so concerned about his sister. Schleifen awkwardly replies that protecting her is simply the duty of a knight. Their conversation is interrupted by a girl who had been watching Ronan during the ceremony. She is Elizabeth, a Kalusha. Elizabeth tells Shulifen she isn't interested in him. She came to meet Ronan. After Shulifen leaves, still muttering about sending guards to protect Enrolls, Elizabeth turns to Ronan. She says she's impressed by his talent and has a special offer that most people could only dream of. Then she hands Ronan the identification token of the Akalusha family, and Ronan immediately recognizes how valuable it is. The Akalusha family is one of the Empire's two great pillars. Unlike most noble houses, they value talent over bloodline and only invite people with exceptional potential into their family. Elizabeth offers Ronan one of their rare invitation tokens. Ronan asks whether she can hand such an invitation to anyone. Elizabeth realizes he already knows what it represents. The offer reminds Ronan of his previous life, when Adeshan showed him the same token and explained that talented people could join the Akalusha family if they passed its trials. She had even told Ronan that one day he might earn such an invitation himself. Elizabeth tells him to think carefully before making his decision. She warns that a beast raised among wolves will eventually become one of them, then leaves with her companions. After she is gone, SL finally relaxes. Ronan decides the connection could become useful in the future. The academy then assigns dormitories based on student rankings. Average students are placed in Neshaya Hall, which offers comfortable rooms and excellent facilities. The bottom 30% are assigned to Kradir Hall, where 4 students share a room along with common bathrooms and dining areas. Many noble students immediately complain, but the instructors make it clear that the academy's rules apply to everyone. As one of the academy's top 10%, Ronan receives a room in Nabardozer Hall. Inside, he finds a class registration form and enthusiastically signs up for numerous courses, determined to make the most of his time at Filion. Classes begin, but Ronan's first day takes an unexpected turn. In swordsmanship, Instructor Abar tells him he no longer needs to attend because he has already mastered every technique in the first-year curriculum. Under academy rules, students who complete the syllabus early are exempt from further classes. Abar also admits Ronan's talent would only discourage the other students. The same thing happens in archery and monster hunting. By evening, Ronan sits alone beside a lake, frustrated that he has already been dismissed from nearly every class on his very first day. At that moment, Navarros approaches him. After learning he has already finished his courses, she isn't surprised. She reminds herself that Ronan copied one of her techniques after seeing it only once. Saying she can't ignore such talent, Navarros takes Ronan's sword and demonstrates a powerful slash across the lake. The strike creates an impressive shockwave, but she calls his weapon worthless, explaining that such a poor sword only limits its wielder's strength. She plants Ronan's sword into the ground, then draws her own blade and repeats the exact same attack. This time, the difference is overwhelming. The lake splits apart under the force of her slash. A stunned Ronan finally understands that his greatest weakness isn't his skill. It's the weapon he's using. Seeing Navarros split the lake, Ronan realizes he was wrong to think any sturdy steel sword was good enough. He finally understands that the quality of a weapon can completely change the outcome of a battle. Navarros explains that even a small difference in power can decide life or death. A swordsman who uses mana needs a weapon that matches their strength. Although Ronan can't use mana yet, she believes he eventually will. When Ronan asks how she knows that, Navarros says his raw power is already extraordinary. She invites him to attend her advanced class, even though she normally teaches only second-year students and above. However, she gives him one condition: he must first find a proper weapon. Later, Ronan, SL, and Maria visit the forge recommended by Shulifen. The place looks like a rundown shack, and its interior is in even worse condition. Ronan can't believe Shulifen would recommend such a place. A wolf beastman named Didikin steps out and demands to know why they're there. Ronan shows the Grantia family token and explains that Shulifen sent them to buy a weapon. Didikin recognizes the token, but dismisses Ronan after noticing he has no mana. He refuses to serve them, and jokingly says he'll only consider it if Ronan gives him one of Maria's hands. The remark instantly enrages Ronan. He attacks without hesitation, sending Didikin flying. Although an invisible suit of armor protects him, the impact still forces him to his knees. Realizing he's in trouble, Didikin quickly claims it was all a test. He explains that the forge evaluates every new customer and insists he only provoked Ronan to measure his strength while also testing his invisible armor. Ronan doesn't believe the excuse, but Didikin tells him to ask Shulifen if he has any doubts. After Ronan lowers his sword, Didaken apologizes, especially to SL, and introduces himself as the forge's gatekeeper and apprentice. He then reveals that the ruined building is only a disguise. Leading them to a hidden magical elevator, Didaken takes the group deep underground. There, an enormous forge stretches before them. He explains that this is the true workshop, known as Grand Carpadoki, the greatest forge in the Empire. Since Ronan passed his test, Didaken says it's now his responsibility to introduce him to the Empire's finest master craftsmen. Ronan is shocked to learn that a massive forge exists beneath the Imperial capital. Didaken explains that this hidden forge, Grand Carpadoki, supplies weapons only to the royal family and nobles. He takes Ronan's group to the greatest blacksmith there, Elder Dwarf Doron, who has been forging weapons for over 400 years. Didaken loudly barges into Doron's workshop. The old dwarf scolds him for making noise, but asks about the guest. Didaken introduces Ronan, claiming he personally tested his strength and believes even Doron will be impressed. Doron looks at Ronan and asks him to demonstrate his swordsmanship. The moment Ronan draws his old sword, Doron smashes it in half with his hammer, saying such junk isn't fit to be called a weapon. Ronan is furious, but Doron tells him to pick any sword from the rack and use it instead. As compensation, Ronan can keep whichever sword he chooses. Ronan selects a sword that feels different. Remembering Professor Navarrose's lesson, he copies her stance and unleashes the same slash. The attack blasts through the workshop wall, attracting nearby craftsmen. Even Ronan is surprised by the sword's power. Doron immediately recognizes Navarrose's technique and reveals that he forged Navarrose's legendary sword, Yurusa, one of his greatest masterpieces. Ronan admits that simply changing swords made an unbelievable difference. Doron is impressed by Ronan's talent, but says it's also a problem. His strength is so great that normal swords keep breaking, including the one Ronan just used. Thinking of a solution, Doron says he'll need the Empire's finest steel mixed with an extremely rare material, possibly something from a dragon. Ronan remembers Sita's eggshell and hands it over. Doron repeatedly strikes the shell with his mithril hammer, but it doesn't receive even a scratch. Shocked, he says he's never seen such an incredible material and asks if he can forge Ronan's sword with it. Ronan agrees, saying the shell is useless to him anyway. Excited, Doron promises that if Ronan returns in 2 weeks, he'll receive the finest sword in the Empire. Meanwhile, Maria checks out the other weapons. Doron tells Ronan's friends to visit the other master craftsmen. If they mention his name, they'll be shown the best weapons available. Completely obsessed with Ronan's future sword, Doron immediately begins forging, while Ronan's group concludes that the old dwarf is quite eccentric. Meanwhile, deep beneath Grand Carpadoki, a hooded man and woman secretly watch. The woman complains about the noisy blacksmiths, while the man says he wants to burn everything down. She tells him it's not time to reveal themselves yet, and declares that soon the blacksmiths, and eventually the entire empire, will be destroyed and buried in light. Deep underground, countless stone giants stand motionless, while an enormous giant remains sealed inside a giant crystal, waiting to awaken. A few days later, Ronan wanders around the academy while waiting for Doron to finish forging his new sword. Maria and Asel are also having new weapons made, and all the expenses are being covered using the Grantia family token. With about 2 weeks left, Ronan grows bored. He eventually reaches the Galelian building, where upper-year students train. Remembering that Professor Navarrose told him to join her class after getting a proper weapon, he wonders if he should enter with his temporary sword. Suddenly, Navarrose appears behind him. She grabs his ear, scolds him for wasting time, and accuses him of skipping her class. Before Ronan can explain that his real weapon isn't ready yet, she drags him straight into the classroom. Inside, Navarrose introduces Ronan to her second-year class as a new student. The seniors recognize him as the first-year student who ranked second overall, while some doubt he deserves to be there because he looks like a child. Ronan also notices familiar faces like Nasto, Braum, and Schlieffen. Just then, Navarrose's teaching assistant arrives late and apologizes. Navarrose introduces her to Ronan. She is a second-year student and the class TA. The moment Ronan sees her, he freezes. She is Adeshin Akaluja, the future Grand Commander, the legendary Iron Lady, who would one day become the first woman in history to hold that rank through her incredible leadership. Seeing the cheerful young Adeshin shocks Ronan, since the woman he knew in his previous life was cold and battle-hardened. He also remembers that, in his past life, Adeshin jokingly told him that if they ever met again, he should tell her to become a tailor instead. As class begins, Ronan notices that Adeshin is constantly running errands for the students. They order her around, ask her to check their posture, fetch towels, and do various chores. Then a third-year student named Carden approaches Ronan and politely asks for a spar because he wants to learn from the famous first year. Ronan declines, saying he's busy. However, Carden realizes he forgot his weapon and rudely calls Adeshin a loser, ordering her to fetch it. Adeshin brings him a spear, but it's the wrong one. She apologizes, explaining that he was using a long spear in the previous lesson. Instead of accepting the mistake, Carden becomes furious and hits Adeshin with the spear, insulting her and saying she only belongs in the class because Navarros took pity on her. Watching the future Grand Commander being humiliated fills Ronan with rage. He grabs Carden's spear, steps in front of Adeshin, and coldly declares, "Let's fight." Ronan grabs Carden's spear, and Carden mocks him, asking if he's really standing up for a loser like Adeshin. He even assumes Ronan must be a commoner too. Without another word, Ronan challenges him to a fight and attacks with a wooden sword. Carden is shocked by Ronan's raw strength despite him not using mana. Ronan's first strike snaps Carden's spear in half and sends him flying. Ronan sarcastically says that since Carden complained about using a long spear, he shortened it for him. Enraged, Carden activates mana and charges again, but Ronan instantly shatters his new spear into pieces before beating him down with a barrage of strikes. Carden is completely defeated. Ronan coldly tells him that he's lucky there inside the academy, otherwise he would have died. The surrounding students are stunned since Carden is one of the strongest third-year fighters. Ronan then turns to the girl who complained about Adeshin's towel. When she apologizes, Ronan scolds her for making Adeshin do her personal chores instead of helping herself. He angrily says that an assistant is not anyone's servant. Terrified, the girl backs away, but Ronan is still ready to punish her. Before he can move, Adeshin steps in front of him. She tells Ronan she doesn't understand why he's doing this, but insists she's fine. Ronan refuses to back down. He says he can tolerate insults aimed at himself, but he can't tolerate anyone insulting Adeshin. Still consumed by anger, he tries to move past her. At that moment, Professor Navarros intervenes. A terrifying snake-shaped aura erupts around her, completely freezing Ronan in place. She tells him that real battles are brutal, so she won't blame him for defeating Carden. But if he continues attacking his classmates, she won't ignore it any longer. She orders him to drop his sword. Ronan realizes he can't even move under the pressure of Navarros' aura. He recognizes it as the overwhelming power of the Sword Saint. Still furious, Ronan accuses Navarros of knowingly allowing Adeshin to be mistreated without doing anything. Navarros calmly replies that this is a matter between her and her assistant, and warns Ronan one last time to put down his sword. Ronan refuses, saying that even if she's the Sword Saint, he won't change his mind. Navarros attacks. As darkness fills Ronan's vision, he suddenly recalls a memory from his previous life. He remembers asking Grand Commander Adeshin why she accepted the burden of becoming commander when no one else would. Adeshin replied that some responsibilities are simply your destiny, and only you can bear them. Ronan then remembers her apologizing before her death, saying she couldn't carry that burden well enough. The memory ends, and Ronan suddenly wakes up. Beside him is the young Adeshin, asking if he's all right and whether he had a nightmare. Looking at her, Ronan can't stop thinking about the Grand Commander he once knew. Adeshin is confused when Ronan calls her Grand Commander. Realizing his mistake, Ronan brushes it off and asks where they are. Adeshin tells him they are in the academy clinic. Navarros brought him there after knocking him unconscious and also plans to give him extra classes to fix his attitude. When Adeshin asks why he got so angry for her sake, Ronan awkwardly claims he's simply a gentleman who can't tolerate bad manners. Smiling, Adeshin says he's a terrible liar. She asks him not to hate Carden and the others because she understands how they feel. Ronan gets frustrated and asks why she's putting up with their behavior and why Navarros never stopped it. Adeshin explains that she herself asked Navarros not to interfere. She says she doesn't deserve special treatment because she's already receiving a huge favor by being allowed into Navarros' advanced class. She's a year behind everyone else and has only recently learned to control mana, so she doesn't want to burden her instructor further. Ronan is shocked. It's hard to believe that the future Grand Commander, who would one day possess terrifying aura, was once this weak. Adeshin says she'll endure the mistreatment because she earned her place through special permission, then thanks Ronan for standing up for her. admitting that today's bullying hurt more than usual. Ronan quietly realizes that this hardship is probably what shaped her into the future Grand Commander. He asks if becoming Grand Commander is her dream. Surprised, Adeshan admits that it is, although she doesn't feel worthy of saying it proudly yet. She says she's confident in her military strategy, works hard every day, and will never give up. Hearing this, Ronan remembers the future Adeshan's final request, to tell her to become a tailor if they ever met again. But he can't bring himself to crush her dream. After thanking Ronan again, Adeshan leaves, while Ronan wonders what he should do. A few days later, Ronan, Asel, and Maria return to Grand Carpadoki to collect Ronan's new sword. Doron had even sent Ronan a late-night message, saying he had forged the greatest sword of his life and wanted Ronan to see it immediately. But when they arrive, the shop is completely empty. Even Didaken is missing. Annoyed, Ronan kicks aside a skull-shaped helmet lying on the floor and complains about the terrible customer service. Asel tells Maria that Ronan has been in a bad mood ever since joining the advanced class. Tired of waiting, Ronan activates the hidden elevator himself and heads underground despite Maria's objections. However, when the elevator reaches Grand Carpadoki, the trio is horrified. The entire forge is engulfed in flames. Many craftsmen are already dead, and rock giants are rampaging through the forge. Asel spots a giant about to kill 2 craftsmen. Without hesitating, Ronan tells Maria to bring professors or anyone strong enough to help, then jumps into the battlefield with Asel. Using telekinesis, Asel supports Ronan as they descend. Just as the rock giant is about to crush the trapped craftsman, Ronan arrives and cuts off its arm. After days of frustration, Ronan glares at the giant and says, "I've been in a terrible mood lately, and you're the perfect target to take it out on." A rock giant throws a punch at Ronan, but Ronan disappears at the last second, runs up the giant's arm, and beheads it in a single strike. The rescued craftsmen recognize him as the boy who had previously visited Doron. Shocked, they can't believe he killed a rock giant with one attack. Ronan asks what happened. The craftsmen explain that several rock giants suddenly burst out of the ground and attacked the forge, seemingly targeting blacksmiths specifically. After capturing Doron and the others, the giants retreated underground. Didaken chased after them alone, but he's not a real fighter. They add that the giant Ronan killed was the only one left outside. Ronan tells Asel to stay behind, heal the injured with Sita's help, and wait for Maria to return with reinforcements. He follows the giant's footprints underground, determined to rescue Doron and retrieve his new sword. Meanwhile, Didaken protects Doron from 2 rock giants. Doron is still holding Ronan's newly forged sword, but refuses to use it, saying it's his greatest masterpiece and he won't stain it by wielding it himself. Didaken calls him an idiot, saying this isn't the time to worry about pride. A rock giant attacks, and Didaken blocks the blow with his invisible armor. The impact destroys the armor's defense system, leaving him badly injured and coughing blood. Thinking he's about to die, Didaken regrets all the things he never got to do. Just then, Ronan suddenly appears and slices the attacking rock giant into pieces. He tells Didaken he did well, and says he'll handle the rest. When Didaken asks how he got there despite all the giants, Ronan casually replies that he killed them all and rescued the other blacksmiths. Ronan then asks Doron for his sword, saying his current one has reached its limit. Doron hands him the blade, explaining that the handle isn't fully finished, but it's ready to use. Facing 2 more rock giants, Ronan swings the new sword for the first time. With a single slash, both giants are completely obliterated. Ronan, Doron, and Didaken are all stunned by its power. Excited, Doron proudly introduces the sword. La Mancha. He explains that it's incredibly light, stronger than mithril, durable enough to withstand Ronan's immense strength, and possesses a unique ability. It absorbs blood to repair itself. Ronan realizes this is possible because the sword was forged using Sita's eggshell. Impressed, Ronan praises Doron's craftsmanship, calling him even more skilled than he expected. Didaken interrupts, reminding everyone that they still need to escape. Ronan tells Didaken to escort Doron outside while he stays behind. When Didaken asks why, Ronan says he's certain someone else is controlling this attack. At that moment, the mysterious hooded man and woman appear near the massive crystal-sealed giant, confirming that the true enemy is still waiting underground. Ronan tells Didaken that someone else is behind the attack. He explains that rock giants are normally peaceful unless provoked. Examining the dead giant, he discovers a magic circle engraved on the back of its head. Doron identifies it as a high-level magic spell, confirming that someone magically controlled the giants. Following the giants' footprints, Ronan enters a cave. Along the way, he notices huge human-like footprints twice the size of normal ones. Mana stones placed as a defensive barrier. Signs that the entire attack was carefully planned. Hiding behind a rock, Ronan spots a massive crystal giant sealed inside a crystal, along with two hooded figures. He realizes the ordinary rock giants were nothing compared to this sealed monster. The two are Yudon and Cirilla. Yudon asks if an intruder has arrived. Cirilla confirms it, explaining that her brainwashing magic on the rock giants has been broken by a third party. Yudon assumes the capital has discovered their operation. Since the rock giants are gone and the crystal giant isn't ready yet, he suggests killing the remaining witnesses himself. Cirilla says their objective is already complete. Over half of Grand Cappadocia has been destroyed, severely reducing the Empire's weapon production. Staying longer would only risk exposing them. Before leaving, Yudon creates a fire spell. He says he'll at least kill the one person who has been secretly listening. He launches the fireball at Ronan. Ronan blocks it with La Mancha and steps out. Surprised, Yudon praises his reflexes and attacks again. Ronan realizes Yudon can cast powerful fire magic almost instantly, proving he's an extremely skilled mage. After removing his hood, Yudon asks how Ronan bypassed the forge's defenses. Ronan instead questions why the two are secretly meeting in such a dangerous place. Yudon laughs, calling him a fool. Cirilla urges him not to waste time. Yudon replies that there's little time left anyway because the Empire will soon be destroyed by starlight. Those words immediately remind Ronan of Ahyut, who once predicted that the world would be destroyed by starlight. Realizing these people may know the truth, Ronan demands answers and orders both of them to come with him. Yudon mocks him, asking if he really thinks he can capture them. The moment Yudon charges forward, Ronan draws La Mancha. In a single slash, he cuts off Yudon's arm and slices through half of his body before Yudon can even react. As Yudon collapses, reaching toward his severed arm, Cirilla is horrified, unable to believe someone defeated him so effortlessly. Ronan instantly grabs Cirilla by the collar and coldly warns her. If you want to live, cooperate. Otherwise, you'll end up just like your friend. Ronan grabs Cirilla by the collar, but she blasts him away using a powerful mana shield. Realizing her defense is incredibly strong, Ronan cuts straight through the shield and stabs her. As her hood falls off, he discovers she's a half-elf and wonders what she and her strange partner are doing here. Suddenly, an explosion erupts behind him. Ronan blocks the attack, only to find that Yudon has regenerated, despite being cut in half. Disgusted by his grotesque regenerated body, Ronan keeps his sword pressed into Cirilla and threatens Yudon. He says no one can save her now, and asks whether she can regenerate too. Terrified, Yudon agrees to cooperate and begs Ronan not to hurt Cirilla. Ronan removes his sword, saying he doesn't want any more bloodshed and still needs them alive for questioning. However, he notices Cirilla smiling. Before he can react, the sealed crystal giant's arm suddenly activates and smashes Ronan through a wall. Yudon rushes to Cirilla. She reveals that while Yudon distracted Ronan, she secretly activated only the crystal giant's arm with magic. Believing Ronan is badly injured, Yudon tells Cirilla to return to the church and report the incident while he finishes Ronan himself. Cirilla warns him that Ronan isn't an ordinary child, he's a monster. Ignoring the warning, Yudon attacks again. Ronan instantly counterattacks and slashes Yudon into dozens of tiny pieces. He coldly reminds him that he still has many questions and won't let him escape. Seeing Yudon destroyed again, Cirilla panics and raises another mana shield. Despite his severe injuries, Ronan continues advancing. But the crystal giant's blow has pushed his body beyond its limit. His legs give out and he collapses to his knees. Realizing Ronan can no longer move, Cirilla decides not to finish him. She says reporting the incident is more important, but before leaving, she swears revenge. She promises she'll hunt Ronan down and take everything from him, his family, friends, loved ones, and kill them all. Unable to move, Ronan desperately tries to stop her. He knows she may hold the answers about Ahyut and Starlight. Just as Cirilla is about to escape, a green aura fills the cave. A commanding voice orders, "Stop right there!" Cirilla freezes. Ronan looks up and sees Navarros has arrived. Staring coldly at Cirilla, Navarros says she has many questions, but first wants to know one thing. "How dare you lay a hand on my disciple?" Navarros arrives and tells Ronan that Maria and Assel informed her about everything. She praises him for protecting the blacksmiths. Relieved, Ronan says she arrived at the perfect time. Navarose jokes that if he's still talking this much, he'll survive. Now she only has to deal with the enemies. Meanwhile, Cirilla recognizes Navarose's terrifying snake-shaped aura and realizes she's facing the legendary Sword Saint. Knowing she can't win, Cirilla tries to escape. In an instant, Navarose appears behind her, grabs her face, and says she's committed many crimes. But what angers her most is hurting her disciple. She forces Cirilla's mouth open and lets her snake inject its venom. Cirilla loses consciousness, silently apologizing to her star. Navarose praises Ronan's efforts and tells him to report the entire incident to the principal after receiving treatment. Ronan then asks whether the future she mentioned means Laudaland prison. Surprised that he knows about it, Navarose asks why he's interested. Ronan recalls that Laudaland is the Empire's infamous island prison, surrounded by the sea, where the most dangerous criminals are imprisoned and interrogated by ruthless specialists. He asks if he can observe the interrogation. Navarose refuses, saying there's no reason for a student to go there. Ronan grabs her hand and sincerely requests permission, insisting it's extremely important. Back at Grand Cappadocia, medical teams arrive to treat the injured blacksmiths. Maria says everyone has finally received first aid. Asel is exhausted after helping Sita heal the wounded and worries about Ronan. Ronan returns safely and praises Asel and Sita, saying Navarose told him they saved over half the blacksmiths before reinforcements arrived. Asel notices Ronan's injuries and asks Sita to heal him. Ronan replies that he's already received basic treatment. He then watches as the unconscious Yudon and Cirilla are taken away, saying he still has one more thing to do. A few hours later, at a secret cliff in Grengno Forest, Ronan and Navarose meet the Laudaland prison convoy. A giant bird lands carrying masked prison escorts. The Laudaland officers confirm they've come to collect the two prisoners. Navarose warns them that Yudon can regenerate rapidly, so they should be careful. One officer smiles, saying the interrogators will be delighted to question such an unusual prisoner. They take Yudon and Cirilla away, promising to contact Navarose after the interrogation is complete. After they leave, Navarose tells Ronan that criminals usually reveal everything within 1 week inside Laudaland. She tells him to be ready because they may leave for the prison at any time. Ronan confidently replies that he's ready to go. Life at the academy soon returns to normal. With the Empire's support, Grand Cappadocia is quickly rebuilt. Meanwhile, Ronan spends his days training under Navarose's special supplementary lessons. A few days later, the story shifts to Laudaland prison. The massive prison, surrounded by the sea, echoes with prisoners' screams. Inside, an interrogator has already pulled several teeth from a prisoner during questioning. Just then, he remembers that he has guests waiting to meet him and leaves the interrogation room. Navarose and Ronan arrive at Laudaland prison, where they're welcomed by Karaka, the interrogator assigned to the newly captured criminals. Karaka politely introduces himself and offers to take them to the prisoners while explaining the investigation. Ronan quietly tells Navarose that Karaka seems far too kind for someone working in Laudaland. Navarose warns him not to judge by appearances, saying Karaka is known as the worst nightmare. As they walk, Karaka reveals the name of the enemy organization, Nebula Clasier. Navarose says she's never heard of it and asks if it's similar to Caliburo. Karaka replies that it's likely even more dangerous. He explains that Nebula Clasier was responsible for several major disasters, including the Nalada Granary incident and the explosion at the Edamen Engineering Research Facility, along with many other attacks over the past year. Ronan is shocked that such a massive organization never appeared in his previous life. He asks whether the prisoners mentioned Starlight during interrogation. Karaka says they've never said anything about it. Ronan insists that both Yudon and Cirilla mentioned Starlight during their battle, and believes it's connected to their true objective. Hearing this, Karaka silently puts on his interrogation mask. The atmosphere instantly becomes terrifying. Even Ronan feels intimidated by the overwhelming change in his presence. Karaka apologizes for showing his weak side during their first meeting before opening the prison cell. Inside, Ronan is horrified. Yudon's arms and legs have been cut off and he's hanging from chains. Cirilla has been blinded. Karaka explains that because Yudon regenerates with dark magic, the best way to interrogate him is to keep burning him until regeneration slows down. He demonstrates by pressing a red-hot iron into Yudon's body. Karaka calmly says that once a regenerating prisoner loses their limbs, they'll eventually become very cooperative. Despite everything, Karaka accuses Yudon of still hiding something. Grabbing his hair, he reminds him they agreed not to keep secrets. Crying in pain, Yudon insists he's already revealed everything. Karaka immediately asks why Ronan knows about Starlight if that's true. He says they'll discuss Starlight next, but points out that Cirilla can't regenerate, and if he tortures her further, she'll simply die. Broken by the torture, Cirilla begs Karaka to kill her. Watching the scene, Ronan is disturbed. Even during his time in the disciplinary corps, he'd never witnessed such brutal interrogation. He begins thinking that maybe Yudon isn't refusing to answer voluntarily. Instead, he suggests that forbidden magic may have been placed on both prisoners to prevent them from revealing certain secrets. He explains that armies often use such magic to stop captured soldiers from leaking classified information. Karaka immediately realizes Ronan is right, and admits he overlooked something obvious. He leaves briefly and soon returns carrying a strange monster called the Cursed Eye, a creature that devours magical curses. Karaka places it on Yudon's head. Yudon screams as the creature absorbs the curse, changing from yellow to blue. Karaka announces that the curse has been removed. He asks Yudon once again, "What is Starlight?" This time, Yudon answers. He says that the star is an eternal being, and through its power, the weak people of the world can be saved. He explains that Nebula Clasier is merely a small light waiting for the star's arrival, and is working to fulfill that dream. Cirilla desperately tells him to stop talking. Karaka admits he doesn't fully understand and asks him directly whether something is going to descend from the sky. Yudon finally reveals the truth. The star's children are coming. The moment Ronan hears those words, he realizes Yudon is talking about Ahiyut. After hearing star's children, Ronan rushes to Yudon and asks if he's talking about Ahiyut. The moment Ahiyut's name is spoken, Yudon is shocked. He asks how Ronan knows that name, but before he can say anything else, his body begins to swell uncontrollably. Karaka immediately pushes Ronan back and raises a protective barrier. A second later, Yudon explodes into pieces. Karaka explains that although the Cursed Eye removed one curse, Yudon was actually carrying two separate curses. The first curse prevented him from revealing information about the star to anyone outside Nebula Clasier. The second curse caused his body to explode if certain forbidden words or names were mentioned. Cirilla trembles after witnessing Yudon's death. Karaka then asks Ronan who Ahiyut is. Since the name triggered such a powerful curse, Karaka believes it's highly classified information known only to Nebula Clasier. As the lead investigator, he demands to know how Ronan learned it. Ronan calmly lies. He says he overheard Yudon and Cirilla talking inside Grand Carpadoki and initially ignored the name. Only after hearing Star's children today did he realize Ahiyut might be important, so he interrupted the interrogation. Karaka listens, but internally concludes that Ronan is hiding something. However, after looking into Ronan's eyes, he decides Ronan isn't a threat to the Empire. Instead, he sees determination, responsibility, and genuine hatred toward the enemy. Just then, Navarose points her sword at Karaka and warns him not to interrogate her student. Karaka immediately backs off, apologizes, and says he was only double-checking the facts. Ronan also ends the tension, though he privately thinks Karaka almost managed to interrogate him instead. Karaka then mentions that one Cursed Eye died during the interrogation. He explains these monsters are extremely powerful and difficult to obtain. Showing another Cursed Eye on his shoulder, he asks Ronan if he'd like to touch it. Suddenly, Karaka notices the creature's color changing. It seems to have absorbed another curse, even though it never touched Cirilla. Realizing the only possibility is Ronan, Karaka remembers touching him while protecting everyone from Yudon's explosion. To confirm his suspicion, he places the Cursed Eye on Ronan's hand. The monster instantly explodes. Shocked, Ronan asks what just happened. Karaka realizes the curse inside Ronan is so overwhelming that even a Cursed Eye couldn't withstand it. He tells Ronan something unexpected. "I think you're cursed." Ronan can't believe it. Karaka asks whether there are things everyone else can do that Ronan simply cannot. Ronan immediately remembers that he has never been able to use mana, unlike everyone around him. Karaka explains that he can't remove Ronan's curse, but judging from its strength, this isn't an ordinary curse. It's an extremely powerful and potentially fatal curse, cast by someone incredibly skilled. The meeting ends outside Laudaland prison. Karaka says he'll contact them once he successfully removes Cirilla's curse and learns more from her. On the way out, he notices Ronan lost in thought. Ronan admits he's still processing the fact that he's cursed. Kuraka reassures him not to lose hope. Since Ronan studies at Filion Academy, he may already be close to the continent's greatest curse expert. He reveals that the Academy's renowned mage, Professor Mya Secret, is considered the leading authority on curses on the entire continent. Back at Filion Academy, Ronan tells Navarose his eyes have been itching ever since the eye-cursed monster touched him. Navarose explains the curse has weakened, so the lingering irritation is normal. She asks if he has any idea who cursed him, but after thinking through all of his enemies, Ronan can't come up with a single suspect. He thanks Navarose for saving him in Laudalan, admitting Kuraka's terrifying eyes nearly forced him to confess to a crime he never committed. Navarose brushes it off, saying protecting her students is simply her responsibility. Ronan realizes Navarose isn't just powerful, she's genuinely kind. Then a troubling thought crosses his mind. In his previous life, he never even heard of her. Could Nebula Clazier have destroyed Filion Academy before she ever had the chance to make a name for herself? The next day, Ronan heads to Sherry Forest to meet Adeshin. Adeshin happily greets him and reveals that ever since the Carden incident, everyone has started treating her with respect. Even Carden himself is scared to face her now. She then takes Ronan to meet Professor Secret, the only person capable of lifting his curse. After seeing the bizarre area, Ronan jokes that Secret must be a pretty strange professor. Adeshin agrees, explaining that's exactly why she asked a younger magic student to guide them. Moments later, Elizabeth Akaluja suddenly appears through magic. Ronan immediately recognizes her as the girl from the Academy ceremony. Elizabeth happily greets Adeshin, but the second she notices Ronan, she completely panics. Ronan teases her by calling her Eli, making her even more embarrassed before she reluctantly leads him through the forest. When they arrive at a tiny rundown hut, Ronan jokingly asks if she's planning to bury him alive instead of introducing him to the professor. Inside the hut sits nothing but a silent old woman. Before Ronan can ask any more questions, Elizabeth warns him not to move. She casts a spell, but it has absolutely no effect on the old woman. Then, without warning, the old woman's mouth opens impossibly wide. Elizabeth calmly explains that this isn't the professor, it's the entrance. The two step inside the giant mouth and discover an enormous hidden library. The shabby hut was nothing more than a disguise for Professor Secret's real office. Suddenly, a young-looking girl appears behind Ronan. This is Professor Secret. Although she looks like a child, she's actually 83 years old. After examining Ronan's eyes for only a moment, she immediately senses an incredibly dangerous force hidden inside him. With an excited smile, she declares that Ronan may be the most interesting case she's ever encountered. Ronan can't believe the child standing before him is Professor Secret. Secret explains that her appearance is the result of a special condition. Despite looking like a little girl, she's actually over 80 years old. Ronan jokingly asks if she meant 8 instead of 80. Ignoring the joke, Secret says they can discuss her age later. Right now, removing his curse is far more important. With a snap of her fingers, several dark curses emerge from Ronan's body. Shocked, Ronan asks what he's looking at. Secret reveals that his body is covered in multiple ancient magic curses, each one incredibly dangerous. Even the most skilled mages wouldn't dare touch them. Ronan immediately asks if that means she can't remove them. Secret admits the situation is worse than she expected, but she came fully prepared. She explains her plan. She'll send Ronan into his own mind and manifest the curse. His job is simple: find the curse's source and cut it down. Confused, Ronan asks how he'll know which one to destroy. Secret confidently tells him he'll recognize it when he sees it. She taps his forehead, instantly pulling him into his mind. Ronan falls into a strange world before landing in front of his childhood home. He quickly realizes the curse's origin must be connected to this place. Then he notices a little girl walking past him. It's his older sister, Earl, still a child. She happily calls baby Ronan adorable and asks their mother why he sleeps all the time. Their mother smiles and explains that babies grow while they sleep. She reminds Earl that she used to be the same way. Then she asks Earl to always protect her little brother if he ever gets sick. Without hesitation, Earl promises she'll always protect Ronan because he's her precious little brother. Watching the scene unfold, Ronan is completely speechless. He can't believe the baby in the cradle is actually him. He even jokes to himself that he always imagined he must have been a mischievous kid. Only then does he realize he's witnessing his own forgotten past. Suddenly, the front door opens. The entire atmosphere changes. A man walks inside, radiating an overwhelming aura. Ronan tries to see his face, but his body freezes in place. He can't move at all. Enrolls and her mother warmly welcome the man, who is actually Ronan's father, though Ronan doesn't know that yet. His mother mentions baby Ronan is sleeping in the cradle, assuming his father is excited to see him. Instead, the man instantly knocks Ronan's mother unconscious with magic. When Enrolls rushes toward her mother, he knocks her out too. Watching helplessly, Ronan screams in anger. Then he sees it. The man begins using the exact same curse that Sekret had just revealed inside Ronan's body. He walks over to the cradle and casts the curse on baby Ronan. At that moment, everything clicks. Ronan realizes the person who cursed him from birth was his own father. Outside the mind realm, Sekret struggles to maintain the spell. Even after preparing for this ritual, she didn't expect Ronan's curse to be this powerful. As Ronan remains unconscious, Sekret pours nearly all of her mana into keeping the mind realm stable. Watching from the side, Elizabeth asks how many curses are actually inside Ronan. Sekret reveals the terrifying truth. His body carries 10 separate curses. Elizabeth is left completely stunned, but Sekret explains she's not trying to remove all 10. Right now, she's only trying to break the first one. Ronan watches helplessly as the masked man knocks out his mother and Enrolls before placing a curse on baby Ronan. The moment the man leaves, Ronan regains control of his body. After confirming his family is only unconscious, he calms himself and chases after the culprit. Outside, the man is already waiting for him. Certain this is the one who cursed him, Ronan attacks without hesitation, furious that someone dared hurt his family. The mysterious man creates a sword from dark energy and effortlessly overpowers Ronan. No matter how hard Ronan fights, he can't land a single hit before being cut down in one devastating slash. As the man walks away, Ronan refuses to give up. Looking back at how his mother and Enrolls welcomed the stranger, he finally realizes the horrifying truth. This man is his father. Ronan demands to know why he attacked his own family and cursed his own son, but his father never says a word. Declaring that such a man doesn't deserve to be called a father, Ronan launches one final attack. This time, his father simply closes his eyes and accepts the blow. Ronan decapitates him in a single strike, vowing to uncover the truth himself if his father won't speak. The body immediately turns to ash. Just like that, one of the 10 curses is finally broken. Ronan wakes up inside Professor Sekret's office, where a mysterious woman's voice asks how he's feeling after surviving the ritual. Still confused, Ronan turns around and asks the woman one simple question. "Who are you?" Ronan wakes up and asks the mysterious woman who she is before realizing she's actually Professor Sekret. Surprised by how old she suddenly looks, Ronan asks if helping him caused this transformation. Sekret assures him it has nothing to do with him and instead asks how he's feeling. Ronan notices something different. For the first time, he can see mana flowing around Sekret, proving that breaking the curse restored one of his lost senses. Later, the two sit down for tea as Ronan tells her everything he witnessed inside the mind realm. After hearing the entire story, Sekret concludes that the curse recreated forgotten memories from Ronan's past. She believes his father altered his memories with the curse, accidentally leaving behind fragments that resurfaced during the ritual. Ronan admits neither he nor Enrolls remembers anything about their parents, as if those memories were completely erased. Sekret explains that's likely the curse's doing. She also reveals that Ronan was only able to sense mana because recovering those lost memories temporarily restored one of his sealed abilities. Although Ronan can now see mana, Sekret says he still can't use it. To fully regain that power, he'll have to break at least 2 more of the 9 remaining curses. Since the curses are extremely powerful and their origin is still unknown, Sekret says she'll prepare for the next ritual and contact him when she's ready. As sunrise arrives, Ronan notices Sekret has transformed back into a little girl. She warns him not to dwell on the past and to focus on his future instead. After thanking her, Ronan leaves. Meanwhile, at Grand Carpadoki, the head of the Grantia family, Joseph Sinovan de Grantia, arrives to inspect the giant crystal monster. He's impressed that Navarrose's student managed to defeat it alone. His knight, Dalen, reports that recovery efforts are going smoothly and reveals they finally identified the student involved in the incident. Interested, Joseph decides to meet Filian's new hero. Just then, the crystal giant suddenly reactivates. Dalen offers to destroy it, but Joseph calmly steps forward, and with a single swing of his sword, slices the giant apart before walking away as if it were nothing. Now, his next destination is Filian Academy, to meet Ronan. The next morning, Ronan is surprised when two unexpected visitors arrive at his room. One of them, Dahlin, acts arrogantly, but before things escalate, the head of the Grantia family, Joseph Sinovan de Grantia, apologizes for the unannounced visit. The moment Ronan sees Dahlin, he notices a strange, dark aura mixed into his mana. It feels eerily familiar, but he can't figure out why. Joseph returns Ronan's sword sheath, explaining that Master Doron personally asked him to deliver it. As thanks for saving Grand Carpadoki, he also presents Ronan with the Grantia family's medallion, bearing the Patriarch's seal. Ronan is stunned, joking that it's valuable enough to buy 3 villages. Joseph explains it's the least he can do for the hero who saved Grand Carpadoki. He also reveals that the other students who helped Ronan have already received rewards. The conversation soon turns serious. Joseph asks if Ronan knows who was behind the attack, promising to personally investigate the incident. Ronan warns him that the people responsible are extremely dangerous and far more cunning than they appear. As he speaks, Dahlan's strange aura begins reacting violently. That's when Ronan realizes where he's seen that aura before. It's identical to the aura surrounding the 2 rats from Nebula Clasier. Ronan immediately suspects Dahlan is one of them. Curiously, Joseph doesn't seem able to sense anything unusual, making Ronan wonder if he's the only person who can see this corrupted mana. To test his theory, Ronan deliberately mentions the prophecy of the star, and reveals that it's connected to Nebula Clasier and the star's children. Dahlan's reaction grows even stronger. Pretending not to notice, Ronan casually claims he already captured 2 members of the organization and forced them to reveal everything before killing them. Joseph decides he's heard enough, but Ronan can already tell his trap worked. By provoking Dahlan, he confirmed his suspicions. As Joseph prepares to leave, Ronan says he'll send him a detailed letter that night, especially about Ahiut. The moment Dahlan hears that name, he completely loses his composure. That night, Dahlan secretly breaks into Ronan's room to silence him, but Ronan was expecting him. Avoiding the surprise attack, Ronan reveals himself and greets him with a smile. "I knew you'd come. Rat number 3. When Dahlan demands to know how Ronan figured it out, Ronan interrupts him and points behind him. Waiting there is a special guest, Shilfin Grantia. Furious after witnessing Dahlan's assassination attempt, Shilfin orders him to explain himself. Earlier that evening, Ronan secretly met Shilfin and revealed that Dahlan was a traitor. Shilfin refused to believe it at first. Dahlan had loyally served the Grantia family for years, so he demanded proof. Ronan simply told him to come that night and see the truth with his own eyes. Back in the present, Shilfin confronts Dahlan and demands an explanation. Instead of answering, Dahlan releases his mana, creating a heavy pressure that slows both Ronan and Shilfin. He immediately attacks Ronan, but the strike is blocked. Furious, Shilfin asks why Dahlan betrayed the Grantia family. Dahlan reveals he never considered himself part of the family. Blaming Ronan for exposing him, he turns his blade toward Shilfin. Realizing Ronan was right all along, Shilfin gives him permission to fight without holding back. Ronan intercepts Dahlan's attack, while Shilfin admits he needed absolute proof before accusing one of his father's most trusted knights. The battle quickly turns against Dahlan. Even under the pressure of Dahlan's mana, Shilfin overwhelms him with incredible swordsmanship. Dahlan is stunned, wondering if Shilfin had been hiding his true strength this whole time. Before he can recover, Ronan joins the fight, forcing Dahlan to defend against both of them at once. Although Dahlan manages to dodge Ronan's attacks and kick him back, he realizes the battle is making too much noise. If the professors arrive, escape will be impossible. He immediately jumps through a nearby window and flees, regretting ever thinking he could defeat both Ronan and Shilfin together. But Shilfin is already waiting outside. Admitting he still hasn't mastered the Grantia family's secret Tempest sword, Shilfin declares he's become strong enough to use it without endangering anyone nearby. He unleashes the family's ultimate technique. Dahlan tries to stop it, but he's too late. The attack cuts him down instantly. As Dahlan dies, Shilfin quietly declares that no one in the Grantia family will mourn him, because he was never truly one of them. Ronan catches up with Shilfin and jokes that, judging by Dahlan's condition, there's no way they'll be taking him back alive. Shilfin replies that he only severed Dahlan's tendons, so he might still survive. He then rushes off to report the betrayal to his family and expose any remaining traitors, leaving Ronan to deal with the aftermath. Moments later, Headmaster Cravier and Navarros arrive after hearing the commotion. Ronan briefly gets distracted by Navarros' snake t-shirt before explaining what happened. Before revealing everything, however, he suddenly shouts, "Ah, you son of a bitch!" Cravier is completely confused. Ronan was simply testing whether the headmaster had any connection to Nebula Clazier. Satisfied with his reaction, Ronan tells him the full story the next day. After learning that Nebula Clazier had infiltrated the Grantia family, Cravier praises Ronan for preventing yet another disaster. Ronan decides to keep one important secret to himself: his ability to see corrupted mana, knowing it could put both him and everyone close to him in danger. As a reward for everything he's done, Cravier offers Ronan anything he wants. Ronan asks for permission to create a brand new student club. The very next day, he announces the Special Adventure Club, a group focused on real missions and combat outside the academy, the only club officially allowed to leave campus. The idea shocks the students, and Ronan invites anyone interested to attend interviews at the Galilean Arena. Among the crowd, a mysterious hooded girl silently watches him from afar. A few days later, on the final day of interviews, Ronan is disappointed to find almost no applicants. Maria explains that everyone was scared away after Ronan beat up every candidate during the entrance test and made survivors sign a waiver saying they'd risk their lives for the club. Rumors even started spreading that applicants had to kill 10 people just to join. Despite that, Ronan accepts Braum, impressed by his determination to grow stronger. As the day ends with no new recruits, Ronan thanks Adeshin for helping him despite her busy schedule. While wondering whether he should tell her about the Grand Commander's warning, someone finally approaches. It's the same hooded girl from the plaza. Introducing herself as Ophelia, she quietly asks if the club is still accepting members. When Ronan asks if she's here for the interview, she lowers her hood and asks a strange question. "If I join your club, can I touch it?" When Ronan asks what she wants to touch, Ophelia quietly points to Sita resting on his shoulder. Relieved, Ronan tells her she's free to pet Sita if she joins the Special Adventure Club. As Ophelia steps closer, Ronan realizes he never sensed her approaching. He can't even detect her mana, confirming she's far stronger than an ordinary student. After introducing herself as Ophelia Denite, a junior in the magic department, she begins the entrance test. Using dark magic, she tears through the enchanted training dummy with a single shadow claw, leaving Ronan and Adeshin stunned. Adeshin explains that controlling dark mana at that level is incredibly difficult. But Ronan notices something even stranger. At the center of Ophelia's mana is a blood-red energy almost identical to Sita's. Without needing any further tests, Ronan immediately accepts her into the club. Using telepathy, Ophelia privately asks Ronan not to reveal what he saw before requesting to speak somewhere else. Once they're alone, Ophelia reveals she's a vampire. She explains that while many vampires left the Empire long ago, a small number still live there in secret. She only approached Ronan because she sensed blood magic coming from Sita. Ronan reveals that Sita absorbed blood the moment it hatched, which is why it possesses vampire-like abilities. When Ophelia learns Sita is only 2 months old, she's completely shocked. Realizing Sita's potential far exceeds her expectations, she asks Ronan for a favor. Although she can't officially join the club yet because of an important research project, she promises to become one of its hardest-working members once it's finished. The next day, Ronan gathers everyone at the Special Adventure Club's new headquarters, impressed that Headmaster Cravier gave them an entire building. He notices that Maria and Asel have already received their Grand Carpadoki rewards. Maria now wields a new sword tailored to her fighting style, while Asel's magical bracelet dramatically boosts his mana control, speed, and power. After everyone takes a seat, Ronan finally reveals why he created the club. Its only goal is to grow stronger through real-life missions, instead of classroom training. Their first destination will be the unexplored Vedana mountain range, one of the Empire's most dangerous regions. The announcement leaves Maria confused, Asel nervous, and Braum excited. Ronan admits he has another objective there as well, but says it can wait. For now, he tells Maria and Asel that before the expedition begins, they need to overcome their biggest weaknesses. Then he smiles, draws his sword, and gives them a simple order. "Come with me, it's time to fight." As Maria and Asel follow Ronan, they ask what weaknesses he was talking about. Ronan explains that before leaving on long missions, they need to finish their academy classes early. Otherwise, balancing school and club activities will be impossible, and Headmaster Cravier would never approve it. To see where they stand, Ronan brings them to the training hall and challenges them to attack him together. He'll only use his sword's sheath. The fight begins with Maria shattering the floor, allowing Asel to control the flying debris with his improved telekinesis. Ronan easily dodges the barrage, but before he can react, Maria appears behind him with a powerful sword strike. He narrowly avoids it, admitting that blocking the attack would have been a mistake. The two continue coordinating perfectly, forcing Ronan to stay on the defensive. Then Asel drops a massive boulder from above. This time, Ronan finally draws his sword and slices the rock into pieces. Smiling, he ends the test. Ronan praises both of them for their incredible progress, especially Asel, whose growth exceeds his expectations. Confident they only need a little more work, Ronan immediately starts their special training. Despite begging for a break, Maria and Asel are dragged into 2 weeks of brutal training. At the end of it, the entire club earns enough completion certificates to finish their required coursework early. When they present the certificates to Headmaster Cravier, he's stunned that Ronan actually pulled it off. Keeping his promise, he officially grants the Special Adventure Club permission to leave campus. The very next day, Ronan and his team arrive at the unexplored Vedana mountain range. Asel immediately notices the region's incredibly pure mana, while Braum asks what their mission is. Ronan explains they're still far from the mountain's core, where their real objective awaits. Besides that, they're also searching for something else hidden in the mountains. Unbeknownst to the group, an elf living inside a nearby shrine senses their arrival. After years without visitors, the elf smiles and decides it's finally time to meet these unexpected guests. Deep inside the Vedana mountains, Ronan's group reaches a cliff overlooking an entire orc village. Braum is shocked by its size, but Ronan explains this is only the beginning. If left alone, the orcs will continue multiplying until they spread across the entire mountain range and eventually threaten the Empire. That's why their first mission is to wipe them out before they become a real danger. Asel immediately panics at the thought of fighting so many orcs, but Ronan reassures him they're the perfect opponents for training. Secretly, however, he knows the real threat is the two-headed ogre hidden deeper in the mountains, a monster even he couldn't defeat in his previous life. Just as they're about to attack, a voice stops them. An elf has somehow approached without Ronan sensing even a trace of mana. Introducing himself as Sarante, the elf explains he's a priest serving an ancient divine spirit named Senil. He warns them that now isn't the right time to attack because the monsters have been behaving strangely. Recently, orcs have started roaming every night, while ogres are leaving territories they normally never abandon. Something unusual is happening in the mountains. Still suspicious, Ronan points his sword at Sarante and makes him repeat his usual loyalty test, shouting, "Ahyut, you bastard!" Confused but pressured, Sarante reluctantly repeats it, convincing Ronan he's probably not connected to Nebula Clasier. Sarante then reveals he's over 1,000 years old, leaving everyone speechless. With a wave of his hand, he dispels a massive barrier, revealing Senil's hidden shrine. Even Asel is stunned, admitting the barrier magic surpasses anything their instructors could cast. Sarante invites the group inside to rest before showing them a strange stone monument dedicated to Senil. As everyone settles in, Mario reminds Ronan to ask about the accursed monster. The moment Ronan mentions it, Sarante immediately realizes Ronan himself is carrying a curse. Surprised that the elf sensed it so easily, Ronan agrees to speak with him privately. While preparing tea, Sarante reveals he knew from their first meeting that Ronan wasn't an ordinary student. Although Ronan acts friendly, he secretly stays on guard, keeping one hand on his sword while confirming Sarante doesn't possess the same corrupted mana he sensed from Dalan. When Sarante offers him a cup of tea, Ronan hesitates, wondering if it could be poisoned. But the moment he smells it, he notices an incredibly pure flow of mana surrounding the drink, unlike anything he's ever experienced before. Ronan is stunned as he watches mana flowing more clearly than ever before. Sarante explains that the tea contains a rare herb found only in the Vedana mountains. It opens blocked mana pathways and sharpens the senses. While the herb has little effect on ordinary people, Ronan's sealed mana makes him the perfect candidate. He even packs some of the herbs for Ronan, and tells him to keep drinking the tea to gradually improve his condition. Sarante then warns him about the accursed monster. Although its eye can remove curses, it does so by consuming the user's lifespan. Using it once isn't dangerous, but relying on it could eventually cost Ronan his life. The warning catches Ronan completely off guard. Realizing he's been rushing ever since learning the truth about his father, Ronan decides he needs to be more patient. If he makes the wrong move, he'll die before ever reaching starlight. Still, one question remains. Who exactly is Sarante? Despite never meeting him in his previous life, Ronan feels strangely comfortable around him. When Ronan mentions the fanatics waiting for the arrival of the star, Sarante's expression changes. He quietly wonders if those people are preparing to repeat the same tragedy once again. That night, Sarante stands before Senyal's shrine, remembering the countless innocent lives lost in the past. Ronan unexpectedly joins him, asking about the strange stone that represents Senyal. Sarante explains that every 1,000 years, priests transport the sacred stone to the distant sanctuary of Dakanya, where violent storms destroy almost everything. Yet this stone has endured for over 1,000 years, symbolizing Senyal's unwavering will. When Ronan asks why Sarante is the only priest left, he admits that many abandoned their faith, and even he nearly gave up. But hope kept him going, the belief that one day Senyal's will would save the world. His words remind Ronan of Adeshan's dream to become the Grand Commander. The next day, Ronan changes his plans. His entire team begins drinking Sarante's tea to strengthen their mana sensitivity, while Ronan accompanies Sarante to gather more of the rare herbs. Over the next 2 days, everything goes smoothly, and Ronan starts trusting the mysterious elf. But the story suddenly flashes forward. The shrine lies in ruins. Ronan is badly injured, and Sarante's lifeless body is lying in front of him. Returning to the present, Ronan's group prepares to leave the shrine. Still worried about the strange monster activity, Sarante wishes they could stay a little longer. Ronan declines, confident his team can handle whatever awaits them. Before they leave, Sarante gives Ronan a special spell that lets the group pass through the shrine's barrier whenever they need. He urges them to return immediately if they sense any danger. That same night, deep in the forest, dozens of dead orcs cover the ground. Standing among the bodies is another elf, Brija. Unable to lure Sarante out with the orc attacks, she decides she'll have to visit him herself. Ronan's group overlooks the orc village and notices stolen clothes and jewelry everywhere. Ronan realizes the orcs must have raided a nearby village while they were staying at the shrine. Declaring it their club's first real mission, he orders everyone to attack. Asel uses his magic to lower Maria and Braum into the village, where they immediately cut down 2 orcs before charging through the rest. The remaining orcs surround them, but Asel provides cover from above, using his improved telekinesis to hurl rocks with deadly accuracy. One orc falls, then another, until Ronan tells him to stop holding back. Asel unleashes a barrage of boulders that wipes out the remaining orcs, ending the battle. Although the mission is a success, Asel is shaken after taking so many lives. Ronan reassures him that if anyone is going to hell, they'll all go together. Braum jokes that Asel will probably receive the harshest punishment, making him panic even more, while Maria scolds Braum for teasing him. Watching the group, Ronan is satisfied. Their first real battle has made them stronger. Just then, Sita suddenly alerts him to something nearby. Hidden among the trees is an elf tied to a wooden post. Ronan frees her and has Sita heal her injuries, but the healing magic barely works. As the elf regains consciousness, she immediately recognizes the mana surrounding Ronan and asks if he came from the shrine. Before Ronan can answer, she grabs him and desperately begs to be taken back. They're coming. If we're too late, Sarante will die. After saying that, she collapses again. Ronan immediately carries the injured elf back to the shrine. The moment Sarante sees her, he's completely shocked, clearly recognizing who she is. Meanwhile, Maria, Braum, and Asel continue searching the orc village. While inspecting the bodies, Asel notices something strange. Every orc has a hidden magic circle engraved on its head. The circles had been concealed by advanced magic, and someone had been controlling every orc in the village from the shadows. Sarante treats the injured elf and assures Ronan she'll recover. The healing magic failed because she was poisoned, but the antidote is already working. He thanks Ronan for saving her, revealing she's not just another elf. She's his sibling in faith, someone who once devoted her life to Senyal just like he did. Ronan then asks the question that's been bothering him. Who is trying to kill Sarante? Sarante explains that a mysterious religious organization has hunted him for centuries. They worship an unknown god, hide in the shadows, and have committed countless atrocities. Then he reveals their name, Nebula Clazier. Ronan is stunned. He urges Sarante to leave the shrine with them, but Sarante refuses. Abandoning Senyal's shrine would put countless innocent lives at risk. Instead, he asks Ronan to leave before Nebula Clazier finds him as well. Before they part ways, Sarante gives Ronan a special ring. If Ronan ever visits the Mage Tower of Dawn, he should show it to the tower's librarian, who may know how to remove his remaining curses. As Ronan leaves, Sarante thanks him for giving him some of the happiest days of his long life. Ronan laughs it off, promising they'll meet again soon. The moment Ronan disappears, the injured elf drops her act. She's actually Bridja, the same elf who had been searching for Sarante. Bridja reveals she's an assassin working for Nebula Clazier. Sarante calmly admits he poisoned her instead of healing her, because it was the only way to stop her. Bridja laughs, explaining she staged the entire rescue after failing to lure Sarante out with the orc attacks. She even considered killing Ronan and his friends to force Sarante to appear, but decided against it because they were fellow elves. Finally, she reveals her orders. Bring Sarante back, or kill him. The two immediately clash, shaking the entire mountain with their first exchange. Not far away, Ronan feels the shockwave. Just then, Maria, Braum, and Asel catch up and report discovering mysterious magic circles controlling every orc in the village. Before Ronan can process the information, another massive explosion erupts from the direction of the shrine. Then the ground begins to shake. Crashing through the forest, a gigantic two-headed ogre appears, crushing orcs beneath its feet as it marches straight toward Ronan and his team. The monster Ronan feared most has finally arrived. Inside the shrine, Sarante and Bridja's battle tears the building apart. Bridja attacks with her sword while Sarante answers with powerful magic, summoning a massive storm. Excited, Bridja coats her blade in mana and slices straight through it, causing both attacks to cancel out in a violent explosion. The fight continues as Bridja suddenly vanishes and reappears in front of Sarante. He barely blocks her strike with a magic shield, sending both of them flying backward. Bridja offers Sarante one last chance to join Nebula Clazier, promising him a position as one of its executives. Sarante refuses without hesitation, saying he'll never serve another cult. Bridja laughs, claiming she's only been holding back because Sarante was too busy protecting Ronan and the others to focus on their fight. She mocks him for risking everything to save a few students. Sarante calmly replies that they're his guests, and if she lays a finger on them, he'll kill her himself. Bridja smiles and delivers chilling news. It's already too late. They're probably dead. At that exact moment, a massive explosion echoes from the direction where Ronan's group had gone. Sarante instinctively looks toward the blast. The split-second distraction is all Bridja needs. She cuts off one of his arms. Meanwhile, the gigantic two-headed ogre charges straight toward Ronan and his team. The overwhelming pressure leaves everyone frozen in fear. Before anyone can react, the ogre smashes Braum with a single punch, launching him into a tree. Maria and Asel freeze as the monster turns toward them next. Just as the ogre throws another punch, Ronan steps in. With a single swing of his sword, he blocks the monster's massive fist. Even the ogre is caught off guard. Without taking his eyes off the enemy, Ronan orders Maria and Asel to retreat and have Sita heal Braum. Then he gives them one final command. Leave this monster to me. Ronan orders Maria and Asel to get Braum to safety, while he faces the two-headed ogre alone. As the battle begins, Ronan notices the same magic circle inside the ogre's eyes that he saw on the crystal giant. That confirms his suspicion. Nebula Clazier is behind this monster too. The enraged ogre attacks relentlessly, but Ronan dodges every blow before launching a series of sword strikes. None of them can pierce the ogre's skin. Realizing the monster is just as powerful as he remembers from his previous life, Ronan blocks another crushing punch, only to be blasted backward by the impact. The ogre then rips up a tree, grabs a dead orc, and hurls both at Ronan. This time, Ronan stops holding back. Remembering how the same monster defeated him in his previous life, he realizes everything is different now. With La Mancha in his hands and Navarro's sword technique, he finally has the power to cut through its defenses. Ronan slices the incoming tree in half, leaps through the debris, and unleashes Navarro's technique directly at the ogre's neck. Landing calmly behind it, he sheathes his sword. The ogre takes one final step. Then its body splits into pieces. Although he wins, Ronan isn't satisfied, believing he took far too long to finish the fight. After confirming Sita has stabilized Braum's condition, Ronan tells Maria and Asel to take him back while he checks on Sarante. When Ronan reaches the shrine, he finds it completely destroyed. Moments later, Sarante staggers out of the ruins. One of his arms is gone, yet he's relieved to see Ronan alive. Instead of explaining what happened, Sarante urgently tells Ronan to leave before Nebula Clazier returns. Before Ronan can respond, Bridget suddenly appears behind Sarante. In a single strike, she drives her blade straight through his body. Ronan watches in horror as blood pours from Sarante's mouth. Ronan is horrified to find Sarante critically wounded. Before he can understand what happened, Bridget steps out and reveals that Sarante nearly killed her after losing his arm by unleashing a devastating storm spell. The only reason she survived was because of the blessing of the star, a power that completely nullifies magic. It's the same ability Ahyu possesses. Bridget then notices Ronan and realizes he defeated the two-headed ogre. Changing back into the form of the injured elf Ronan rescued earlier, she thanks him for unknowingly helping her bypass the shrine's barrier. As a reward, she promises to give him a painless death. She immediately attacks, but Ronan dodges the strike, rescues Sarante, and orders Sita to keep him alive at all costs. Then Ronan turns to face Bridget. He accuses Nebula Clazier of destroying the blacksmith's forge, infiltrating the Grantia family, and now attacking the shrine. Bridget smiles, realizing Ronan is the one who's been eliminating members of her organization. The two clash in a fierce sword fight. Ronan quickly realizes Bridget is reading all of his movements, meaning he'll have to finish the battle in a single decisive strike. Instead of killing him, Bridget offers Ronan a place in Nebula Clazier, impressed by his talent. Ronan rejects the offer without hesitation. In response, Bridget fires a magic arrow into Sarante's leg and warns that his life now depends on Ronan's decision. Even as Sarante tells Ronan to run, Ronan refuses to back down. His answer is simple. "I'm going to kill you." The battle intensifies, and Bridget becomes even more excited, admitting she hasn't fought someone this talented in a very long time. Finally, she catches Ronan's sword arm, stops his attack completely, and decides he's too valuable to kill. Instead, she drives a magic arrow straight through his chest. Ronan crashes to the ground, blood pouring from the wound. Standing over him with her sword drawn, Bridget smiles. "I'm taking you to Starlight." Bridget moves in to finish Ronan, but before her attack lands, Sarante saves him with a mana shield. Ignoring his own injuries, Sarante warns Bridget that anyone who threatens his friends will never leave the shrine alive. Ronan tries to stop him, insisting he's in no condition to fight, but Sarante pushes him aside with magic and prepares one final spell. As Bridget charges, she suddenly freezes. A hidden magic circle activates beneath her, binding her in place. Sarante reveals it was his final trap. Calling Bridget his former sister, he unleashes a devastating lightning spell that engulfs her in blinding light. He pours everything into the attack, willing to sacrifice both his remaining mana and his own life to end the battle. But the light fades, and Bridget is still standing. She reveals that the blessing of the star completely nullifies magical attacks, making Sarante's ultimate spell useless. Declaring that only death awaits him now, she prepares the finishing blow. At the last second, Sita jumps in to protect Sarante. Knowing he has little time left, Sarante contacts Ronan through telepathy. He warns that the blessing of the star can erase magic, but Bridget has also exhausted herself. He begs Ronan to escape and prepare for the day she comes after him again. Ronan refuses. "I've never run from a fight, and I'm not starting today." Inspired, Sarante launches one final barrage of lightning to distract Bridget. Confident that no attack can hurt her, Bridget completely lowers her guard and turns back towards Sarante. That's exactly what Ronan was waiting for. He dashes in and severs Bridget's arm in a single strike. Bridget is horrified. She can't understand how Ronan's sword cut through the blessing of the star. Ronan simply shrugs. "If you really want the answer, ask your precious Starlight." Before Bridget can recover, Ronan unleashes a relentless barrage of sword strikes, cutting her down for good. As Bridget lies dying, she wonders if this is truly the end. She regrets that she was so close to uncovering the truth after waiting so many years. Believing Sarante had already found that answer, she dies with that final thought. Watching her fall, Ronan realizes he survived only because Bridget trusted the blessing of the star too much and let her guard down. Otherwise, he would have been the one lying there. He recalls that in his previous life, only he could damage the giants because they possessed the same ability to nullify attacks. Now he finally understands that the higher-ups of Nebula Clazier use that very power, known as the blessing of the star. Sarante asks if Ronan is alright, but Ronan rushes to his side instead. Covered in blood, Sarante is barely alive. Ronan desperately asks Sita to heal him, insisting everything will be alright. Sarante gently stops him and asks for one final favor, to take him to Senyal. Sitting before Senyal, coughing blood, Sarante tells Ronan not to blame himself. Whether today or tomorrow, this fate was inevitable. He warns Ronan that an even harsher battle lies ahead, one that will cost him dearly and fill his life with pain. But he asks him to promise one thing: never give up. As he speaks, light begins radiating from his body. Ronan panics, but Sarante's body slowly turns to stone, just like Senyal. Placing a hand on Ronan's face, he thanks him for becoming the answer he had waited so long to find. "I'll always be watching over you through Senyal. Never forget, I'll always be with you." With those final words, Sarante's body transforms into a glowing stone orb and drifts into the sky. The next morning, Ronan silently remains beside Senyal before returning to the academy with his friends. Back at the academy, Ronan submits the Special Adventure Club's first mission report to Headmaster Cradier. Cradier points out that their very first mission was far too dangerous. Ronan explains everything was under control until the mysterious elf appeared and ruined everything. He promises future missions won't be this reckless, and asks the headmaster not to disband the club. But Cradier isn't worried about the mission itself. He's worried about Ronan. Knowing Sarante had only recently become his friend, he asks if Ronan is truly alright. Ronan admits he isn't, but he feels that if he breaks down now, Sarante would only be saddened even more. Cradier decides not to press the issue. After all, Ronan saved an entire village and eliminated a dangerous criminal. Instead of punishment, he deserves praise. Still, as headmaster, he makes Ronan promise not to risk his life so recklessly again. Ronan agrees with a smile, apologizes once more for the trouble, and leaves. As Cradier watches him go, he realizes Ronan has no idea what major event is about to happen next. Later, Ronan returns to the Special Adventure Club building, where he unexpectedly finds Schlieffen waiting for him. Schlieffen gets straight to the point. "I need to talk to you about Nebula Clazier." Afterward, Schlieffen and Ronan discuss the Nebula Clazier. Ronan asks if his family has eliminated all the infiltrators. Schlieffen reveals that over the last 2 weeks, they investigated their guards and uncovered 19 traitors. He personally executed 5, while the remaining members were sent to Laudaland prison for interrogation. However, there's a new problem. Their detection method, prohibition, has suddenly stopped working. Ronan is shocked. Schlieffen explains that after exposing those 19 traitors, prohibition became ineffective, suggesting Nebula Clazier somehow tampered with it and adapted to their plan. Ronan realizes this means he's probably the only one who can identify the remaining infiltrators by seeing their corrupted mana. Schlieffen says that's all he wanted to report and promises to share any future information. Before leaving, he smiles and says he's looking forward to fighting Ronan in the upcoming midterm exam. Ronan is confused, having no idea what exam he's talking about. 2 days later, Professor Navarose gathers her students on Philand Island, a training island under Philian, for the midterm exam. She explains that since her class focuses on real combat experience, she originally wanted to send them to an actual battlefield, but school rules wouldn't allow it. While the other students are relieved, Ronan secretly thinks that would have been far more exciting. Instead, they'll fight on this island. Navarose equips every student with a special bracelet. If anyone reaches their limit, or is no longer able to fight, the bracelet will instantly teleport them back to Philian Grand Plaza, where their injuries will be healed immediately. Excited, Navarose tells everyone to fight with full power, use every technique they know, and treat it like a real battle. Ronan can't help but think his professor is enjoying this far too much. Navarose begins calling students one by one for teleportation. The first is Adeshan. Ronan notices that even the headmaster's assistant is participating. Nearby students complain that Adeshan is only included because she receives special treatment. Some even mock her, saying her presence guarantees they won't finish last. Hearing that makes Ronan angry. He knows this exam is crucial for Adeshan, because if she enters a real battlefield with her current weakness, she won't survive. Adeshan puts on the bracelet and is teleported away. Soon, Ronan is teleported into a dense forest. At first, he thinks he's alone, but quickly smiles. "I'm never that lucky." He calls out for the hidden students to stop hiding and come out. Several upperclassmen reveal themselves. One attacks from behind, creating a huge explosion. But when the smoke clears, Ronan has already dodged and is holding his sword at the attacker's throat. He jokingly asks if this is really how seniors treat their juniors. Only then does he realize he's completely surrounded. The students admit they've formed an alliance to eliminate him first. An archer suddenly fires at Ronan. Without hesitation, Ronan throws a small rock, knocking the archer out of a tree and instantly eliminating him from the exam. Realizing their ambush failed, the remaining students charge together. But despite being outnumbered, Ronan defeats every single one of them. After the fight, he sighs. "That took longer than I expected." Meanwhile, elsewhere on the island, Adeshin has been cornered by 3 students. A third-year student named Ayan tells her she lasted longer than expected. But her exam ends here. He orders Adeshin to give up. Adeshin realizes she's exhausted, and the 3 students have grown careless because they believe third-year student Ayan guarantees their victory. Seeing a small opening, she knows she has only one chance. She slams her sword into the ground, creating a thick cloud of dust that blinds her opponents. Using the distraction, she quickly defeats the other 2 students. Without stopping, she charges straight at Ayan. But Ayan easily counters, knocks her down with a single strike, and blood spills from her mouth. Mocking her, Ayan says he never expected such a childish trick, but reminds her she'll never be strong enough to defeat him. Hidden atop a tree, Ronan watches everything unfold. He notes that Adeshin made the right tactical decision by using the terrain to confuse her enemies and eliminate them one by one. Her fundamentals are solid, but the gap between her and Ayan is simply too great. Ronan believes she'll finally realize by the end of this exam that she must give up on becoming the Grand Commander. But then, Adeshin stands back up. She attacks Ayan again. Annoyed, Ayan asks if she's trying to get herself killed. Adeshin refuses to surrender. "The exam isn't over, and neither am I." She slips behind Ayan and attacks again. Although he blocks the strike, her blade still cuts his cheek. Enraged, Ayan knocks her to her knees. Humiliated that everyone is watching him struggle against someone they consider weak, he asks her one question. Why does she keep fighting? He reminds her that he knows her background and abilities. She's nothing like the Academy's prodigies, and everyone believes she'll never amount to anything. "So why won't you just give up?" Adeshin recalls a childhood memory of standing in a graveyard while someone held her tightly and cried. Then she gives her answer. "I'll never give up, because I have to become the Grand Commander." Ayan is stunned. Adeshin continues. "This dream doesn't depend on whether I quit or not. No one else can achieve it for me. It's my destiny. And you'll never understand that." Furious, Ayan prepares to finish her, but before he can strike, Ronan suddenly appears. With one swing, he cuts Ayan's weapon in half. "It's over," Ronan says. "You fought well." He immediately defeats Ayan. As the battle ends, Ronan and Adeshin silently look at each other. Ronan asks Adeshin if she's alright. She thanks him for saving her and asks how he suddenly appeared. Ignoring the question, Ronan says there's something important he wants to know. He asks why she wants to become the Grand Commander. Confused, Adeshin asks why he's suddenly asking. Ronan insists he needs to know. After a long pause, Adeshin recalls her past and asks if Ronan has heard of the Night of the Canine. Ronan nods. It was the invasion that happened 10 years ago involving the werehumans. Adeshin explains that it was the first war between the Empire and the werehumans, fought over the Empire's attempt to expand into the northern territories. Then she reveals the truth. Her entire family died in that war. She remembers her mother and brother leaving home for an important mission. When she begged to go with them, her mother gently refused and told her to take care of herself. That was the last time she ever saw them. Later that night, the village's knights, including her family, were deployed to defend the castle. But according to Adeshin, it was never a real strategy. They were simply sent there to die. The Empire had completely underestimated the werehumans' strength, turning the battle into a needless tragedy rather than a noble sacrifice. Afterward, the Empire made peace with the werehumans, granted them territory, and accepted them into the Empire. Meanwhile, Adeshin's village was wiped out, and all they received was a memorial monument. Remembering the injured survivors, Adeshin says her comrades died for nothing. She rejects the idea that it was a heroic sacrifice because the people calling it noble weren't the ones who died. The leaders could have negotiated from the beginning, or at least used the terrain to minimize casualties. Instead, countless lives were wasted because of poor leadership. That's why she refuses to accept it. "I'll become the Grand Commander, and when I do, no one will have to die meaningless deaths again. I'll become the perfect commander so no one will ever need another memorial monument." After sharing her story, Adeshin apologizes, wondering if she ruined Ronan's mood. Ronan admits it was heartbreaking, but now he finally understands. Privately, he realizes he'll never be able to convince her to abandon her dream. Instead, he'll make sure she survives long enough to achieve it. Remembering Sarante's death, Ronan silently vows he never wants to experience that pain again. Just then, both of them sense a massive wave of mana approaching. Adeshan immediately recognizes it. Schlieffen, knowing there's little time left, Ronan quickly asks if she's ever heard of shadow mana. She hasn't. Ronan explains that shadow mana awakens only under certain conditions, and if she fulfills those conditions, she'll become far stronger than she is now. He says he once knew someone with the same determination who discovered this power, and Adeshan reminds him of that person. He believes she can awaken it too. Although confused by the sudden conversation, Adeshan listens. Ronan places a hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry, I've decided to help you. I'll support you, Grand Commander." With that, he pushes Adeshan off the cliff, securing her third-place finish before Schlieffen arrives. "I'll see you later, Adeshan." Ronan turns around. As expected, only 2 people remain. Schlieffen walks toward him with his sword already drawn. Ronan jokes that judging by the destruction behind him, Schlieffen must have eliminated everyone else. Schlieffen confirms they're the last 2 competitors left. Tightening his grip on his sword, he says Ronan already knows what that means. Ronan draws La Mancha with a smile. "Then let's fight, and find out which one of us is stronger." The 2 swordsmen charge at each other, and the final battle begins. After being eliminated, Adeshan regains consciousness in Filion, fully healed by the exam bracelet. Around her, the other eliminated students are watching the live battle between Ronan and Schlieffen. Remembering Ronan's words, she realizes she finished in 3rd place, meaning only those 2 remain on the island. Meanwhile, Schlieffen unleashes the Tempest Sword technique. Ronan darts from tree to evade the attack, but Schlieffen immediately launches another Tempest Sword. Ronan is impressed by how precisely Schlieffen can control and redirect the technique. Knowing he can't keep dodging forever, Ronan charges straight into the attack and uses Navarrose's sword style to slice through the Tempest Sword itself. The collision fills the battlefield with smoke. Taking cover behind a boulder, Ronan admits that if Schlieffen had used his full power, he wouldn't have been able to block it. He's surprised by how much stronger Schlieffen has become since their battle against Dahlin. Once weaker than him, Schlieffen now seems almost his equal. Schlieffen reaches the same conclusion. Although he wasn't fighting at full strength, he never expected Ronan to cut through Tempest Sword or even copy instructor Navarrose's technique. He realizes Ronan can literally cut mana itself. Already injured, Schlieffen knows he's reached his speed limit by constantly reinforcing himself with mana. He decides the fight must end with the next exchange. At the same time, Ronan admits that Schlieffen still surpasses him in pure technique. If the fight drags on, he may lose. Both swordsmen silently reach the same decision. The next strike will decide everything. Ronan steps out from hiding. In the next instant, both fighters vanish. Their swords collide in a blinding clash before they separate once again. Schlieffen immediately follows with another Tempest Sword. Instead of blocking it, Ronan smiles and dodges at the last possible moment. Only then is it revealed that while avoiding the attack, Ronan had already crossed Schlieffen's guard and landed multiple cuts across his body. Standing behind him, Ronan remarks that Schlieffen has been slashed all over, yet he's still smiling. Schlieffen simply grins back. The duel continues as both launch another exchange, this time cutting each other simultaneously. Blood spills from both of their mouths. Despite their injuries, neither backs down. They clash again, swords locked together, both smiling as they push each other to their limits. Back in Filion, the spectators are left speechless. No one can believe 2 first-year students are fighting at this level. One student remarks that they're so powerful the terrain itself no longer matters. Adeshan watches anxiously, worried for Ronan. Meanwhile, instructor Navarrose is thrilled by the match. She notes that both Ronan and Schlieffen have grown tremendously, but they've finally reached their limits. She smiles, convinced that the very next clash will decide the winner. Schlieffen admits that coming to Filion was the best decision of his life, because it led him to a rival like Ronan. Both swordsmen are bleeding heavily. Schlieffen says it's time to settle the match once and for all. Ronan agrees, joking that if they keep fighting, he might actually start liking him. They create some distance. Schlieffen declares that he's giving everything he's got and tells Ronan to show his true strength. Ronan grins and says he'll prove he's still on another level. In an instant, Ronan explodes forward at full speed. Schlieffen barely blocks the first strike, but Ronan keeps attacking relentlessly. Schlieffen realizes he can't match Ronan's speed anymore. He knows Ronan is forcing his injured body beyond its limit, but he refuses to slow down. Inspired, Schlieffen plants his sword into the ground and unleashes a storm of mana blades across the battlefield. Ronan slices through every blade, while thinking Schlieffen has completely lost his mind. Unable to match his speed, Schlieffen is turning the entire battlefield into a deadly trap. But using that much mana tears open his own wounds, and blood begins pouring from his body. Ronan smiles. They're exactly the same. Neither of them is willing to back down. Cutting through the sea of mana, Ronan charges straight toward Schlieffen. Schlieffen smiles. I knew you'd come. He unleashes Tempest Sword at full power. A massive explosion tears apart the entire battlefield. When the smoke clears, both fighters are still standing. Covered in blood, Ronan can't help but respect him. You really are a beast. Ronan realizes coming to Filion was also the best decision of his life. Today, one of them will lose. Both swordsmen launch their final attack. Watching from the arena, every student holds their breath. Even Navarro's smiles. So, this is how it ends. Their swords collide. A massive blast shakes the island. After the smoke clears, both are somehow still standing. Schlieffen smiles. I gave this fight everything I had. Then he collapses. Ronan staggers forward, barely able to stand. Looking at Schlieffen, he laughs. Just look at yourself. I guess that means I win. The moment he says it, Ronan also collapses. Both fighters lose consciousness. The entire audience is left speechless before erupting into cheers after witnessing the greatest fight of the midterm exam. And with that, the midterm exam comes to an end. The next day, Ronan wakes up in the medical room. Standing beside his bed are Adeshin and instructor Navarros. Ronan asks if that means the exam is finally over. Navarros nods and points toward Schlieffen, who is still unconscious. That was one incredible fight. Seeing that he woke up first, Ronan excitedly asks if that means he beat Schlieffen. Navarros quickly shuts that down. Waking up first doesn't make him the winner. Both of them were transported back to Filion at the exact same moment after the battle. The match officially ended in a draw. That means Ronan and Schlieffen share first place. Ronan calmly accepts the result. Navarros is surprised. She expected him to throw a fit. Even Adeshin thought he'd be furious. Ronan laughs it off. After a fight like that, I can accept this result. I never expected Schlieffen to be that strong. Next time I'll train even harder, and I'll beat him. Hearing that, Navarros is pleased. Not only has Ronan become stronger, but his mindset has matured as well. She tells him not to dwell on the result because the battle was a valuable lesson for both of them. Then she drops a surprise. During his final attack, Ronan unconsciously used sword chi. Ronan is stunned. He didn't even realize it. Thinking back to the fight, he finally understands why that last strike felt different. Navarros explains that sword chi can only be used by channeling mana. The attack Ronan used was completely different from every technique he'd copied before. But judging by his reaction, it was pure instinct. He can't use it whenever he wants. She warns that they need to solve his mana problem before his body places even more restrictions on him. Navarros orders Adeshin to take Ronan to Professor Jaredin's Stonesong the following morning. The next day, Ronan and Adeshin head toward Tower 41. On the way, Ronan asks about Jaredin. Adeshin explains that when it comes to mana control, no one at Filion is better. Whenever students develop mana-related problems that other professors can't solve, Jaredin fixes them with ease. Ronan is impressed, but he can't help noticing that Navarros and Jaredin clearly don't get along. Adeshin laughs. Their personalities couldn't be more different. You'll understand once you meet him. As they walk, Ronan thinks this is also the perfect chance to ask about shadow mana, something he never fully understood even in his previous life. Adeshin then asks about Ronan's meeting with Schlieffen. Did he actually accept the club invitation? Ronan smiles. He never had a choice. The story flashes back. When Schlieffen regained consciousness, he immediately challenged Ronan to another fight because he wasn't satisfied with the draw. Ronan stopped him. I didn't come here to fight. Instead, he invited Schlieffen to join the Special Adventure Club, promising real combat experience outside the academy. Schlieffen refused without hesitation. You're my rival. One day I'll defeat you. Just as he was about to leave, Ronan casually mentioned that the club's welcome party would be held when Enrolls visited the city. The moment Schlieffen heard her name, he froze. Then he rushed back, asking where she'd be staying, whether she'd be safe, and how many guards would be protecting her. Ronan smirked. I don't have to tell you. You're not even a club member. He quietly held out the membership form. Before Ronan could finish speaking, Schlieffen instantly signed it. I'm officially a member. Now tell me everything. Remembering that moment, Ronan can't believe this is the same man who'll someday become the Lord of Grancia. A little later, Ronan and Adeshan arrive at the eerie-looking Tower 41. Even Ronan thinks the place looks downright sinister. Before they can enter, Jaredin suddenly appears behind them carrying an enormous backpack. Looking at Adeshan, he asks why that idiot's assistant is standing outside his tower. Adeshan explains that Navarros sent Ronan because he's struggling to manifest mana. Jaredin looks Ronan over. If that lunatic sent you here, she must have seen something special. Then, without even introducing himself, he gets straight to the point. So, how much money do you have? Ronan is completely caught off guard. Jaredin casually explains that he doesn't work for free. Teaching students is one thing, but if they want his personal help, they have to pay. Ronan is shocked when Professor Jaredin asks him for money. Jaredin casually reveals that he charges 10 gold coins per hour, per person, even for students. Ronan and Adeshan can't believe it. At first, Ronan thinks he's joking, but Jaredin is completely serious. When Ronan admits he can't afford it, Jaredin simply tells him to leave and even suggests asking Navarros for the money. As he's about to walk away, Jaredin suddenly notices the elf's ring on Ronan's finger. His attitude immediately changes, and he invites them inside Tower 41 to discuss a deal. Inside the tower, Ronan notices how strangely clean and silent the place is. Powerful barrier magic blocks every outside sound, and even the doors are protected by magic, making him wonder what Jaredin is hiding. Jaredin asks to examine the ring. The moment he holds it, he senses its incredibly pure mana and immediately identifies it as an ancient elf relic. He explains that he's researching mana and needs a small sample from a race that has mastered magic for thousands of years. Even the high-ranking elves at Philion can't compare to the mana stored inside this ring. In exchange, Jaredin offers to help Ronan. Ronan agrees, but only if Jaredin also helps Adeshan. Jaredin tries to refuse, but Ronan simply gets up to leave. Left with no choice, Jaredin accepts the deal and admits Ronan is surprisingly good at negotiating. Jaredin then begins examining Ronan with a magic circle. He discovers that Ronan only recently awakened his mana, but his mana pathways are already closing because of a dangerous curse. He says he can force the pathways open, but the pain will feel like knives stabbing through his spine. Without waiting, Jaredin sends his mana into Ronan's body. Ronan screams in agony as Jaredin slowly forces the mana channels open. Everything seems to be working until Jaredin suddenly senses something terrifying deep inside Ronan. The curse. It notices Jaredin's mana and turns its attention toward him. Jaredin is horrified as the curse abandons Ronan and latches onto his own mana instead. He immediately pulls away, collapses outside the magic circle, and starts coughing blood. Realizing the situation is critical, Jaredin casts the same emergency teleportation spell Ronan once saw Elizabeth use. Moments later, they arrive before Professor Secret. Secret quickly begins treating Jaredin. After hearing what happened, she immediately understands the situation. The curse temporarily left Ronan's mana and attached itself to Jaredin instead. Unlike Ronan, however, Jaredin can't survive carrying it. If they don't find a solution soon, Professor Jaredin will die. Ronan is stunned to learn that Professor Jaredin could die because of his curse. Secret explains that the curse hasn't fully taken over Jaredin's body yet, which means they still have a chance to save him. Using her magic, Secret forces the curse out of Jaredin's body. As the curse rushes toward Ronan, she orders him to cut it down. Ronan immediately slices it apart, saving Jaredin's life. Secret explains that if Jaredin hadn't come to her in time, removing the curse wouldn't have been possible. Jaredin finally realizes Ronan is the student Secret once described as carrying the most dangerous curse she had ever seen. After recovering, Jaredin asks Secret to examine Ronan. To everyone's surprise, Ronan's mana is now flowing through his body. Secret discovers that his mana pathways, known as mana meridians, have finally opened. Although the curse is still trying to seal them again, another mysterious force is slowly wearing the curse down, like wind and rain eroding stone. Because Jaredin forced the pathways open, the curse can no longer close them as easily. Ronan can finally use mana, but Secret warns that his progress will be much slower than a normal mage's. At his current pace, it would take nearly 20 years of training to fully overcome the curse. Ronan is disappointed, but Jaredin says that timeline can be shortened. He reveals a special mana training method he created himself. Jaredin teaches Ronan how to guide mana through his meridians. Since his pathways are still weak, he must move his mana slowly and carefully. With daily practice, Jaredin estimates Ronan could reach the level of an average student in about 5 years instead of 20. To help him learn, Jaredin channels his own mana into Ronan's body once more. Despite the intense pain, Ronan carefully follows the flow and masters the technique on his very first attempt. Jaredin is shocked by Ronan's talent. His mana control is nearly perfect, and Jaredin finally understands why Navarros personally sent him here. He tells Ronan to keep practicing whenever he has time. Looking at his own hand, Ronan realizes that after everything he's been through, he can finally use mana. For now, that's more than enough. Ronan thanks Jaredin, but before he can say anything else, Jaredin suddenly collapses from exhaustion. Grabbing Ronan's arm, he reminds him to keep his promise and hand over the elf's ring. Jaredin says his own life isn't what matters most. There's something even more important that he must save, no matter the cost. The scene then reveals Jaredin's secret laboratory, filled with preserved organs, strange specimens, and the corpse of a goblin. At the center of the lab, a young girl's body rests inside a glass container. Staring at her, Jaredin quietly asks Ronan for the ring. Jaredin asks Ronan for the elf's ring. Watching everything unfold, Sekret realizes Jaredin has completely consumed himself with his research. She believes the ring is essential to his work, and silently wonders how much longer her old friend will remain trapped in the past. After recovering, Jaredin heads back toward Tower 41. Adeshan suggests taking him to the nearest clinic, but as they try to leave, a massive magic barrier blocks their path. Instead, Jaredin opens a hidden entrance with his own magic, and insists on going underground. Ronan and Adeshan follow him into the tower's basement. The moment they enter, both of them are stunned. The basement is filled with strange experiments, monster specimens, and mysterious research. At the center of it all is a preserved young woman. Her name is Sonia. Ronan realizes that everything Jaredin has been doing is for her. He helps Jaredin sit beside Sonia, while Adeshan watches over him. Meanwhile, Ronan explores the laboratory and notices countless records of dangerous experiments performed on monsters. He then discovers Jaredin's research diary. Reading through it, Ronan learns the truth. Years ago, after Sonia died, Jaredin preserved her body before it could decay. He believed that if he could keep her body intact, he might one day return her soul as well. Everyone told him it was impossible, but he refused to give up. His diary documents countless failed experiments. He even bought an ogre's heart from the northern black market, but it accomplished nothing. As his obsession grew, Jaredin could no longer balance his research with his work at the Mage Tower. After his 76th attempt, he lost his position, leaving him without the money needed to continue. That's when Professor Cradier offered him a teaching position at Filion. Jaredin accepted, not because he enjoyed teaching, but because he needed the income to keep trying to save Sonia. Even after 134 attempts, he still hadn't made any real progress. Ronan finally understands why Jaredin demanded so much money. The rare ingredients required for his research are incredibly expensive. He realizes Jaredin sacrificed everything for the woman he loved. Ronan can't help but remember others who were willing to risk everything for love. But from his past experience, he knows stories like these rarely end well. Love can become the easiest weakness for someone to exploit. As he continues reading, Ronan discovers a letter mentioning a group called the Rebellious Crowd. The letter suggests Jaredin may have no choice but to accept their proposal. Ronan immediately wonders if the Rebellious Crowd is actually Nebula Glacier. Before he can investigate further, Jaredin catches him near the diary. Ronan quickly puts everything back, pretending he was only looking for something that might help Jaredin recover. Secretly, however, Ronan pockets the letter. Elsewhere, inside a hidden cave, a group of vampires holds a meeting. One of them reports that Jaredin was hesitant at first, but believes he will eventually accept their offer. Nearby, several humans are tied to operating tables. The vampire explains that Jaredin desperately needs the essence of fresh blood, something only their master can provide. Holding a glass filled with blood, the vampire leader smiles. In the end, he says, Jaredin will be destroyed because of a single woman. Humans are truly fools. After finishing his experiment, Jaredin returns Ronan's ring and explains that he only needed a tiny fraction of its power. The ring still contains plenty of mana, and thanks to Ronan, he was finally able to overcome a major obstacle in his research. Ronan thanks Jaredin as well, knowing he would never have made progress against his curse without his help. Jaredin then asks Ronan to keep everything he saw inside the secret lab confidential. Ronan agrees, saying he has no interest in getting involved in someone else's personal affairs if it only creates problems for both of them. Jaredin promises to begin working on Adeshan's condition the following day. He says her problem isn't as complicated as Ronan's, but he can sense a strange energy inside her. After leaving Tower 41, Adeshan heads back to class, while Ronan keeps the mysterious letter he found in Jaredin's lab. He wonders if the rebellious crowd could be connected to Nebula Glacier. If that's true, Jaredin may already be on their side. Ronan opens the letter but finds nothing except a bloodstain. Thinking it might be encrypted magic, he's about to seek Asel's help when the blood suddenly floats into the air. At that moment, Ophelia appears with Sita. Ophelia immediately recognizes it as vampire blood magic. She sensed the blood magic from afar and tracked it to Ronan. The group returns to the Special Adventure Club building, where Ophelia explains that blood letters compress information into blood and are commonly used by vampires. By channeling mana into the letter, the hidden message becomes visible. The letter reads, "If you want the essence of fresh blood, come to Bloodhook." Ronan instantly remembers reading about the essence of fresh blood in Jaredin's diary. It was the missing ingredient for his research. That also confirms something important. The rebellious crowd isn't Nebula Glacier. Ronan then asks what Bloodhook actually is. Ophelia explains that Bloodhook is a vampire organization made up mostly of young vampires, many under 200 years old. Their goal is to restore the glory of the vampire race. What surprises her most is that Bloodhook possesses the essence of fresh blood, an item considered incredibly rare even among vampires. When Ophelia asks who the letter belongs to, Ronan reveals the truth. It's Professor Jaredin's. Ophelia is shocked. She explains that Jaredin Stonesong is one of the greatest mages associated with the Full Moon Mage Tower, and his reputation is well known even in vampire society. Ronan assumes someone that powerful has nothing to fear. Ophelia disagrees. Jaredin may be strong enough to defeat Bloodhook's members, but obtaining the essence of fresh blood is another matter. Only its owner can activate it through blood magic. Without the vampire's cooperation, it's nothing more than a useless red crystal. That means Jaredin has no choice but to accept their deal. Based on how Bloodhook approached him, Ophelia believes they want something valuable from Jaredin in return. That night, Jaredin arrives outside Bloodhook's hidden cave. The vampires recognize him immediately. Although they can't sense any overwhelming aura from him, they remain cautious because legends say Jaredin once rivaled Sword Saint Navarro's in her prime. Jaredin asks to meet their master. Before letting him inside, the vampires ask him to remove his hood to confirm his identity. Jaredin smirks, removes the hood, and mocks them for being so cautious. As one vampire leads him toward the cave, he notices the sword hanging at Jaredin's side. Confused, he thought Jaredin was only a mage. Jaredin calmly draws the sword. In a single instant, he kills the 3 nearby vampires. Because the man wearing Jaredin's face is actually Ronan in disguise. A few days before Ronan infiltrates Bloodhook, Ophelia gives him a shape-shifting potion. She explains that it will keep him disguised as Professor Jaredin for at least 30 minutes. While the effect won't last long, it should be enough to fool the vampires. Ronan thanks her, saying it couldn't have been easy to make. Worried, Ophelia asks if it's really safe for him to go alone. Even if Bloodhook is made up of inexperienced vampires, most of them are still over 100 years old. She knows Ronan is strong, but she still wants to accompany him. Ronan refuses. He tells her that fighting her own kind could put her in danger. Putting the potion away, he tells her not to worry. If anyone should be worried, it's the vampires, because none of them are leaving alive. Later, Ronan cuts off the arms and legs of 3 vampires. One vampire's severed head flies toward another, terrifying him. Realizing the truth, the vampire shouts that Ronan isn't Jaredin. Ronan immediately grabs him by the face and slams him into a rock. He tells him to stop screaming and answer his questions if he wants to live. Ronan then enters the cave. He realizes the gatekeeper wasn't lying. There are no traps inside. Thinking back, he admits the gatekeeper seemed so harmless that he might have spared him if he'd known earlier, but it's too late now. As he walks deeper inside, Ronan feels an unsettling familiarity. Whether it's the stone walls or the atmosphere itself, the place somehow feels strangely familiar. Soon, he catches the overwhelming smell of blood coming from a room ahead. As he opens the door, he wonders what could possibly create such a strong stench. The moment he looks inside, he's stunned. Dozens of vampires are feeding on human corpses. Their leader welcomes him, asking if the journey was tiring. His name is Zwei von Astafel. Human bodies are scattered across the room while vampires continue feeding. Zwei apologizes for the timing, saying they were in the middle of dinner. If Ronan is hungry, he's welcome to join them. Ronan calms himself. He knows the victims are already dead, so there's nothing he can do for them now. His only option is to stay focused on his mission. He says he isn't hungry. In fact, the sight is making him sick. He also asks why so many vampires gathered for a simple deal. Zwei replies that welcoming someone as talented as Jaredin deserves a proper reception. The entire Bloodhook organization has gathered, proving just how serious they are. Ronan doesn't care how many of them are present. He only wants the essence of fresh blood and asks for their condition. Zwei says it's simple. Jaredin must become one of them. Ronan replies that he expected something this ridiculous. They simply want to turn him into their slave. Zwei laughs and says Ronan misunderstood. Approaching from behind, he claims they're offering something far greater, the chance to abandon his inferior human body and fulfill his true desires. He explains that Bloodhook plans to rebuild the vampire race by changing the old generation's way of thinking. Joining them would make Jaredin part of a historic moment. As a proud warrior of the Holy War, shouldn't he consider it an honor to help revive their race? Ronan says he sees no honor in it. All he understands is that they're completely insane. Zwei laughs again and says humans simply can't understand. He summons the essence of fresh blood and declares that this is Ronan's only chance to obtain it. If he refuses now, he'll never get it, because even Bloodhook acquired it with great difficulty. Ronan points out that refusing the deal probably means they won't let him leave alive. Zwei smiles and snaps his fingers. He says that's exactly what he expected from someone as intelligent as Jaredin. The surrounding vampires immediately surround Ronan. Zwei warns him not to even think about fighting. The mana flow inside the cave has been completely altered, and powerful magic tools have sealed the area. No matter how skilled Jaredin is, if he tries to use mana here, his mana core will explode, leaving him unable to use magic ever again. He reminds Jaredin of his wife and says he wouldn't want her fate to become even worse. Smiling confidently, Zwei tells him that becoming a vampire is the only choice that benefits him. As the vampires place their hands on Ronan's shoulders, Ronan admits the plan was well prepared. Then he removes his hood. Zwei freezes. The disguise disappears. Standing before him is Ronan. Ronan says it's a good thing Professor Jaredin never came. Shocked, Zwei demands to know who Ronan is and how a human managed to reach this place. Ronan answers by drawing his sword. With a single swing, he instantly kills 2 vampires. Even then, Zwei can barely believe what he just witnessed. With Sita beside him, Ronan coldly declares, "They've talked enough. Now every last one of you dies." Ronan cuts down 2 vampires in an instant. The sight terrifies Zwei von. He demands to know who Ronan is and how a mere human dared to invade Bloodhook. Standing among the bodies, Ronan suddenly vanishes. In the next moment, he's already standing right in front of Zwei von. The vampire can't even tell when Ronan moved. Shocked by his speed, Zwei von tries to cast blood magic, but Ronan slices off his arm before the spell can activate. Ronan follows up with a relentless barrage of strikes, severing both of Zwei von's arms and legs. Blood pours from the vampire as he screams in agony, threatening that Ronan will never leave this place alive. Ronan knocks him to the ground with the hilt of his sword and casually tells him to wait, saying they'll talk once he's finished. The remaining vampires are horrified. Their leader was defeated so quickly that he never even had a chance to defend himself. Realizing Ronan is no ordinary human, Bloodhook orders every member to attack at once. Within seconds, Ronan is completely surrounded. He mocks them, saying he'd heard vampires could use blood as a weapon, and now he can finally see it for himself. One vampire traps Ronan's legs with a blood magic technique, believing he's immobilized. But while the vampires rush in, Ronan calmly blocks every attack with ease. Then the slaughter begins. He drives his sword through one vampire, slices another clean in half, turns around, and cuts down the attackers coming from behind. More vampires charge in, only to meet the same fate. Ronan quickly realizes they're stronger than he expected. They're also capable of regenerating their wounds. Another vampire fires blood projectiles like bullets, but Ronan effortlessly dodges them as they blast into the cave walls. Judging their strength, he concludes these vampires can use magic comparable to intermediate rank mages. Even so, they're nowhere near enough to stop him. One after another, Ronan beheads them, cuts them apart, and wipes out Bloodhook's forces with overwhelming ease. Soon, the battlefield is covered in blood. Only one terrified vampire remains. Sweat pours down his face as he watches Ronan massacre everyone without even using mana or moving from his position more than necessary. He can't believe a human could be this powerful. Ronan calls him out, telling him to stop standing there and attack because he's the last one left. He even compliments their effort before adding that his sword is simply on another level. As the blade begins absorbing the blood around it, the last vampire loses all courage and turns to flee. Ronan instantly appears behind him and cuts him clean in half. Watching the body collapse, Ronan coldly remarks that abandoning your comrades is a terrible idea. With every other vampire dead, Ronan finally turns back towards Zui Vaughn, who's still pinned against the wall in fear. Looking him straight in the eyes, Ronan says, "Now, let's have that conversation." Sometime after the battle, Zui Vaughn regains consciousness. A sharp pain shoots through his leg. When he opens his eyes, he realizes Ronan's sword is stabbed straight through it. Ronan is standing right in front of him, calmly staring into his eyes. Terrified, Zui Vaughn breaks into a cold sweat. Ronan says he was worried Zui Vaughn might have died too soon. Then he drives the sword even deeper into Zui Vaughn's leg. As Zui Vaughn screams in pain, he looks around and sees the horrific scene. The entire Bloodhook force has been massacred. Bodies are scattered everywhere, with severed limbs and blood covering the battlefield. Ronan remarks that the vampire's regeneration was impressive, so he had to make sure they stayed down. Then he gets straight to the point. If Zui Vaughn wants to stay alive, he needs to hand over the essence of fresh blood. Instead of answering, Zui Vaughn suddenly starts shouting at someone else, asking where they were while Bloodhook was being slaughtered. Ronan is confused. He wonders if the beating damaged Zui Vaughn's mind. Just as he's about to ask who he's talking to, Ronan suddenly senses another presence behind him. A new vampire has arrived. Unlike the others, this one's aura is completely different. Ronan instantly realizes, this is Bloodhook's true leader. For the first time, even Ronan is alarmed. He slowly steps back, knowing that if this vampire had wanted to kill him earlier, he'd already be dead. The mysterious vampire ignores Ronan and walks towards Zui Vaughn. He coldly says that Zui Vaughn has disappointed him. Not only did he fail to recruit Jaredin as promised, but he also ruined their entire plan. Calling him a disgrace to the Arnstafel family, the vampire declares that he's taking back the essence of fresh blood. Zui Vaughn desperately begs for one more chance, but it's already too late. The vampire pulls the essence of fresh blood out of Zui Vaughn's body. As it's removed, Zui Vaughn rapidly ages. His body shrivels into a dried corpse, proving the true owner of the essence was this vampire all along. Seeing this, Ronan steps forward. He tells the vampire that if he's truly the owner of the essence of fresh blood, then he'll be handing it over. The vampire simply smiles. He says Ronan is just as arrogant as Zui Vaughn and asks what he'll do if he refuses. Without another word, Ronan attacks. His sword lands, but only leaves a tiny scratch on the vampire's palm. The vampire is impressed. He admits he never expected a human to injure him at all, especially after reinforcing his body with blood mana. At least now, Ronan has proven he's worthy of using Jaredin's name. The vampire then prepares his own attack. Wanting to see Ronan's true potential, he unleashes Blood Cutter. Ronan blocks it with his sword, but the overwhelming force sends him sliding backward across the ground. Using all his strength, he finally cuts through the attack. But before he can recover, the vampire immediately follows up with an enormous bloodshot. Ronan instantly realizes this attack is on an entirely different level from the bloodshots used by the other vampires. The massive blast dwarfs him. Even so, Ronan swings his sword and slices straight through it, creating a massive explosion that cracks the ground apart. Watching this, the vampire is genuinely impressed. He's never seen anyone cut through blood magic itself. Ronan has not only countered his spells, he's cut through mana. The vampire smiles, saying he underestimated Ronan. Now the fight is finally getting interesting. Ronan points his sword at him and calls him the leader of these mosquitoes. He tells him to stop talking and hand over the essence of fresh blood. Both warriors charge at each other, ready for another clash. But just before their attacks collide, a powerful voice orders them to stop. An explosive impact lands between them, forcing both Ronan and the vampire to jump back. The vampire immediately recognizes the newcomer. Looking at the woman standing between them, he says, "So it's you, Ophelia Denite." Ophelia suddenly steps between Ronan and the mysterious vampire, stopping the fight before either of them can strike. She greets the vampire, calling him Baltzark von Barshava. Baltzark is Ophelia's childhood friend. Ronan is shocked to see her there. He reminds her that he specifically told her not to come, then immediately asks if she knows this vampire. Ophelia confirms that she knows him very well. Baltzark is the Shadow Duke's strongest second-in-command, and one of the most powerful vampires, serving the ruler of the vampire world. Baltzark is genuinely happy to see Ophelia. He says it's been 83 years since they last met and asks if she's been doing well. As he walks toward her, Ophelia immediately tells him to stay back. She still hasn't forgotten the past. Baltzark remembers the incident. Years ago, he killed Ophelia's sister after she tried to assassinate the Shadow Duke. To protect his master, Baltzark had no choice but to stop her. Ophelia admits she understands why he did it. She knows her sister had completely lost control, almost as if someone had manipulated her mind. She also knows killing her couldn't have been easy for Baltzark. Even so, things between them can never return to how they once were. Meanwhile, Ronan stands behind Ophelia, completely confused by the conversation. Ophelia changes the subject and asks why someone like Baltzark is working with Bloodhook. She says the Baltzark she remembers would never waste his time with inexperienced vampires or hand over something as valuable as the essence of fresh blood. She then asks the real question. Does he want something from Professor Jaredin? Baltzark smiles. He says Ophelia already knows the answer. He wants to fight Jaredin again. Long ago, he battled Jaredin on the western side of the continent. Out of everyone he had ever fought, only a handful had given him that level of excitement. If Sunrise hadn't interrupted their battle, he believes it would have become one of the greatest fights of his life. After that day, he searched everywhere for Jaredin, but the professor disappeared without a trace. Years later, Bloodhook approached him with an offer. If Baltzark gave them the essence of fresh blood, they promised to locate Jaredin and even turn him into a vampire, allowing Baltzark to fight him for centuries. Baltzark admits he knew Bloodhook had their own agenda, but in the end, Ronan destroyed everything. Ronan quietly thinks he didn't start the fight, before realizing he actually did. At the same time, Baltzark evaluates Ronan. Even while holding back, Ronan managed to push him for a short time. He believes that within 5 years, Ronan could become strong enough to challenge him as an equal. Baltzark also senses a strange energy inside Ronan, something unlike anything he's ever felt before. Despite his desire to fight, Baltzark decides to stop. He refuses to hurt Ophelia again. Without another argument, he hands Ronan the essence of fresh blood. Ronan is stunned, pointing out that it's one of the rarest treasures in vampire society. Baltzark confirms that's true, but if he wants the future he envisions, this is a necessary sacrifice. Besides, he considers it a gift for Ophelia's human friend after finally seeing her again following 83 years apart. Before leaving, Baltzark suddenly attacks a nearby wall, blasting it apart. He explains that he sensed the same mysterious energy hidden behind it earlier. Ronan feels it too. The green aura instantly reminds him of the energy Jaredin sensed inside him, the same power Ronan inherited from Sarante. That can only mean one thing. There may be another shrine hidden behind the wall, connected to the god Seniel. Baltzark then disappears, telling Ronan he hopes they'll meet again once he's grown much stronger. Ronan watches him leave, joking that even his exit had to be dramatic. Later, Ronan returns to Tower 41 and presents the essence of fresh blood to Jaredin. Jaredin is completely speechless. He can't believe Ronan actually obtained it and asks where he found such an impossible treasure. Before Ronan can explain the story, Jaredin grabs his hands and repeatedly thanks him. Thinking of Sonya, he breaks down in tears. Ronan awkwardly tells him he didn't even get the chance to brag about how difficult it was. Outside the tower, Baltzark quietly watches everything through the window. He says there's no joy in fighting someone who no longer has the will to fight. He only came to see what his old rival had become. Ophelia then appears beside him. She thanks Baltzark for helping Ronan. Hearing those words from her after 83 years leaves Baltzark stunned. Smiling, he says Ronan must have changed more than just the future. Baltzark wishes he could stay longer, but he has to return. He reveals that a dangerous faction within vampire society has begun causing trouble, and he believes Bloodhook was merely one of their pawns. Before leaving, he He tells Ophelia that if she ever needs anything, she should never hesitate to ask. She's still his dear friend. Jaredin thanks Ronan for obtaining the essence of fresh blood. He becomes so emotional that he can't hold back his tears, and Ronan jokes that Jaredin didn't even give him a chance to brag about everything he went through. Using Sarante's mana and the essence of fresh blood, Jaredin begins his 144th experiment. Ronan stays with him in the lab as Jaredin watches over Sonya. The experiment is complete, but the results will take time to appear. Even so, that wait fills Jaredin with hope for the first time in years. Afterward, Jaredin tells Ronan that he almost forgot something important. The mysterious energy inside Ronan that had been fighting his curse has become much stronger. He asks if anything unusual happened during Ronan's battle with Bloodhook. Ronan gives him the short version. During the fight, Baltzark sensed the same mysterious energy behind a wall. Ronan felt it too and discovered a hidden statue of Senyal. The statue was releasing the same green energy as Sarante's ring, the very energy that had been resisting Ronan's curse. Since it was hidden so well, Ronan believes even Bloodhook never knew it existed, meaning the place was once an ancient shrine. As Ronan approached the statue, the green energy flowed directly into his body. After hearing everything, Jaredin says he doesn't know how it happened, but Ronan is incredibly lucky. Thanks to that energy, his mana meridians have opened much further. They're still not fully restored, but Ronan can now use mana far more effectively than before. Ronan immediately notices the difference. He can sense his mana much more clearly and wonders if he's finally capable of using mana in his sword techniques, maybe even sword chi like Instructor Navarro's. 4 days later, Ronan, Asel, and Schlieffen travel to Nimbuten to bring Ronan's sister, Errol, to safety. They're currently in Marba's city, located in the Ramera Mountains, where civilians and even Imperial soldiers are evacuating after reports of a dragon appearing nearby. Ronan realizes the rumors were true. 4 days earlier, Schlieffen had warned him that monsters around the Ramera Mountains had started behaving strangely. Although Errol's hometown hadn't been attacked yet, Schlieffen had already sent Grancia knights to protect her. That same morning, news arrived that a dragon had also been spotted in the mountains. The news immediately alarmed Ronan. Schlieffen explains that dragons are extremely dangerous, with poisonous claws and fangs capable of overwhelming even elite mercenaries. He refuses to leave Errol in danger. That's why the group has come, to evacuate her safely. Clearly worried, Schlieffen swears he'll wipe out every monster in the mountains once Errol is safe. Seeing how obsessed Schlieffen is with his sister makes Ronan uneasy. Ronan suggests splitting up. Schlieffen should head straight to Errol and regroup with his knights, while Ronan and Asel search the surrounding area because Ronan keeps sensing something unusual. Before leaving, Ronan jokingly warns Schlieffen not to make a move on his sister. Schlieffen, embarrassed, insists he's only acting as a Grancia knight whose duty is to protect her. After Schlieffen leaves, Asel asks what Ronan has been sensing. Ronan points out the pattern. First, the monsters become violent, then a powerful enemy appears. The exact same thing happened with Carpadoki, and later again at Vadian Mountain with Brija. Asel realizes Ronan suspects Nebula Clazier is behind this incident as well. Ronan agrees it's possible. Since Yudon's prohibition no longer works on him, only he can identify Nebula Clazier members by sensing their unique mana, making this the perfect chance to uncover the truth. That same night, the monsters gather deep within the mountains. A Nebula Clazier member announces that they've successfully taken control of every monster in the area. He adds that if Lord Varen, one of Nebula Clazier's executives, hadn't ordered otherwise, he would have already slaughtered every non-believer nearby. Suddenly, the controlled monsters begin trembling with fear. The member is confused. The monsters shouldn't even be capable of feeling fear anymore. Then he notices what they're staring at. Standing silently among the trees is a tiger-like beast radiating an overwhelming aura. One look at its massive blades and pitch-black legs is enough for him to recognize it. The legendary sword, Saint Jaipa Turgung. Before he can react, Jaipa instantly grabs his head, rips it from his body, and crushes it completely. The remaining monsters freeze in terror. Jaipa slaughters every last one of them without hesitation. As the massacre ends, she coldly declares that Nebula Clazier can hide all they want. She has no intention of letting any of them survive. The next day, Ronan and Asel head toward Nimbuten to rescue Errol, but they find the city gates completely sealed. The entrance is guarded by werehumans deployed by the Empire. Their commander orders everyone to stop, announcing that no one is allowed through the route. Travelers can either wait or take another path. The order comes directly from Sword Saint Jaipa Turgung, commander of the Empire's elite force. Hearing Jaipa's name shocks both Ronan and SL. Ronan remembers that after defeating instructor Navarros, Jaipa became the Empire's strongest swordsman. SL points out that if the Sword Saint personally came here, the situation must be far more serious than a simple monster outbreak. Ronan agrees. There is no way the Empire would deploy its strongest force unless something much bigger was happening. Convinced that Nebula Clazier is behind the incident, he decides to investigate the nearby forest instead, believing they must have left some evidence behind. Meanwhile, above the forest, several dragons are flying under the control of a Nebula Clazier member using brainwashing magic. She realizes communication with her brother, who is operating on the ground, has suddenly been cut off. Worried that something has gone wrong, she considers changing the plan, but quickly reminds herself that the entire operation depends on controlling the dragons. One mistake would be enough for Varen to kill her, so she decides to stick to her assigned role and continue maintaining the dragon's brainwashing. As she flies away with 2 dragons, Ronan and SL finally spot them. Ronan immediately tells SL to use his telekinesis. One of the dragons suddenly notices something, but before it can react, a massive boulder slams into it from below. SL is controlling the giant rock with telekinesis. He then clenches his fist, causing the boulder to explode into countless fragments that crash into the dragon before detonating in a massive blast. Watching the attack, the Nebula Clazier member is stunned. She can't believe someone can manipulate a boulder of that size, and assumes a top mage from the mage tower must be responsible. While her attention is locked on the injured dragon, Ronan uses SL's magic to launch himself toward the second dragon. She finally notices Ronan soaring above it. Ronan smiles, saying this is the perfect chance to test his newly acquired sword chi. He channels mana into his blade and attacks. The dragon notices him too, but it's already too late. With a single slash, Ronan cleanly severs the dragon's head. Even Ronan is surprised by the result. Mana has made his sword far stronger than he expected. The Nebula Clazier member panics as she watches the dragon split in 2. Before she can recover, Ronan appears right behind her. He tells her this was inevitable. She really thought she could sneak dragons through this area without anyone noticing, but Ronan was born here. Furious, she launches an attack, but before her spell is even released, Ronan slices off her arm. Looking at his sword, Ronan casually apologizes, saying he's still getting used to sword chi. He only meant to nick her arm, but ended up cutting the whole thing off. The woman crashes to the ground, screaming in pain as blood pours from the wound. Ronan watches her coldly. He says she broke down after a little torture, proving she's nothing more than a low-ranking underling. Someone at her level couldn't possibly be running an operation this large. There have to be others behind it. Walking up to her, Ronan plants his sword beside her neck. She desperately begs for treatment, but Ronan shuts her down. He reminds her that countless innocent villagers died because of this operation, yet she's crying over losing one arm. Then he tells her the crying is over. Now it's time for her to explain exactly what Nebula Clazier is planning this time. The Nebula Clazier member glares at Ronan through tears and declares that someone chosen by the Starlight would never ruin such an important mission because of a non-believer. She immediately casts a spell. Ronan wonders what she's trying to do, but the answer appears a second later. A massive dragon descends from the sky. The giant beast rushes straight toward Ronan. It's so enormous that the other dragons look tiny beside it. Ronan is stunned. The dragon had been flying so high that he never even sensed its presence. The woman laughs, convinced it's over. She reveals this is the strongest dragon she's ever captured, and there's no way Ronan can survive. The giant dragon opens its jaws, ready to swallow both Ronan and the smaller dragon beneath him. But before it can strike, a single slash cuts the giant dragon clean in half. Both Ronan and the Nebula Clazier member freeze in shock. The attack came from a werehuman. It was Sword Saint Jaipa Turgung. The woman panics, unable to believe Jaipa is here. Ronan is equally shocked after realizing he's facing the Empire's legendary Sword Saint. From above, Jaipa assumes both of them belong to the religious fanatics. Without hesitation, he attacks. A single swipe of his claws slices the dragon into multiple pieces. As Ronan and the Nebula Clazier member fall toward the ground, Ronan realizes Jaipa accomplished all of that using nothing but his claws. The impact shatters the ground. When the dust clears, Jaipa is standing on top of the injured Nebula Clazier member while holding Ronan in the air by his throat. He calmly tells Ronan to answer carefully because he doesn't seem like one of the fanatics. Struggling to breathe, Ronan angrily tells the wild cat not to compare him to them. He channels mana into his sword and attacks. Jaipa notices the strike and simply lets go of Ronan, stepping back instead of blocking it. Ronan rubs his throat in disbelief. He expected Jaipa to defend himself, but the attack couldn't even leave a scratch. At that moment, Ronan understands how Jaipa managed to defeat Navarros. He knows the gap between them is overwhelming. There's no chance of winning this fight, but giving up isn't an option. He decides to wait for the one moment Jaipa lets his guard down. Jaipa stares at Ronan before calling him a true warrior. Ronan has no idea what he's talking about. Jaipa then draws his weapon and formally greets him, telling Ronan to raise his sword. As Jaipa prepares a direct strike, Ronan breaks into a cold sweat. Jaipa announces he'll attack head-on and tells Ronan to block it if he can. The moment their blades collide, a massive explosion erupts across the battlefield. The clash creates a massive explosion, sending rocks flying across the battlefield. Jaipa is impressed. He says Ronan may lack raw strength, but his defense is flawless. His technique is nearly perfect. Ronan successfully blocked the Sword Saint's attack. Jaipa then notices Ronan's sword style feels familiar and asks if he's Navarros' student. Ronan confirms he's from Filian Academy before mocking Jaipa, saying he wouldn't qualify to be Navarros' student because he attacks weaker opponents. Jaipa doesn't get offended. Instead, he apologizes if his greeting was too harsh and explains that a single exchange of blades teaches more than 10 conversations ever could. Any true warrior would understand that. Ronan accepts the challenge and charges forward, saying it's now Jaipa's turn to receive his greeting. Before Ronan can strike, two werehumans suddenly intervene. A hyena werehuman blocks Ronan's attack, while a bear werehuman grabs him by the neck and throws him into the air. Both are squad leaders of the Empire's elite force. The hyena asks whether Ronan is one of the religious fanatics. The bear immediately assumes he is because he attacked their commander and throws Ronan aside, determined to handle him personally. As the bear launches another attack, Ronan disappears at the last second and instantly appears behind him. The bear realizes Ronan isn't an ordinary opponent, but before either of them can move, a sword is placed against both of their necks. The one stopping them is Captain Nemia, a lion werehuman from the elite force. She orders the bear to stand down, reminding him he has no permission to fight. Jaipa then steps in and confirms Ronan isn't their enemy. He explains Ronan was simply returning his greeting. Hearing that Ronan successfully defended Jaipa's attack leaves the bear speechless. None of the elite warriors had ever managed that. Jaipa calmly explains that it's only natural because Ronan is Navarros' student. The moment Navarros' name is mentioned, both the bear and Nemia are visibly shaken. The bear remembers how Sword Saint Navarros once destroyed their entire force by herself, calling her a dragon in human form. His attitude changes instantly. He apologizes to Ronan for losing his temper and awkwardly asks him not to mention this incident to Navarros. Watching the sudden change, Ronan can't help wondering what exactly Navarros did to these werehumans. Jaipa then asks Nemia for a report. She confirms that, following his orders, the elite force has already dealt with the monsters and captured several suspicious Nebula Clasier members alive. As she speaks, more werehuman soldiers arrive with another captured suspect. Seeing the disciplined formation, Ronan realizes this is no ordinary military unit. Jaipa formally introduces himself. He reveals that he is the commander of the Empire's elite werehuman force and the leader of the special task force assigned to completely eradicate Nebula Clasier. Meanwhile, Schlieffen arrives at Ronan's hometown. Imperial soldiers are already stationed outside Ronan's house, leaving the nearby residents nervous. Inside, Enrolls is confused by the sudden military presence. Schlieffen politely apologizes for showing up without warning. Kneeling like a true knight, he introduces himself as Knight Schlieffen and swears on the honor of House Grantia that he'll safely escort Enrolls out of the area. Then, blushing slightly, he suggests they start packing. Ronan is stunned after hearing Jaipa introduce himself as the commander of the task force created to hunt Nebula Clasier. He realizes no such force existed in his previous life and wonders if history changed because of him. After all, the Empire only formed this unit after several Nebula Clasier members were captured because of Ronan's actions. What surprises him even more is that the Empire chose Sword Saint Jaipa to lead it. Ronan asks how they plan to find Nebula Clasier when nobody knows their identities, and even Prohibition no longer works on them. Jaipa notices Ronan knows far more than expected and asks if Navarros told him all this. Before Ronan can answer, he hears SL screaming for help. One of Jaipa's soldiers drags SL over, claiming he looked suspicious while wandering through the area. The soldier even asks for permission to kill him because SL's non-stop crying is getting on his nerves. SL desperately insists he was only searching for his friend. Embarrassed, Ronan admits SL is with him, ending the misunderstanding. Later that night, Ronan and Asel remain with Jaipa's unit after several Nebula Clasier members are captured alive. Captain Nemia reports that the enemy used brainwashed monsters to spread chaos, but that attack was only a distraction. Their real objective lies at the center of the mountains. Jaipa immediately realizes they're referring to the Ramera Mountain Road, one of the Empire's most important transportation routes. Ronan remembers that nearly 1/3 of the Empire's supplies pass through that road. If it's destroyed, one of the Empire's economic pillars will collapse. He finally understands why Nebula Clasier brought dragons. Walking up to the captured members, Ronan questions how they plan to destroy such a heavily protected route using only a few dragons. Pressing his sword against one prisoner's neck, he demands the truth. Although terrified, the woman smiles. She says true believers don't fear death. Suddenly, all 3 captives begin releasing their mana. Ronan watches as their energy combines into a massive sphere. He instantly realizes they're preparing a suicide attack to kill everyone nearby. The believers silently pray for forgiveness, admitting they failed their mission. They decide to gather every last fragment of their souls and burn themselves, along with every non-believer standing before them. The sphere grows larger and larger before exploding in a blinding flash. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Ramera Mountains, Varen notices the explosion. Standing beside 2 Nebula Clasier members, he realizes their fellow believers sacrificed themselves to distract Jaipa's forces. One member suggests changing the plan now that Jaipa hasn't been stopped. Varen refuses. He says every second they waste gives the Empire more time to prepare. Without hesitation, he plants a magical bomb. Although it isn't placed at the exact center, he declares that the punishment of the non-believers will begin here in the Ramera Mountains. As soon as the device is activated, a massive magic circle appears. Varen explains that the bomb is a masterpiece created by the legendary inventor Alibre, completed using 30 hand-engraved layers of magic. Once it absorbs enough mana, those layers will ignite and reduce the entire area to ashes. He orders everyone to protect the device until it has absorbed enough mana. By the time the enemy discovers it, the surrounding mana veins will already have changed. The 2 members acknowledge the order. One is Evan, the former knight commander of the Saron family. The other is Briua, the former top mage of the Green Mage Tower. Evan asks if Varen has already received the star's blessing, since he's rumored to become the next branch leader after Bridja. Varen confirms it. Normally, the blessing is only granted after an official promotion, but because he must survive the coming explosion, the Order's leader granted it to him in advance. He admits he's still far weaker than Bridja, but with the star's blessing, nobody should be able to touch him. Before he can finish speaking, he suddenly senses someone approaching. Sword Saint Jaipa has arrived. Varen instantly creates a protective barrier around himself, and his allies just as Jaipa launches an overwhelming attack that tears through the ground itself. Shocked, Varen asks how Jaipa found them when the bomb had only just started absorbing mana. Jaipa calmly replies that the moment he entered the Ramera Mountains, he already knew where they were. He simply wanted to learn what their true objective was before making his move. Now with the bomb exposed, Jaipa and Varen stand face to face, ready for battle. 10 minutes before Jaipa confronted Varen, the captured Nebula Clasier members prepared to sacrifice themselves. Realizing they were about to self-destruct using mana, Jaipa watched as Ronan told Nemia to pull the squad back while he handled it himself. Ronan stepped in front of the massive mana sphere and swung his sword. With a single slash, he completely erased the gathered mana. The captured members were stunned. Before one of them could even process what happened, her head fell to the ground. In the same attack, Ronan had already beheaded the remaining members. As she died, Ronan coldly tells her there was no point putting on a final act. Watching everything unfold, Jaipa realizes Ronan didn't simply disperse the spell. He actually cut through the mana itself. After sheathing his sword, Ronan tells Jaipa that Nebula Clasier members don't normally choose suicide unless they're hiding something bigger. Judging by the situation, an executive-level member must be nearby. He asks Jaipa to work with him, saying that if he's truly leading the Nebula Clasier task force, he should have a way to track them down. Ronan even promises he'll make sure the Emperor rewards him. Now, in the present, Jaipa stands face-to-face with Varen and his remaining allies. Varen notices that Jaipa's attack contained no mana at all. It was nothing but overwhelming raw strength. He realizes the rumors were true. Sword Saint Jaipa is a true monster. Varen orders Evan and Briua to hold Jaipa back while he continues the mission. Without hesitation, both accept, declaring they're willing to risk their lives for the star's mission. Briua activates a powerful mana shield, while Evan boosts his mana and charges forward. Jaipa calmly remarks that a high-ranking knight and a top mage make a decent combination. He even says they would have made excellent training partners for his elite force. Evan reaches him first and attacks. Jaipa blocks the strike with his bare hand. Excited, Evan calls it an honor to stake his pride against the Empire's strongest swordsman. But Jaipa doesn't move an inch. He casually pushes the attack aside. Evan charges again, declaring that defeating Jaipa would earn him the right to stand among the greatest warriors. Instead, Jaipa shatters Evan's sword with a single punch. Evan is left completely stunned. Jaipa mocks him for talking about a warrior's pride while relying on borrowed power. Then he lands another punch that tears Evan's face apart. He warns him never to disgrace a warrior's pride again. Jaipa immediately turns to Brua. Before Brua can fully activate his mana shield, Jaipa slices straight through him. Only Varen remains. Protected by his barrier, Varen withstands Jaipa's kick without the shield breaking. Jaipa studies him closely before recognizing him. He recalls the Arden village massacre from 10 years ago, where thousands died during black magic experiments. The criminal behind that massacre was none other than Varen. Varen smiles, saying it's an honor that the Sword Saint remembers his name. He claims he abandoned his past long ago and now lives only as a believer of the star. Cracks begin spreading across his shield. As Jaipa shatters it, he says Varen's past doesn't matter. To him, Varen is nothing more than another target. Jaipa launches another attack. Just before the blow lands, Varen activates the star's blessing, forcing Jaipa backward. Varen admits he expected his chosen followers to lose, but not this quickly. Even so, he believes Jaipa can't overcome the divine power granted by the star. Calling Jaipa nothing more than a mortal crawling beneath the starlight, Varen asks what he thinks after witnessing the star's greatness. Jaipa simply draws his weapon. He says they're trying to kill each other while Varen is busy living in a fantasy. And that fantasy will be the reason he dies. With those words, Jaipa charges straight at Varen. Jaipa unleashes a devastating strike with his weapon. Varen activates the star's blessing, taking the attack head-on. The impact is so overwhelming that it devastates the entire forest, leaving the battlefield covered in smoke. But when the dust settles, Jaipa sees that Varen doesn't even have a scratch. Watching the destruction around him, Varen admits Jaipa truly deserves the title of Sword Saint. With nothing but sword chi, he leveled an entire section of the forest. Still, Varen laughs, claiming that even the Empire's strongest swordsman's sword chi is nothing more than a trivial trick before the star's blessing. Meanwhile, the magic bomb continues absorbing massive amounts of mana. Varen warns Jaipa to escape while he still can. Only someone as strong as Jaipa might survive the explosion. Everyone else in the area will be reduced to ashes. Hearing that, Jaipa realizes Ronan was right. If this power isn't stopped now, it could become an even greater threat in the future. He decides to test whether the star's blessing can withstand his full power. This time, Jaipa prepares to use his aura. The pressure alone shocks Varen. He immediately realizes this attack is far stronger than the last. Excited, Varen shouts that watching a mere beast challenge the heavens is truly impressive, and tells Jaipa to attack with everything he has. Just as Jaipa is about to strike, Ronan arrives and tells him to stop. If he unleashes that attack, the mountains will be destroyed before the bomb even explodes. Varen also notices Ronan's arrival. Jaipa calmly says Ronan took long enough. Ronan replies that no one has ever called him slow, then says there's no time to argue. If that's really the star's blessing, he'll handle it himself. No matter how strong Jaipa is, this isn't something brute force can solve. Varen is stunned to see someone speaking to the Sword Saint so casually. Jaipa agrees, saying Ronan is better suited for this fight. Varen can't understand who this young man is. Ronan steps forward and says he heard everything. To stop this disaster, all he has to do is defeat Varen and shut down the bomb. Drawing his sword, Ronan asks if Varen is really an executive. His blessing looks impressive, but compared to Brija, he doesn't even have half her power. Hearing Brija's name, Varen is furious. He demands to know how Ronan knows her and realizes it wasn't Sarante who killed Brija, it was Ronan. Enraged, Varen declares that Ronan has insulted one of the Order's greatest believers. Monsters begin emerging from Varen's back as he prepares to kill him. He insists there's no way someone with so little mana could have defeated Brija. Soon, dozens of monsters surround Ronan. Varen calls him a liar, saying the only way Ronan could know Brija is if he witnessed her death. The monsters rush toward Ronan. Ronan smiles and says Varen wants the truth. In the next instant, he disappears. Before Varen can react, Ronan is already standing in front of him. Even then, Varen refuses to believe Brija could have lost to someone like Ronan. He claims Ronan couldn't have harmed her even with a surprise attack. Before he can finish, Ronan slices Varen into multiple pieces. Varen is left in complete disbelief. His star's blessing never activated. His body falls apart across the ground. Ronan remarks that Brija said the same things before she died. He then drives his sword into the magic bomb. The bomb immediately stops absorbing mana, and the magic circle beneath it begins to disappear. Standing over Varen's severed head, Ronan calmly tells him, Now he finally knows the truth. As Varen dies, he can't believe Ronan's sword pierced through the star's blessing. That power belonged to the Order's leader and was supposed to surpass everything. He desperately wonders who Ronan really is. Before he can think any further, Ronan cuts off his head. Jaipa asks if Varen is truly dead. Ronan explains that the normal believers were ready to blow themselves up, so there was no telling what an executive might have done. Since the Order is becoming more radical, they can't afford to take any risks. Jaipa agrees, saying Ronan made the right decision. He admits it's a shame he never got to test his full strength against the star's blessing. If they ever fight again, he believes he'll uncover its secret. Ronan immediately stops him, reminding him that using his full aura would have destroyed his hometown. His sword chi alone already devastated the entire forest. Jaipa laughs, saying Ronan saved him from acting on his curiosity. He promises that if Ronan ever needs anything, he only has to ask. Jaipa explains the Emperor ordered him to reward anyone who helps destroy the Order. Hearing that, Ronan grins and says he'll gladly accept the offer because strong allies are always valuable. The scene then shifts to Schlieffen, who is escorting Enrolls toward the imperial capital. Looking out the carriage window, Enrolls quietly watches her hometown disappear behind her. From now on, she'll be living in the capital. The soldiers notice how peaceful everything is. One of them says they expected monster attacks, but another explains that's because young Master Schlieffen ordered everyone to prepare in advance. They also wonder who the young woman inside the carriage is, since she's being protected by Grantianites. The only thing they're certain of is that she's someone very important to Schlieffen. Meanwhile, Schlieffen nervously asks Enrolls if she's comfortable. Enrolls smiles and says the carriage is even nicer than her own home. She even invites him inside so he can rest after riding all day. Schlieffen almost accepts before remembering he's on duty. Embarrassed, he politely refuses and says he'll remain focused on his mission, but asks her to let him know if she needs anything. Suddenly, his horse reacts violently. Schlieffen senses an overwhelming presence approaching. Jaipa is heading straight toward them. He immediately jumps off his horse and orders every soldier into battle formation. Protecting Lady Enrolls becomes the top priority. Drawing his sword, Schlieffen prepares for battle. The pressure is even greater than facing a dragon. As Jaipa attacks, Schlieffen meets the strike head-on. Their swords collide, sending shockwaves through the surrounding area. Jaipa praises him, saying the rumors didn't do him justice. Calling Schlieffen one of the Empire's rising stars, he says that if the next sword saint is human, it'll be either Schlieffen or Ronan. Confused, Schlieffen demands to know why Jaipa is attacking Grantia. Jaipa casually replies that it was only a greeting. For true warriors, he says, a single exchange of blades speaks louder than thousands of words. At that moment, Ronan arrives and tells him to stop with those ridiculous greetings. If Jaipa wants to greet people like that, he should do it somewhere else. Schlieffen recognizes Ronan's voice. Ronan walks over and praises Schlieffen for holding his ground. He explains they've come to help and points out that Jaipa's task force is with them, along with several porters. Seeing all of this together leaves Schlieffen completely stunned. The next day, everyone arrives in the imperial capital, Valen. Enrolls is shown her new home and can't believe her eyes. The house looks more like a princess's mansion than an ordinary residence. Ronan reminds her that this is where she'll be living from now on. Since it's right next to Filion, they'll be able to visit her easily, and the area's security is excellent. Schlieffen explains that he personally arranged the house's interior with his craftsmen and hopes she'll like it. Overwhelmed with happiness, Enrolls thanks both Ronan and Schlieffen. She says she can't let them leave without thanking them properly, and offers to cook a meal herself. Ronan happily agrees, excited to finally eat a home-cooked meal again. Meanwhile, Schlieffen nearly freezes at the thought of sharing a meal with Enrolls. Just then, a loud voice echoes through the house. Even Ronan and Schlieffen recognize it instantly. It's Instructor Navarros. Standing face-to-face with Jaipa, she glares at him with unmistakable anger. Jaipa says it's been a long time since they last met, but Navarros's attitude hasn't changed one bit. He even questions whether someone like her can properly teach students. Navarros immediately shuts him down, telling him to stay out of her business and leave. Jaipa smirks and says her tongue is still as sharp as ever. Now he wants to see if her sword is just as sharp. He even brings up the day she lost the title of Sword Saint. That instantly pushes Navarros over the edge. She draws her sword and releases her snake aura. The pressure is so overwhelming that Jaipa's soldiers freeze in place, unable to move. Even Jaipa admits she isn't using her full power, yet her aura alone is making his body stiffen. Calling her Snake Woman, he releases his own aura, and the two terrifying forces collide. Just as they're about to fight, Ronan rushes in and stops them. He asks if they've both lost their minds. Starting a fight in front of his sister's house would destroy the entire area. Ronan even warns them that if Enrolls gets hurt, he won't let either of them walk away. He calls both sword saints childish for acting so recklessly. Jaipa finally calms down and admits he lost control after getting provoked by Navarros. He apologizes, says his mission is complete, and prepares to leave. Before disappearing, he tells Ronan he hopes they've both become much stronger the next time they meet. After Jaipa leaves, Ronan finally breathes a sigh of relief. When he asks why Navarros came so early, she simply orders him to explain everything. Later, inside Enroll's house, Ronan tells her the entire story. After hearing everything, Navarros says Jaipa must genuinely like Ronan. Otherwise, he would have never personally escorted Enroll all the way here. But then she gives Ronan a serious warning. He should stay away from Jaipa. 10 years ago, during the infamous Night of the Canine, the werehumans launched a massive invasion led by none other than Jaipa himself. That very battle was also when Adeshan lost her parents. Although the war eventually ended with a peace treaty, and the werehumans joined the Imperial Army, Navarros still doesn't trust him. Jaipa only accepted the alliance after forcing the Empire to guarantee the safety of his homeland. Most people see him as the Empire's strongest ally, but Navarros believes he's simply protecting his own people and hiding his true intentions. If that treaty ever falls apart, she believes Jaipa could become an even greater threat than the Order itself. Hearing this, Ronan realizes Jaipa never appeared during the Battle of Ahiyut in his previous life. Maybe the Order eliminated him before then. Either way, Ronan can no longer ignore him as a possible threat. After a brief silence, Navarros changes the subject. She asks if Ronan can really use sword chi whenever he wants now. Ronan confirms it, though he admits his sword chi is still nowhere near her level. Navarros says Jaredin was finally useful for something. Then she grabs her sword and announces it's time to begin Ronan's real training. The two head to the training room, where several magical training dummies are waiting for him. Meanwhile, Schlieffen is happily enjoying the homemade meal Enroll prepared. Ronan stands before a row of training dummies as Navarros tells him to demonstrate his sword chi. She reminds him that this technique isn't about physical strength, it's about channeling mana through the sword. Ronan infuses La Mancha with mana and launches a slash. But before it reaches the dummy, the energy completely fades away. Confused, Ronan tries again, but the aura disappears a second time. Navarros stops him and explains that while it's impressive he can finally channel mana into his sword, this still isn't true sword chi. Right now, he's only adding a small amount of mana to his normal attacks. That's enough to explain how a first-year student managed to kill a dragon, but it's nowhere near the real thing. Ronan doesn't understand how the difference could be so huge. Navarros explains that he's looking at mana the wrong way. Sword chi isn't just compressed mana that hits harder. Mana isn't meant to simply increase power, it's the path that leads a warrior to the next stage. That's why she first wanted to understand how Ronan viewed mana before teaching him anything else. She warns him that luck won't always save him. One day, that misunderstanding could be the difference between life and death. Ronan remembers the battles where he survived only because fortune was on his side. Navarros assures him that this is only the beginning. They'll fix his weaknesses together. She then takes La Mancha from Ronan and pours her own mana into the blade. The sword suddenly begins glowing bright red. Ronan is stunned. Navarros reveals that this is La Mancha's true form. Legendary weapons forged by master craftsmen possess hidden abilities that only awaken when their owner's mana is strong enough to resonate with them. To prove it, she swings the sword once. The single slash completely devastates the magically reinforced training ground. Ronan can't believe it. When he channels his own mana, nothing happens. Navarros explains that his mana is still too weak to resonate with the sword. A legendary weapon recognizes the strength of its owner. Realizing his next goal, Ronan asks where to begin. Navarros tells him they'll start with the fundamentals, maintaining mana. The training begins immediately. After one day, Ronan can maintain his mana for 48 seconds. After 3 days, he reaches 1 minute and 32 seconds. 5 days later, he holds it for 2 minutes and 12 seconds. As the days pass, his control improves rapidly. By the 14th day, Ronan can maintain his mana continuously for 13 minutes. Even Navarros is impressed, knowing most people spend years reaching that level. She tells Ronan to keep his mana stable while attempting sword chi once again. This time, Ronan maintains his mana even after swinging his sword. He calmly sheathes La Mancha, and a moment later, every training dummy loses its head in a single delayed strike. Smiling, Ronan jokes that the dummies finally understand who his teacher is. Navarros is satisfied. She asks if he finally understands the purpose of this training. Ronan nods. The more he trains, the more clearly he can sense every part of his body, and more importantly, he can finally feel the enormous potential hidden within his mana. Navarros smiles, knowing he's finally grasped the true foundation of mana. Just then, Professor Jaredin arrives. He apologizes for interrupting their late-night training and says he has something important to discuss. Something that concerns Ronan. Jaredin suddenly arrives during Ronan's training. Navarose assumes he's there to check on Ronan's mana, but jokes that he's probably just trying to steal more of Ronan's money. Jaredin laughs it off and reveals the real reason he came. Thanks to Ronan, Sonya has finally opened her eyes after years of being unconscious. Navarose is shocked by the news since Sonya was once one of her closest friends. Although Sonya still hasn't fully recovered, Jaredin hopes Navarose will visit her someday. He then changes the subject to Adeshin. After studying her condition, he believes she's carrying a dangerous power she may never be able to control. He also suspects Navarose already knows this, which is why she keeps Adeshin close. Navarose refuses to discuss her assistant's future and shuts the conversation down. Later, Ronan asks Jaredin how he and Navarose know each other. Jaredin reveals that 10 years ago they were famous mercenaries, and their first meeting was on opposite sides of an assassination mission. Navarose defeated him so badly that he nearly died. A woman named Sonya saved his life, and the two eventually fell in love. Over time, Jaredin and Navarose's rivalry became a friendship. But when Jaredin later failed to protect Sonya, Navarose never forgave him. Even so, she kept his secrets hidden so he could continue searching for a cure. The next day, Jaredin takes Ronan and Adeshin to the Black Magic Laboratory. Using a powerful mana extractor, he begins analyzing Adeshin's hidden power. The moment the experiment starts, black mana pours out of her body, filling the entire laboratory. Even the sealed monsters begin going berserk, just from sensing its presence. Ronan immediately recognizes it. This is the same terrifying power that once allowed the Grand Commander to dominate entire battlefields in his previous life. Jaredin confirms that Adeshin possesses the legendary Shadow Mana. He explains that Shadow Mana is an extremely rare power that has remained dormant for centuries. Unlike normal mana, it completely ignores logic. Even someone with no mana can become as powerful as a Swordmaster by using it. But there's a deadly catch. Once Shadow Mana awakens, it gradually consumes its user. Most people lose control and eventually die before mastering it. Finally, Jaredin gives Adeshin a choice. He can suppress her Shadow Mana so it never awakens, or remove it completely. Because once she accepts this power, there's no turning back. Hearing Jaredin's warning, Adeshin remembers the night of the canine, when her mother abandoned her. She also remembers Ronan promising that he'd help her become stronger. Although she's scared, Adeshin refuses to back down. Jaredin smiles, saying that's exactly the determination he'd expect from Ronan's assistant. With her decision made, the experiment begins. Jaredin extracts another type of mana from Adeshin's body, forming it into a red sphere. He explains that this is the mana she's unconsciously been gathering all her life. That's why, no matter how hard she trained, she always lagged behind her classmates. The reason is simple. Her Shadow Mana has been constantly suppressing her normal mana from the inside. Jaredin praises her effort, but says those two energies can't coexist. If she wants to use Shadow Mana, her normal red mana has to disappear completely. Ronan jokes that one student has spent years trying to gain mana, while the other has to get rid of it. Jaredin explains that removing the red mana normally takes 5 years. Even with the mana extractor, the mana would simply return once the machine is turned off. Ronan asks one final question. If someone removed it all at once, would there be any side effects? Jaredin says there shouldn't be. The next second, Ronan slices through Adeshin's red mana with his sword. Both Jaredin and Adeshin watch in shock as the red mana completely disappears. Ronan shrugs it off, saying he has too much work for Adeshin to waste 5 years on something so simple. The moment the red mana vanishes, Adeshin's Shadow Mana erupts. The dark aura floods the entire laboratory before she collapses unconscious. When she wakes up, she realizes she's lying in Ronan's lap and immediately turns bright red. At the same time, every beast inside the laboratory starts going berserk. Jaredin explains that with her original mana gone, her Shadow Mana has fully awakened. The experiment was a complete success. He tells Adeshin that the cold, heavy feeling near her heart is pure Shadow Mana. For now, it's overflowing because of the awakening, but eventually it'll stabilize. The next step is learning how to control it. Just as Jaredin prepares to calm the beasts himself, Ronan stops him. Instead, he tells Adeshin to try. She simply says, "Be quiet." Instantly, every beast falls completely silent. Even Adeshin can't believe it. Jaredin explains that ordinary mind control requires enormous mana and specialized magic tools. Yet Adeshin accomplished the same thing with a single command. Her Shadow Mana is even more dangerous than they imagined. Watching this, Ronan remembers the future. As Grand Commander, Adeshin could control entire armies with her will, turning soldiers into puppets willing to die without hesitation. He recalls countless troops sacrificing themselves against giants simply because she ordered them to. Back then, she never hesitated to make those decisions. Remembering that future, Ronan can't help but wonder, when that day comes again, will Adeshin make the same choice? After leaving the black magic lab, Ronan congratulates Adeshin on awakening her new power. With Professor Jaredin personally training her, she's finally one step closer to becoming the Grand Commander. But instead of celebrating, Adeshin looks worried. She admits that the stronger her power becomes, the more innocent people could be affected by it. At first, she was excited because it brought her closer to her dream. But after witnessing what Shadow Mana can do, she's afraid. What if one day she starts treating innocent people like puppets and sacrifices them for victory? Ronan realizes she's finally seen both sides of this power. In his previous life, the Grand Commander saved countless lives with her brilliant strategies. But those victories were built on soldiers who were sacrificed like disposable puppets. Even so, Ronan knows he has no right to tell her to abandon that future. Adeshin then asks him for one promise: if she ever loses herself. She wants Ronan to stop her. Ronan simply tells her not to forget those words when she finally becomes the Grand Commander. After that, peace finally returns to Filion Academy. Jaredin begins training Adeshin to master Shadow Mana. At first, she struggles to control even a single bird. But before long, she can command 5 at once, and soon she'll be controlling even larger beasts. Meanwhile, Braum continues his usual training. Ophelia also begins teaching Sita blood magic. To Ophelia's surprise, Sita perfectly performs blood shot on her very first attempt, destroying a magical dummy. Convinced she's a genius, Ophelia immediately starts planning to teach her even stronger blood magic spells. At the same time, Ronan continues sparring with Schlieffen. Both notice how much stronger the other has become. Ronan says Schlieffen has gotten faster. Schlieffen points out that Ronan's attacks have become much stronger under Navarro's training. As always, both proudly claim they're still stronger than the other. Watching from a distance, Maria jokes that they've been fighting for hours and still haven't gotten tired. She teases SL by asking what he thinks about Ronan. Flustered, SL accidentally suggests Ronan would probably be a better match for her. Maria instantly realizes he's jealous. Laughing, she reassures him that no one is better than her cute SL before dragging the embarrassed boy away to continue their teamwork training. Later, Ronan visits Professor Varen Fanashir. The moment he smells the tea on the table, he immediately recognizes it. It's almost identical to the tea made by Sarante. Varen proudly reveals that, thanks to the herb Ronan brought back, he successfully cultivated it. He hopes this tea will help countless people in the future, and considers it his way of repaying Ronan. Ronan jokes that cultivating the tea has already repaid him more than enough. Then Varen reveals the real reason he called Ronan. The Mage Tower of Dawn has officially approved his request to investigate the curse. Ronan immediately wants to leave. However, Varen explains that because of the recent incident, Ronan won't be allowed to go alone. He'll be traveling with one of the magic department's honor students. The student turns out to be Elizabeth. Meanwhile, completely lost in thought, Elizabeth is busy filling her diary with the words, "Adeshin loves Eli." Ronan boards the airship heading to the Mage Tower of Dawn, where he runs into Elizabeth enjoying tea by herself. She immediately questions why a martial arts student is on this trip, but Ronan explains he has business at the Mage Tower. He also reveals that SL couldn't come because he's busy training with Maria. Elizabeth proudly explains that only the top 10 fire magic students were invited, and since she ranked first in the magic department, she'd rather spend her time studying than talking to average students. Ronan teases her for having no friends and offers to keep her company. Elizabeth rejects him instantly. She then admits that, besides Adeshin, Ronan is the only student she truly acknowledges. After everything he's accomplished, including fighting Schlieffen, helping Sword Saint Japa, and catching the royal palace's attention, even the Akalusha family wants him. She also reminds him that he still hasn't answered her invitation. To change the subject, Ronan asks why she's so obsessed with Adeshin. Elizabeth recalls meeting Adeshin shortly after entering the academy. Unlike everyone else, Adeshin didn't praise Elizabeth's family or talent. Instead, she praised the hard work Elizabeth must have put in to become so strong and even offered to help if she ever needed someone to talk to. That single conversation completely changed Elizabeth's opinion of her. Now she can't stop praising Adeshin's beauty and personality, leaving Ronan wondering if every genius is this eccentric. Before the conversation can continue, Ronan suddenly senses danger. He grabs Elizabeth and rushes outside, telling her to use her telekinesis because something huge is heading toward the airship. A gigantic fireball appears in the sky, so massive that it dwarfs the entire airship. Elizabeth recognizes it as a spell normally used during aerial battles. Without wasting a second, she launches Ronan into the air with her telekinesis. Ronan coats La Mancha with mana and slices the enormous fireball into dozens of pieces. But the burning fragments are now falling straight toward the airship. Just before they can hit, another powerful fire spell wipes out every fragment. Ronan is surprised, but Elizabeth simply smirks. She asks if he really thought Elizabeth Akalusha couldn't handle something that simple. Elizabeth destroys the remaining fireball fragments, and Ronan smiles. That's exactly what I expected from you. Nice job, Eli. Elizabeth immediately snaps back, telling him to stop calling her that. After landing safely on the airship, Ronan realizes they survived, but wonders why the Mage Tower of Dawn welcomed them with an attack. Just then, a mage contacts the airship through communication magic. He confirms that the fireball was launched from the Mage Tower itself, but insists it wasn't intentional. It was an unexpected accident, apologizes, and asks everyone to land so they can explain what happened. Once they arrive, the students are still shaken. They're confused about where the fireball came from, who destroyed it, and whether it's even safe to stay. Elizabeth is furious and demands an explanation, threatening to file a complaint if they don't give one. Ronan calms her down. He says they should hear them out first because he already has a good idea of what caused this. He remembers what Professor Varen told him before the trip. After the recent attacks by the Order, including the Academy assault and the Grantia incident, the entire Empire has been searching for the cult. The Mage Tower had also discovered 3 Order members hiding inside. Before they could be arrested, all 3 activated self-destruction magic, forcing the mages to seal themselves off. Although no one died, a large part of the tower was destroyed. Even though things have stabilized, Varen warned Ronan to stay alert because the Order's plan might not be over yet. Back in the present, Ronan suspects today's attack is connected to the Order as well. If he notices anything suspicious, he won't hesitate to strike first. The gates of the Mage Tower open, and a man steps forward to apologize. He introduces himself as Awan Phila, the acting tower master, while the real master is away. The name instantly catches Ronan's attention. He recognizes Awan from his previous life as one of the Empire's greatest fire mages, known as Fire Fowl. He never knew Awan belonged to the Tower of Dawn. Awan explains that the investigation is still ongoing, but they've confirmed the fireball was launched from inside the tower. They're searching every member to find the culprit, increasing security, and promise to compensate for any damage caused during the incident. Hearing this, the students decide to trust him. Even Elizabeth calms down, saying that if the legendary Awan Phila is personally apologizing, they should let the matter go. Ronan agrees. He remembers how, in his previous life, Awan fought on the front lines during the Battle of Ahiyut, buying time for everyone else. He burned his own body alive with fire magic until nothing remained, sacrificing himself without hesitation to save his comrades. Someone like that could never be working with the Order. Awan then thanks Ronan and Elizabeth personally for stopping the fireball. Both of them are surprised that he already knows who they are. Awan explains that he heard about them from Philian Academy and invites them inside because he wants to properly thank them and discuss a few important matters. He leads them into the Mage Tower's main research hall, where countless powerful mages are conducting magical research. Elizabeth is amazed. Now she understands why the Tower of Dawn is considered one of the Empire's top 5 mage towers. Nearly everyone there is at least a 4th circle mage. Ronan also realizes these are no ordinary mages, but he immediately notices something else. Many of them don't seem happy that outsiders are inside the tower. Nearby, a few mages quietly whisper to each other. They question why visitors were allowed in while the tower master is absent and worry that this isn't the right time. One mage even mentions that another mage has recently gone missing, but another quickly silences him, warning that if that information gets out, they'll be in serious trouble. Hearing that, Ronan gets a bad feeling. Something is definitely wrong inside the Mage Tower, and he starts wondering whether he'll even get the chance to find a cure for his curse. Meanwhile, somewhere else inside the tower, a mysterious mage holding a teddy bear quietly receives an order. She smiles and says, "I understand, Master. I'll burn the Akalusha family to ashes." After hearing Awan Phila's explanation, Ronan says he understands the fireball was an accident, but a few things still don't make sense. If Awan is one of the Empire's strongest fire mages, why didn't he stop the fireball? And how did it get so close to the airship? Awan admits that's exactly what bothers him too. Not only he, but every mage in the tower should have been able to stop it. The problem is, no one inside the tower even noticed the fireball until it was already outside. Both Ronan and Elizabeth are shocked. Elizabeth explains that the only way something that massive could go unnoticed is if someone used a wide area perception blocking spell. And if even a 7th circle mage like Awan couldn't detect it, then only someone on the level of the legendary 9th circle mage, Lorhan, could cast such magic. Hearing Lorhan's name, Ronan remembers that in his previous life, Lorhan sacrificed everything to seal one of the 3 giants. He refuses to believe Lorhan is involved, but whoever cast this spell must be just as powerful. Awan urges them not to jump to conclusions without evidence. He says the culprit may have used another method entirely, but promises that if he discovers anyone threatening the tower, he'll personally burn them to ashes. Putting the investigation aside, Awan decides to reward them. Elizabeth is offered private fire magic lessons from Awan himself, including techniques impossible to learn at Filion Academy. She happily accepts. For Ronan, Awan gives him a high circle fire magic scroll, saying it will be invaluable during his dangerous special adventure club missions. Awan also tells Ronan that the Tower of Dawn houses one of the largest libraries in the Empire. Since finding information about his curse would take forever, he already instructed the librarians to prepare the relevant books in advance. That night, Ronan heads to the library. Looking at Sarante's ring, he wonders what the librarian will be like. Since Sarante trusted this person, Ronan expects to meet another elf. While searching the library, a girl suddenly calls his name. She introduces herself as Air, the Tower of Dawn's librarian, and says the Vice Tower Master asked her to guide him. Seeing she's not an elf, Ronan is surprised. He asks if there's another librarian, an elf who's on the verge of death. Air says she's the only librarian and asks why he's asking. Ronan shows her Sarante's ring, explaining that its owner told him the tower's librarian would recognize it. The moment Air sees the ring, her expression changes. She immediately recognizes it as Sarante's and says she hasn't seen him in a very long time. Realizing she clearly knows Sarante, Ronan decides there's no need to question her further. But Air suddenly becomes suspicious. She says Sarante treasured that ring and would never hand it over so easily. As her aura erupts into the shape of a giant wolf, she demands to know how Ronan got it. Ronan immediately draws his sword but quickly realizes one thing. Whatever Air's relationship with Sarante was, she genuinely cares about him. So instead of fighting, Ronan raises both hands and apologizes. He tells her she's misunderstood the situation. If their positions were reversed, he would have reacted the same way. Then he asks her to hear the full story before making any judgments. Ronan explains everything that happened with Sarante. Air confirms she understands now. If Ronan had stolen the ring by force, he wouldn't have known anything about her or Sarante. She apologizes for misunderstanding him, but Ronan says he should have explained everything sooner. Ronan then asks how she knows Sarante, and guesses she's a spirit because her mana took the shape of a wolf. Air confirms she's a spirit and reveals Sarante was her master. Years ago, she was a reckless troublemaker who caused chaos wherever she went. Everyone avoided her until Sarante found her, easily overpowered her, and brought her to the Mage Tower of Dawn. Ronan is surprised to learn Sarante was once the tower's strongest mage despite never using fire magic. Air says Sarante changed her life, teaching her that true strength isn't about overpowering others, but protecting peace. Because of his guidance, she became the tower's librarian and has protected it ever since. Air casually says Sarante must still be busy, unaware that he has already died. Ronan realizes she doesn't know the truth. Respecting Sarante's wishes, he hides it and says Sarante is simply too busy to meet anyone for now. Hearing that Sarante hasn't forgotten her makes Air happy. At the same time, Ronan notices Sarante's ring change shape, while a mysterious book hidden in the corner reacts to the ring with fear. 3 days pass without any incidents. While the tower remains peaceful, Ronan spends all his time researching his curse, but finds nothing useful despite reading countless books. Air asks if he's made any progress. Ronan says he still doesn't understand his curse, though he's learned a few related concepts thanks to her constant help. While flipping through another book, Ronan brings up a name that keeps appearing, Bajura. The moment Air hears it, she freezes. She asks how Ronan knows that name and whether he secretly entered the Forbidden Library. Ronan denies it, saying the book she gave him mentioned Bajura. Air checks the books with magic, but the name has completely disappeared. She explains that Sarante didn't send Ronan there just to meet her. The Mage Tower holds the Empire's greatest collection of books on curses, yet even there, Bajura is never mentioned. Bajura is the most dangerous forbidden book, said to have been written by a demon. Anyone who touches it gains limitless power, loses control, and brings destruction wherever they go. In the past, an entire kingdom was wiped out because of it. The scene then cuts to an old man bound in chains. Standing before him, Awanfilla says this decision was made for the future of the Mage Tower and hopes he'll understand it. Air explains that the Forbidden Library doesn't just seal Bajura, but countless forbidden books. That's why Sarante chose a spirit like her to become its librarian. Humans can easily be corrupted by those books. Still, she's surprised Ronan mentioned Bajura of all books. She starts wondering if it's connected to the missing mages and Nebula's self-destruction incidents. Ronan immediately asks if the mages started disappearing after the terrorist attack. Air confirms it. Every missing mage used to work in her library. She searched the entire tower for them, but they vanished without leaving a single trace. Ronan is shocked. He realizes the self-destruction incident may have been nothing more than a distraction to help the missing mages disappear. Meanwhile, Elizabeth continues training under Awanfilla. She realizes his magic is on a completely different level. His theories greatly reduce mana consumption, and she decides to learn as much as possible before leaving. Suddenly, Elizabeth senses someone nearby and uses her magic to expose an invisible mage. She first assumes another noble family sent a spy, but then recognizes him as one of the missing mages. Before she can question him, a massive explosion erupts. The other missing mages launch the attack to rescue their companion. Elizabeth easily throws the captured mage back toward them and says they should be happy to have their friend back. She demands answers. Why did they disappear? Why are they attacking her? And why is Sion Grantia, the third daughter of the Grantia family, standing with them? Sion remains silent. Elizabeth says that's fine. She has wanted to test Awan Phila's magic in a real battle anyway. She unleashes a powerful fire spell that cracks the ground, forcing the enemy mages onto the defensive. One of them admits Elizabeth is far stronger than an ordinary fourth circle mage and orders Sion to attack. Sion creates a flame spear and launches it at Elizabeth, but the spear stops right in front of her. Elizabeth mocks it, calling it nothing more than a toothpick. Sion is left speechless. Elizabeth sends the spear back at Sion before unleashing another barrage of fire needles at the entire group. Elizabeth's fire needles rain down on the enemy mages, but they barely manage to block them with their shields. One of the mages tells the others to protect Sion Grantia while she fights Elizabeth. Their entire plan depends on Sion killing an Akalusha. Suddenly, Elizabeth's fire needles shatter their fourth circle shield and hit another mage. Shocked, one of them charges straight at Elizabeth, believing she's left herself open. But Elizabeth instantly redirects the same fire needles with telekinesis, piercing the attacker. The mage can't believe she controlled two different magic attributes at once. Elizabeth reveals she can control 3 attributes, but 2 are enough. She burns the attacker, leaving only Sion standing. Elizabeth tells Sion there's no one left to interrupt them. She explains that a war between the Akalusha and Grantia families would devastate the Empire, and a plan this sloppy couldn't have come from the Grantia family. After thinking it through, she concludes that Sion is being manipulated by another group, trying to start a war between the two families. Elizabeth demands to know who's controlling her. Sion suddenly smiles, and another voice speaks through her body. The mysterious figure says Elizabeth has figured it out, but she'll still have to die. A massive dark aura erupts from Sion, forcing Elizabeth to her knees. Unable to move, she wonders who she's facing. The voice orders her to raise her head and declares that only one being can rule the world. Bajura. The face behind that voice is revealed to be Tower Master Larden. Awan Phila asks Ronan if he really saw the name Bajura in the books. Ronan confirms he did, leaving Awan unable to understand how it was possible. Air suggests Bajura's seal may have weakened and insists they inspect it immediately. However, Awan reveals he already checked the seal the previous day and found nothing wrong. Air is shocked that he entered the Forbidden Library without her or the Tower Master's permission. She warns that even someone like Awan could fall under Bajura's influence and says she'll report this to the Tower Master. Awan apologizes and finally reveals the truth. Tower Master Larden is already inside the Forbidden Library, sealed together with Bajura. He explains that a year ago, Larden never actually left the tower. Instead, he entered its deepest chamber, broke Bajura's seal in search of ancient knowledge, and was consumed by the Forbidden Book. Air can't believe it. Larden had already mastered both fire and phantom magic, so she can't understand why he needed Bajura's power. Awan explains that Larden believed forbidden knowledge could benefit the world if used by the right person, and thought he could control Bajura. Instead, Bajura proved to be pure evil, beyond any human's control. Before losing himself completely, Larden activated an emergency summoning scroll and called Awan. Realizing he was becoming Bajura's host, Larden begged Awan to seal him immediately, even if it meant sacrificing him to save the world. With no other choice, Awan sealed Bajura together with Larden. He admits he kept this secret to protect Larden's reputation, believing the Tower Master acted with good intentions. Ronan realizes the situation is even worse than it seems. Everything points to one conclusion: Bajura's seal has already been broken. Even if Awan personally checked it, Bajura could have deceived his senses using Larden's powerful phantom magic. Ronan also wonders why Bajura, who had stayed hidden until now, suddenly chose to reveal itself. Just then, Ronan senses an overwhelming mana surrounding the entire area, far stronger than anything he'd felt before, even stronger than Bridges. At the same time, Elizabeth confronts Bajura, who has taken over Larden's body. Recognizing the name of the legendary Forbidden Book, Elizabeth is shocked. Bajura confirms Larden tried to control its power, failed, and became nothing more than its vessel. Elizabeth stays calm and quickly realizes something doesn't add up. If Bajura were at full power, it wouldn't need to manipulate others from the shadows or hide behind a little girl. Its current state must be unstable. Bajura laughs and admits she's only half right. Larden's consciousness is still resisting, preventing it from fully taking over the body. However, that problem will soon disappear because a far better vessel has finally arrived. When Elizabeth asks who it is, Bajura reveals the answer: Ronan. His body is the vessel Bajura needs to become complete. Bajura explains that, although Larden's mind is incredibly strong, he'll eventually take complete control. The real problem is that Larden's old body is no longer suitable. While attacking the airship to buy time, Bajura spotted Ronan. After observing him for several days, he decided Ronan possessed the greatest potential he'd seen in over 100 years and chose him as his perfect vessel. Bajura says the conflict between the Akalusha and Grancia families was only meant to lure Elizabeth there. He offers her a choice: serve him, or die at Sion Grancia's hands and become the spark that starts a war across the empire. Despite Bajura's magic making her cough blood, Elizabeth refuses to submit. She declares that she would rather die than disgrace the Akalusha name and tells Bajura he'll never achieve his goal. Bajura loses interest and orders Sion to kill her. Just as Sion attacks, her knife suddenly shatters. Ronan breaks Bajura's illusion, grabs Sion, pulls her away from Bajura's control, and slices Bajura's body into pieces. Even as his head falls to the ground, Bajura is shocked that Ronan not only escaped Larden's enhanced illusion, but also cut through it so easily. Before disappearing, Bajura smiles and says he expected nothing less from his future vessel. With Bajura's illusion gone, every mage in the tower regains consciousness. Awanfila realizes Ronan was right. The entire area had been covered by a spell that blocked everyone's senses. Air identifies the mana as Larden's, and concludes that Bajura has broken the seal. Awan is stunned, and Air immediately tells him they must gather the remaining mages and prepare a countermeasure. Meanwhile, Elizabeth laughs in relief, admitting she genuinely believed she had been fatally wounded before realizing it was phantom pain. She warns Ronan not to tell Adeshan what happened. Ronan jokes that she's still as stubborn as ever, and is surprised she's really Schlieffen's younger sister. Elizabeth explains that Sion Grancia is an extremely talented mage who was sent abroad at a young age, but Bajura had been controlling her. Ronan praises Elizabeth's honesty, then jokingly calls her Eli again, making her immediately protest because only Adeshan is allowed to use that nickname. Looking around, Ronan realizes the corpses belong to the mages who disappeared after the terrorist attack. Since they all carry Nebula Clazier's mana, he concludes they were members of the Order all along. The terrorist attack was never the real objective. It was simply a distraction that allowed Bajura's followers to reach the forbidden area through air. Elizabeth suddenly warns Ronan to run because Bajura's real target is him. She explains that the body Ronan destroyed was only an illusion. Bajura's true power is on an entirely different level, and if he takes over Ronan's body, no one in the tower will be able to stop him. At that moment, Bajura laughs and casts another spell, instantly taking control of Elizabeth, Air, Awanfila, and everyone else. He tells Ronan that everyone except him now belongs to Bajura. The waiting is over. Ronan's body will become Bajura's new vessel. Bajura takes control of the entire mage tower. Ronan demands that he stop hiding behind tricks and face him directly. Sitting on his throne, Bajura mocks Ronan, saying this isn't the right place for their meeting and decides to bring him somewhere else. Ronan notices the last missing mage standing beside him. Under Bajura's control, she tells Ronan to follow her to her master. Seeing that Elizabeth, Sion, Air, Awanfila, and everyone else are under Bajura's control, Ronan realizes he has no other choice. Drawing La Mancha, he says he was planning to hunt Bajura down anyway and follows her. She leads him to a hidden chamber, where Ronan finds Tower Master Larden begging for help and regretting his arrogance for trying to control Bajura's power. Without hesitation, Ronan cuts him in half, immediately recognizing it as another illusion, and demands that the real Bajura come out. Bajura laughs and finally reveals himself, welcoming Ronan as his future vessel. Saying he wants no interruptions, Bajura orders the controlled girl to kill herself. She obeys without hesitation, shouting Bajura's name before dying. Ronan is disgusted and asks why Bajura would kill someone who served him. Bajura replies that, just like Larden, she foolishly sought his power. Everyone who came to him begged for salvation, believing only Bajura could save them. To him, they were nothing more than insects. Letting them serve him was already an act of mercy, and he could discard them whenever he wished. Ronan realizes one important thing: Bajura isn't working for the Order, even though Nebula Clazier's mana surrounds him. Ronan says he's heard enough of Bajura's boasting, and is ready to settle this. Bajura smiles, pleased by Ronan's fighting spirit, but asks if he isn't afraid after witnessing the massive gap in their strength. He claims he could crush Ronan with a single move. Ronan instantly disappears and launches an attack, saying if fear mattered, he would have given up long ago. Bajura easily avoids the strike, appears on another throne, and declares he'll crush Ronan's pride. He summons a monstrous creature to attack, telling Ronan he'll finally understand the difference between their power. Ronan dodges the attack, and at that moment, Sarante's ring in his pocket suddenly begins to glow. Sarante's energy suddenly flows out of the ring and surrounds Ronan. He immediately recognizes it as Sarante's power. At that moment, Bajura's monster crushes Ronan in its jaws, but Ronan blocks the attack, mocks the creature's foul breath, and slices it into pieces. Bajura summons another monster, but Ronan cuts that one down just as easily. Amused, Bajura praises Ronan before the creature splits apart, releasing countless smaller monsters that swarm and restrain him. Bajura crushes Ronan with his magic, but Ronan cuts through every monster and breaks free. Bajura then unleashes a barrage of arrows. Ronan blocks them with his sword, creating a massive explosion. Thrilled by the fight, Bajura demands Ronan show him even more power. Suddenly, Bajura senses Awanfila's magic and is surprised to see it inside the battlefield. Ronan has activated the high circle fire scroll Awan gave him. Bajura admits Ronan surprised him, but reminds him that Larden's body belongs to a master of fire magic. He effortlessly destroys the spell and mocks Ronan, believing that was his trump card. Then Bajura realizes Ronan has vanished. He finally understands that the fire spell wasn't meant to defeat him, it was only a distraction to hide Ronan's mana. In the next instant, Ronan appears behind Bajura and delivers a surprise slash, cleanly severing Bajura's head from his body. Bajura instantly regenerates his severed head. Smiling, he admits Ronan's speed wasn't overwhelming, but he's impressed that Ronan still managed to cut him. Wanting to test Ronan further, Bajura summons countless monsters. Ronan prepares to fight, slicing through them while realizing something important. He cut Bajura's essence, yet it had no effect. The real problem is the forbidden book controlling Larden's body. As he keeps fighting, Ronan concludes that brute force won't work. Even Awanfila's scroll and his surprise attack accomplished nothing. Since Bajura wants Ronan's body intact, he's clearly holding back. Otherwise, the fight would have ended already. Bajura then fires a powerful magic arrow at Ronan. Instead of defending himself, Ronan lowers his sword. Just before the arrow hits, Bajura cancels the attack. He can't risk destroying the body he wants. Ronan immediately catches on. He says Bajura's reaction proves he can't kill him. Realizing he can't win head-on, Ronan points his sword at himself and says if Bajura is going to take his body anyway, he'd rather destroy it first. Ronan slashes his own arm. Bajura is furious and insists the injury can be healed, accusing Ronan of bluffing. Ronan calls him out, pointing out that Bajura cancelled his own spell without hesitation. If Ronan's body were seriously damaged, it would be worthless as a vessel. Bajura changes tactics and threatens everyone in the tower, reminding Ronan they're all under his control and can be killed at any moment. Ronan laughs. He says he's not stupid enough to believe Bajura would spare them. Whether he surrenders or not, Bajura will kill them anyway. So Ronan decides he'll do whatever he wants. He deliberately wounds himself again and vows to ruin Bajura's plans before he dies. Still thinking Ronan is bluffing, Bajura watches as Ronan raises his sword toward his own neck. That finally breaks Bajura's composure. He rushes forward, grabs Ronan's arm and desperately demands to know what he's doing. Ronan smiles. Now we're finally talking. Let's make this interesting. Let's bet our lives on a game. Ronan proposes ending the battle with the curse of the pact, explaining that it's a curse based on a condition that ends only when its terms are fulfilled. The risk is that both participants can lose their lives. He challenges Bajura to settle everything with this curse, knowing Bajura can easily activate it. Bajura hesitates. He realizes defeating Ronan by force won't be easy, and Ronan would rather destroy his own body than let it become a vessel. He also senses another mysterious energy inside Ronan, and decides not to underestimate him. Since Ronan is the greatest talent he's seen in over a century, Bajura accepts. Ronan mocks him, asking if the Great Forbidden Book is actually afraid to play a game with a human. Bajura lets go of Ronan's arm and agrees, but declares he'll choose the rules. As the curse activates, he announces the stakes. If Ronan loses, Bajura will take over his body. If Bajura loses, he'll leave Larden's body and be sealed forever. Bajura's challenge is simple. Ronan must survive the illusion he creates. If Ronan endures it, he wins. Ronan accepts without hesitation. The curse activates, and Bajura traps Ronan inside a powerful illusion, claiming it's the last day of his life. Ronan replies that it will actually be Bajura's last day. Ronan suddenly finds himself back in his past, when he was the captain of the disciplinary squad. His squadmates joke about capturing rare fantasy creatures like dream birds and ocean fairies to get rich, while others argue with each other. Ronan tells them to stop fooling around because they're on a mission, not playing games. The soldiers greet their captain, saying he must have been having a nice dream. Ballas complains that they'll die before being released and suggests running away during the next battle, capturing rare creatures, and becoming rich instead. Ronan immediately shuts him down, reminding him that he already warned everyone. Anyone caught poaching would lose their hands. He tells the squad they only need to survive a few more months until the Grand Commander grants them amnesty. Once they're free, they can leave their criminal past behind and start new lives. Another soldier, Martin, says that as long as Captain Ronan is with them, everyone will survive. Ronan snaps back that everyone is responsible for their own life and warns them not to rely on him too much. Privately, Ronan thinks that if this operation succeeds, they'll all receive amnesty. But that also means the upcoming battle will be far from easy. He dreams of surviving long enough to return home and reunite with his sister. Suddenly, a massive explosion lights up the sky. The soldiers panic, believing it's an enemy spell, and ask Ronan for orders. Ronan freezes. Standing before him is Ahyut. Ahyut declares that he has come to clear the path by her will, and tells everyone to accept their fate before the starlight. A soldier points to the sky. Besides Ahyut, countless magic circles appear overhead. Fiery arrows rain down, destroying the battlefield and killing countless soldiers. Ronan is horrified. Then the advance horn sounds, ordering everyone into battle. Ballas panics, asking if they're really expected to fight monsters like these. Before anyone can react, another arrow flies toward them. Ronan blocks it and shouts at everyone to stop complaining and fight if they want to survive. But more arrows rain down, causing massive explosions. Ronan watches his friends die right in front of him. An arrow is about to hit Ronan, but Martin jumps in and saves him. Martin tells Ronan to snap out of it. They can't win this fight alone and need backup. Ronan looks around at the bodies of his fallen comrades and screams in despair. Meanwhile, Bajura watches with satisfaction. He reveals that this illusion traps its victim inside their worst memories, replaying them endlessly until their mind breaks. This is the condition of the curse. Ronan must endure the illusion forever. Bajura says no mortal can overcome it, and the moment Ronan let him choose the condition, he had already lost. He wonders which memory Ronan is experiencing. Inside the illusion, Ronan sees Maria, who is disguised as a boy, lying dead. He watches Ahyut kill Awanfilla while he desperately tries to escape. Then he finds Martin dead as well. Surrounded by the bodies of everyone who died protecting him, Ronan loses hope. He wonders if everything is over and says he just wants to rest. Finally, Ronan gives up. He tells Bajura to stop the illusion and offers him his body. Bajura bursts into laughter, leaves Larden's body, and begins possessing Ronan. "You're mine now, Ronan." Bajura takes over Ronan's body and is amazed by its incredible potential. Before erasing Ronan's consciousness, he decides to show him his true power. With a single swing of Ronan's sword, Bajura destroys the entire area. He says Ronan's true strength has awakened because of his blessing, and tells him to witness the destruction he can now create. To celebrate, Bajura decides to kill Larden, blaming him for wasting so much of his time. Larden struggles to stand. Bajura mocks his determination, asking whether it's his duty as Tower Master or his guilt for endangering both the tower and the world. Just as Bajura is about to kill him, his body suddenly freezes. His sword stops before reaching Larden, then slips from his hand. Bajura realizes he's losing control of Ronan's body. The curse inside Ronan begins consuming him. Shocked, Bajura wonders how a human body could contain so many dark energies. Ronan appears before him and says Bajura is impressive. He recalls how Professor Jaredin nearly died just by touching this energy, yet Bajura swallowed it whole. Bajura demands to know why Ronan's consciousness is still intact. Ronan replies that Bajura's illusion was so powerful it helped him remember every detail of his past. He says his mind was about to break, but something saved him. Ronan reveals Sarante's ring. He remembers Air explaining that the ring's true form awakens when supplied with specific mana. Sarante had given it to Ronan because he knew it would help against his curse. The ring contains powerful anti-demonic energy, and Air had warned him to keep it safe because it would save him when he fell into despair. As Ronan's consciousness was fading, the ring activated. Sarante appeared, reached out his hand, and pulled Ronan out of the darkness. Ronan thanks Sarante for saving him once again. He then reveals that he intentionally gambled on using his cursed body against Bajura after remembering what happened to Jaredin. The gamble worked. The curse begins devouring Bajura. Terrified, Bajura wonders what kind of overwhelming presence is consuming him. Ronan puts the ring away, saying he's heard those words countless times before. Drawing his sword, he reminds Bajura that today is his last day. As the curse engulfs him, Bajura desperately screams that he is the forbidden book of destruction and the rightful ruler of the world. He tries to grab Ronan, but Ronan cuts off his hand. "Stop crying like a child," Ronan says. "It's over, goodbye, old book." After Bajura is defeated, his illusion covering the entire Mage Tower finally disappears. Elizabeth, Air, Phila and everyone else regain their senses. Ronan sighs in relief, saying Bajura caused nothing but trouble. He confirms Bajura's presence is gone, but notices the star mana still remains, suggesting it may be connected to starlight. Then Larden speaks to him, thanking Ronan for defeating Bajura. Ronan asks if he's alright. Larden apologizes for everything Ronan had to go through. Although they just met, he witnessed Ronan's strength and unbreakable will during the battle, something he had never seen before. Ronan tells him to forget that, and asks what happened to his mana. Larden reveals that he has lost all of his mana. He says it's a fair punishment for putting the entire mage tower in danger, and accepts it without regret. Ronan remarks that tower masters truly are different. Soon, Phila and Air arrive. Seeing them, Ronan says he can finally rest before collapsing from exhaustion. The next day, Ronan wakes up in bed with Larden and Phila beside him. Larden tells him he only slept for 1 day, and they didn't want to wake him. Ronan asks if everything in the tower is alright. Phila confirms that after Bajura disappeared, his magic vanished from everyone as well. The victims have returned to normal. Elizabeth has fully recovered and is helping restore the tower, refusing to rest because she believes it's a Kalusha's duty to lead during a crisis. Sion Grantia has also recovered, although she's been acting differently and has been following Elizabeth ever since. Relieved that the two families didn't end up at war, Ronan says he can finally return to Filion. He jokingly asks them not to throw a noisy celebration party. Phila laughs and admits they actually planned one, but instead presents Ronan with a gift. He gives Ronan a first-rank Mage Tower badge, a VVIP badge that grants access to every facility in the Mage Tower of Dawn, including high-ranking mage privileges and the exclusive business exchange. He also upgrades the magic scroll he gave Ronan by adding more high-circle spells. Phila declares that the Mage Tower of Dawn will always stand as Ronan's ally. Larden thanks Ronan once again. Before Ronan can respond, Phila uses his fire magic to reveal Bajura's sealed book, saying they still need to decide how to deal with it. Elsewhere, Ronan finds Air sitting alone. She asks if he's feeling better and says he should still be resting. Ronan says he's fine thanks to Sarante's help, but before returning to Filion, he needs to tell her the truth about Sarante. Air gently stops him. Ronan realizes she already knows. When Sarante's ring awakened, his final message appeared before Air. Sarante apologized for saying goodbye this way, thanked her for filling his ordinary life with precious memories, wished her a peaceful future, and called her his dear friend. Air says she always thought Sarante was a strange elf, but he was truly a wonderful one. She breaks down in tears. A few days later, after peace is restored at the Mage Tower of Dawn, Ronan and Elizabeth finally return to Filion Academy. Ronan returns to Filion and begins training with his sword. As mana flows through his blade, he notices everything feels normal. His mana flow and sword chi are unchanged. But then he senses something new. A strange starlight mana is flowing from inside his body. Ronan realizes it's the same energy used by the cult, and concludes Bajura must have left it behind. A new core has formed inside his body, continuously releasing starlight mana. He recalls Phila and Larden giving him Bajura's book. Ronan couldn't believe they were actually handing it to him. Phila explains they've confirmed Bajura's demon is completely sealed, leaving only ancient knowledge inside the book. Although the decision could attract criticism, they believe Ronan should keep it because Bajura's energy now exists inside him. Larden adds that Ronan didn't get possessed, his body absorbed Bajura instead. If that weren't true, they would still be able to detect Bajura's energy. After searching for a solution for so long, they believe this was the only way. Ronan sarcastically says he'll probably get killed if Japa ever finds out. Fortunately, no one else can sense this mana. Just then, Navarro suddenly appears behind him and asks what people would misunderstand. Startled, Ronan instinctively swings his sword. Navarro easily stops him and notices his sword has changed. She asks if he gained some kind of enlightenment during his trip. Ronan apologizes, saying she startled him. Navarro then asks what happened at the Mage Tower and how he obtained a core. Ronan is confused, saying he thought it was some kind of tumor. Annoyed, Navarro scolds him for comparing a sacred core to a tumor. She explains that a core is created only after years of mana training and countless real battles. It's a blessing granted only to true swordsmen. After the heart releases enough mana, it becomes capable of storing an even denser form of mana, which helps awaken aura. Obtaining a core is such a major milestone that a swordsman's growth is divided into before core and after core. The strange part is that Ronan achieved it after only a few months of training. Even more surprising, this core isn't located in his heart, meaning he may actually possess 2 cores. Shocked, Ronan asks if it's really that special. Instead of answering, Navarro draws her sword. She says they'll discuss the Mage Tower later, but first she wants to test his new power. Ronan nervously asks when they agreed to fight. Navarose replies that the best way for a swordsman to understand new strength is through battle. The two immediately clash. Their swords collide, forcing both of them back. Ronan realizes Navarose isn't holding back. As the fight continues, her attacks split the ground apart. Ronan quickly understands he can't beat her with raw strength. If he keeps fighting head-on, his body will give out. He thinks his only chance is to destroy her footing and create an opening, just like the Grantia swordsman once did. At that moment, Bajura's core suddenly activates. A strange energy bursts out of Ronan and wraps around Navarose's legs, freezing her in place. Ronan is left completely stunned. Ronan suddenly traps Instructor Navarose using Dalen's mana. He immediately realizes it's Dalen's aura, leaving him confused about how he's able to use it. Navarose recognizes the technique as one that completely restrains an opponent's movement. Impressed by what Ronan learned at the Tower of Dawn, she decides to test him with more of her power. As she breaks through the barrier and advances, Ronan suddenly senses something inside Bajura's core. His strength vanishes, and he collapses as his mana becomes severely depleted. Navarose rushes him to Professor Jaredin in Tower 41. After criticizing the reckless training, Jaredin diagnoses Ronan with mana dehydration caused by sudden mana consumption. He assures her that mana potions and prescribed medicine will be enough for a full recovery, then sends her to the medicine room. After Navarose leaves, Ronan thanks Jaredin and explains that he suddenly became dizzy and lost all of his power. Jaredin admits that every time they meet, Ronan experiences something almost unheard of. He has never seen so much energy gathered in one place, and suspects Bajura is responsible. Ronan is shocked that Jaredin knows about Bajura. Jaredin reveals that Awanfilla is a close friend, and asked him to keep an eye on Ronan in case Bajura's power became dangerous. However, he explains that instead of harming Ronan, Bajura's power is stabilizing inside his body. Although it still requires further study, the core may eventually allow Ronan to use aura. The possibility leaves Ronan stunned. Aura is a personal power awakened when overwhelming emotions resonate with the mana stored inside one's core. He begins wondering if the aura he used earlier was actually Dalen's. Since aura cannot normally be copied, he suspects Bajura's power made it possible. Jaredin adds that they will need Professor Sekret's help to fully understand Bajura. He then reveals another surprise. 2 of Ronan's remaining 8 curses have disappeared. Ronan is shocked because he did nothing to remove them. Jaredin believes Bajura somehow merged the 2 curses into one, something never recorded before. Such a phenomenon should only be possible if both curses share the same origin. Ronan then realizes that both curses were connected to Nebula Clazier. Accepting that many mysteries inside his body remain unsolved, Ronan decides to uncover the truth little by little. Leaving the room with Bajura in its book form, he jokes that even after becoming a book, Bajura is still causing endless trouble. Despite his unanswered questions, he's relieved that 2 curses are gone. Moments later, Ronan hears a familiar voice. It turns out to be Asel, whom he hasn't seen in quite some time. Before they can catch up, a loud explosion erupts behind Asel. He is desperately fleeing from a monster, and runs straight toward Ronan for help. Seeing the terrifying creature chasing him, Ronan is left wondering what it is, and why it's targeting Asel. Seeing the monster, Ronan can't believe his eyes. After returning from the Tower of Dawn, he never expected to find a manticore inside the academy. Manticores normally live in the northwest. They are flesh-eating monsters with bodies as hard as steel, tails coated in paralyzing poison, and are considered even more dangerous than dragons. Instead of panicking, Ronan sees this as the perfect opportunity to test Bajura's core. He focuses on drawing mana from Bajura's core instead of his heart. Remembering how he lost control of his mana while fighting Navarose and collapsed from overconsumption, he carefully regulates his mana this time. Ronan successfully recreates Dalen's aura technique, temporarily stopping the manticore. Asel is shocked to see the monster freeze in place. Excited that the technique actually works, Ronan quickly realizes its biggest flaw when the manticore effortlessly shatters the barrier. Although Bajura allows him to use the technique, its power is far weaker than the original. As the manticore charges, Ronan draws La Mancha to block the attack. Before they clash, a brilliant flash of yellow aura erupts across the battlefield. A single strike knocks the manticore unconscious and cracks the ground beneath it. Ronan immediately recognizes the aura as Professor Varen Fanashir's. Varen captures the manticore and apologizes to it, explaining that he had no choice because allowing it to roam free would only cause greater harm. Ronan identifies Varen's aura as an enhancement type and is stunned that he defeated a monster as powerful as a manticore in a single blow. The gentle professor turns out to be far stronger than he expected. Varen then apologizes to Ronan and Asel, admitting that he never expected the manticore to escape its magical prison. As the supervisor of the 100 Beast Festival, he takes full responsibility for the incident. When Ronan asks about the festival, SL explains that Filion has been preparing for it on a massive scale. The event gathers countless rare monsters from across the Empire, including creatures that most people will never see in their entire lives, making it one of the Empire's most anticipated festivals. Ronan remembers seeing it on the Academy's schedule and asks whether the recent incident could force the festival to be cancelled. Varen dismisses the idea, explaining that the Empire has invested too much into the event. In fact, the escaped manticore was supposed to be one of the festival's main attractions. The following day, Ronan meets with Asel and Myria to learn more about the festival. Although he understands why it's popular, he wonders why everyone is so obsessed with this year's event. Myria reveals the real reason. This year's festival will feature the legendary Alpha and Omega doppelgangers. These rare creatures can read a person's mind through eye contact and transform accordingly. Alpha becomes the person or thing someone loves the most, while Omega transforms into their greatest fear. Because doppelgangers are incredibly rare, countless people are willing to spend fortunes just for a chance to see one. This festival will showcase both Alpha and Omega for free, which is why excitement across the Empire has reached unprecedented levels. Hearing this, Ronan immediately realizes what the doppelgangers would become for him. Alpha would transform into Errol, while Omega would become Athute. Hiding his frustration, he simply comments that the festival will attract visitors from everywhere. With Professor Varen occupied by the event, he suspects it will also create the perfect opportunity for unwanted guests to slip into the Academy. At that moment, the story shifts to Cariballo's group. Their leader announces that the higher-ups have issued their next mission, and they intend to complete it without fail in Cariballo's name. Ronan decides it's time to move on from talking about the 100 Beast Festival, and reveals that he invited Asel and Myria to give them gifts. He hands Asel the Bajura book, explaining that he obtained it from the Tower of Dawn, and that it's an incredibly valuable artifact. However, every page is magically encrypted, meaning it could take an entire day just to decipher a single page. Asel is amazed that such a book even exists. After examining it, he explains that although the text is extremely complex, he can understand parts of it. Given enough time, he's confident he can eventually decipher the entire book. Impressed, Ronan tells him it's better not to ask how he acquired it. Ronan then turns to Myria's gift. He tells her to visit Professor Varen, who has successfully developed the Sarante herb. Since Varen plans to distribute its potions throughout the Empire, Ronan recommended Myria's Carabel mercenary company to manage the distribution. Knowing how valuable the herb is, Ronan believes her business skills could turn it into a fortune, leaving Myria thrilled. Ronan then reveals another reason for gathering them. He wants to see how much stronger they've become and challenges Myria to a sparring match. SL prepares to follow them, but Ronan tells him to stay behind and focus on studying the Bajura book instead, believing it will make him far stronger than before. Myria teases SL before leaving, and the story skips ahead 2 weeks. At the Galelian building, Ronan trains with Adeshan and Braum. Adeshan announces that this is Ronan's 514th training attempt before signaling the start. The moment the match begins, Braum charges forward with full force. Without moving an inch, Ronan channels mana through Bajura's core and activates Dalen's aura technique. Braum instantly freezes in place, unable to move at all. After the session, Ronan thanks Braum for helping with his training. Adeshan praises Ronan's perfect mana control and timing, amazed that he achieved such progress in only 2 weeks. Ronan credits both of them for his improvement. Adeshan analyzed every weakness in his technique, while Braum repeatedly attacked him without hesitation, forcing him to sharpen his instincts. Secretly, Ronan keeps the truth to himself, that the technique actually belongs to Dalen. Braum says he also learned a great deal from Ronan. Even with a sword inches from his neck, Ronan never showed fear, proving he possesses the heart of a true swordsman. Inspired, Braum leaves to continue his own training, and tells Ronan to call him again, whenever he needs a serious sparring partner. After Braum leaves, Ronan reflects on his progress. Although he can now reproduce Dalen's aura, something is still missing. He recalls the golden aura he witnessed from Professor Varen, and realizes he still cannot replicate it. Every attempt quickly drains Bajura's core, leading him to suspect that the stronger the aura, the more difficult it is to copy. He believes seeing Varen use it again might help him understand it, but asking the professor directly would be too suspicious. Just then, a student named Bari rushes over. Ronan recognizes him as Professor Varen's teaching assistant. Bari urgently explains that Professor Varen has suddenly disappeared. Before leaving, Varen wrote a letter instructing Bari to seek Ronan's help if anything went wrong. The news shocks Ronan, especially with the 100 Beast Festival about to begin. Bari reveals that Varen vanished while managing the creatures inside Theo Hall. Even worse, the missing creatures include the festival's biggest attractions, the Alpha and Omega doppelgangers. Hearing this, both Ronan and Adeshan are left stunned. Caliburo's group has successfully released the Alpha and Omega doppelgangers. Bari reveals that Professor Varen disappeared 2 weeks ago, the same time the Manticore escaped. Looking back, Ronan realizes both incidents happened at exactly the same time. Bari explains that Varen believed the Manticore escape was no accident. Certain that something was wrong, he began investigating on his own. Bari never learned what Varen discovered, but he still remembers the look on his face. It was the first time he had ever seen the professor genuinely angry. The very next day, Varen vanished. All he left behind was a letter instructing Bari to seek Ronan's help if anything went wrong. Ronan points out that something has already gone terribly wrong. The doppelgangers have escaped. He asks Adeshin to examine the scene. She quickly concludes that the escape was carefully planned. The doppelganger's cage was built from a special superalloy glass strong enough to withstand their transformations. It couldn't have broken on its own. The evidence makes it even clearer. The shattered glass is scattered inside the cage instead of outside, and traces of dense mana remain on the fragments. Someone attacked the cage from the outside. Adeshin concludes that this was a planned terrorist attack. Whoever was behind it came specifically for the doppelgangers. Ronan silently agrees. Ever since arriving, something about the place has felt off. If Adeshin is right, dangerous criminals are already inside the academy. He tells Bari they need to begin the investigation immediately, and warns him not to search alone. Instead, he should gather the knights before the situation gets even worse. As Adeshin starts sharing another clue, Ronan suddenly cuts her off. He says they won't need much time to find the culprits. He then walks straight outside and approaches the knights. Ronan casually remarks that student life has become far more exciting than he expected. The confused knights have no idea what he's talking about. He then mocks them, saying they may look like real knights, but their acting is terrible. One of the knights demands an explanation. Ronan points out that they haven't taken a single meaningful action. They didn't even understand what Adeshin had just explained. Despite everything that has happened under their watch, they don't seem the least bit concerned. Then Ronan notices something even more suspicious. There are bloodstains on one knight's armor. He asks where the blood came from, reminding them that Filion isn't supposed to be soaked in blood. Realizing they've been exposed, the disguised knights immediately draw their weapons. Ronan calmly draws La Mancha in response, ready for a fight. Before either side can make a move, another knight suddenly appears and cuts one of the disguised men down in a single strike. Everyone freezes in shock. The mysterious knight doesn't stop there. One after another, he eliminates every remaining imposter. Completely caught off guard, Ronan demands to know who he really is. The knight bows respectfully and explains that the people he killed were the real criminals. He insists he was never on their side. The voice immediately sounds familiar. Only then does Ronan realize that the man beneath the armor is none other than Balrose. Ronan tells Balrose that his entrance was dramatic, but demands to know why he's here. Balrose explains that he never forgot the day Ronan saved his life and gave him a second chance. Since then, he has been working as Ronan's spy inside Caliburo. By earning the organization's trust and reaching wolf rank, he gained access to their headquarters, future poaching operations, and other valuable intelligence, all of which he secretly passed to Professor Varen. Ronan realizes that Balrose is the anonymous informant who has been helping Varen destroy Caliburo. Balrose adds that Varen even supplied him with the knight's armor before asking Ronan to trust him. Satisfied with his answer, Ronan asks the real question. Why would Caliburo risk attacking Filion? Balrose explains that Caliburo has been pushed to the brink after Varen, and the Imperial Guard destroyed most of the organization using his intelligence. With its reputation collapsing, Caliburo chose the 100 Beast Festival to make a comeback. Capturing the doppelgangers would instantly restore its name across the Empire. Ronan understands the plan, but Balrose reveals that the doppelgangers are only a distraction. Caliburo's real objective is to capture every rare creature at the festival, and the entire operation is being led by one of its strongest executives, Arendelle. The two return to Adeshin and Bari, where Adeshin reports that the fake guards have already been captured alive for interrogation. Bari, however, is still shaken after learning that Caliburo agents had infiltrated the academy. When Adeshin asks who Balrose is, he proudly introduces himself as a former Caliburo henchman who was given a second chance by Ronan. Ronan quickly ends the introductions, knowing there's no time to waste. Balrose reveals that Caliburo spies have infiltrated multiple locations across the academy. Releasing the doppelgangers was only meant to draw everyone's attention away from the festival. While the academy searched for them, security around the remaining creatures would be left vulnerable. Their operation will begin when the full moon rises above Theo Hall. Ronan decides not to expose what they know. If Caliburo believes its plan is still working, they'll eventually reveal themselves. The ordinary members don't concern him. Arendelle does. Arendelle is one of Caliburro's strongest executives and one of the infamous 3 giant beasts. 5 years ago, he single-handedly wiped out the legendary Woolump tribe, turning Caliburro from a poaching group into a feared criminal organization. Realizing how dangerous the situation has become, Ronan orders Bari to notify the Imperial Guard, but tells them to hold their position until the doppelgangers are recovered. Ronan then forms his own strategy. Arendelle is arrogant, but never careless. If he released the doppelgangers so confidently, he'll eventually come looking for them himself. If Ronan captures the doppelgangers first, Arendelle will walk straight into his trap. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Arendelle impatiently waits for Professor Varen. To him, the Manticore and the doppelgangers were only the opening move. This time, he's determined to settle the score once and for all. Ronan and the others split up to search for the doppelgangers. Using her dark magic, Adeshin controls the nearby animals to track the doppelgangers' mana. Balrose is surprised by the strategy, but Ronan explains that the animals can sense their unique mana signature. Impressed, he praises Adeshin's abilities as the future Grand Commander. Deep inside the forest, Omega has disguised itself as a fox. One of Adeshin's birds spots it, but the moment their eyes meet, Omega transforms into a snake and devours the bird. The instant the bird dies, Adeshin pinpoints Omega's location and realizes it has taken the form of a snake. Ronan prepares to capture it, but Balrose steps in first. Confident in his own abilities, he insists that a mere snake is no match for him. As soon as he grabs it, Balrose looks directly into its eyes. Ronan immediately realizes what's happening and warns him that Omega transforms into whatever its target fears most. It's already too late. Omega instantly becomes a cheetah, the creature Balrose fears the most. Haunted by memories of nearly being killed by one in the past, Balrose panics and lets it escape. The cheetah rushes straight toward Ronan. As their eyes meet, Ronan tries to catch it, but Omega slips away before he can react. Ronan knows this is bad. If Omega transforms into Ahyut, the situation could spiral out of control. He has to catch it before it transforms. He orders Adeshin and Balrose to find Alpha while he chases Omega alone. As Ronan follows its mana through the forest, something feels wrong. By now, Omega should have transformed into Ahyut, yet there's no sign of a giant monster anywhere. Then he notices human footprints. The mana is definitely Omega's, but it transformed into someone else. As Ronan follows the trail, the killing intent grows stronger with every step, reminding him of his father. Drawing La Mancha, he prepares himself for the worst. Moments later, he finds Omega. Instead of Ahyut, it has taken Ronan's own form, the broken version of himself who believed he failed to save everyone. The doppelganger silently stares back at him. Omega repeats that it failed to protect anyone. Standing across from it, Ronan realizes Omega hasn't become Ahyut. It has transformed into his own past self, the older, battle-hardened Ronan he hates more than anyone else. Now he understands why he sensed such intense killing intent. Omega charges forward, demanding to know why Ronan couldn't save anyone. Ronan blocks the attack, but quickly realizes he's at a huge disadvantage. Doppelgangers don't just copy appearances. They also replicate memories and abilities. Omega has perfectly recreated the Ronan who defeated Ahyut, making it an incredibly dangerous opponent. Trying to create some distance, Ronan suddenly loses his balance when Omega deliberately lets go of its sword. Before he can recover, Omega grabs him by the hair and goes for the finishing blow. Ronan barely blocks the strike with his scabbard. He can't help but recognize the dirty fighting style. Only he would fight like that. Counterattacking, Ronan is forced to retreat after Omega barely cuts his neck. He realizes that lowering his guard for even a second would have got him killed. Looking at Omega, Ronan remembers what he used to be, a man who fought like a wild beast, caring only about survival. This version of himself won't make a single mistake. Omega attacks again, kicking up dust to block Ronan's vision before launching another assault. Ronan narrowly dodges it. When Omega hesitates in surprise, Ronan points out that they think exactly alike. Since they're the same person, he already knows every trick Omega is trying to use. Ronan lands another attack, but Omega immediately counters, slamming into him before sending him flying with a powerful kick. As Ronan is thrown backward, he realizes something. If Omega truly is his past self, it won't stop with a single attack. Sure enough, Omega hurls its sword straight at him. The blade crashes into the ground with a massive explosion, barely missing Ronan. Catching his breath, Ronan realizes defeating Omega in its current form won't be easy. His only option is to make it lock eyes with someone else, so it transforms into a different target. At that moment, another presence enters the battlefield. Arendelle. He says he wasn't looking for Ronan. He sensed an incredibly powerful aura and assumed Professor Varen was nearby. Instead, he finds nothing but a young swordsman standing alone in the forest. Curious, Arendelle asks one simple question. Who are you? The moment Ronan sees Arendelle, he immediately senses the overwhelming bloodlust pouring from him. It feels less like facing a human, and more like standing before a wild beast. So this is Calibaro's strongest executive. Ronan never even sensed Arendelle approaching. He wanted to face him eventually, but not like this. Arendelle notices Ronan's silence before suddenly catching Omega's scent on him. Although Omega wasn't part of his original plan, he refuses to let Ronan leave alive. Without warning, Arendelle attacks with his bare fists. Ronan barely dodges as Arendelle reveals that Alpha has already been captured, and now Omega has practically led him to its location. Realizing Alpha is already gone, Ronan braces himself. Every punch from Arendelle is unbelievably heavy. Just one direct hit could end the fight, but another problem is even more dangerous. Omega has completely disappeared. Ronan immediately understands why. His past self is waiting for the perfect chance to strike. Knowing he can't fight both enemies at once, Ronan attacks first, slicing straight through Arendelle. To his surprise, the attack leaves nothing more than a scratch. Arendelle laughs and casually throws a punch, impressed that Ronan didn't freeze in fear like everyone else. When Ronan asks if this is the power of his aura, Arendelle confirms it. His aura has fused with his muscles, turning his entire body into a living weapon. He proudly declares that cutting his body should be considered an honor. Then the hunt begins. Arendelle overwhelms Ronan with one crushing blow after another. Even the aura surrounding his fists is enough to force Ronan onto the defensive. Ronan launches repeated counterattacks, but none of them can break through Arendelle's defenses. He even blocks Ronan's sword with his bare hand before hurling a massive boulder at him. Ronan shatters the rock into pieces, but Arendelle uses the opening to charge in for the finishing blow. This time, Ronan is ready. As both attacks collide, Arendelle unleashes even more of his aura, causing his body to grow even larger. Excited, he admits it's been a long time since anyone pushed him this far. Declaring Ronan worthy of a real hunt, Arendelle gathers all of his aura into a single hand for his strongest attack. Before he can unleash it, his arm is severed. For the first time, Arendelle is completely shocked. The one who cut it off isn't Ronan. It's Omega. Keeping its eyes tightly shut to avoid transforming again, Omega slices through Arendelle's arm with nothing more than a wooden stick. Arendelle screams in pain as he stares at his severed arm. He can't understand what just happened. He intentionally concentrated all of his aura into one hand, leaving the rest of his body exposed for only an instant. Yet Omega somehow cut through it with nothing but a wooden stick. Before he can react, Omega attacks again. This time, Arendelle blocks the strike, and the impact sends both of them flying apart. Omega calmly kicks Arendelle's severed arm back toward him. Furious, Arendelle charges in, enraged by the mockery. Watching from a distance, Ronan is completely confused. Omega is fighting Arendelle with a simple wooden stick, while keeping its eyes shut to avoid transforming again. Just moments ago, it was trying to kill Ronan. Now it's protecting him. Then Ronan remembers something Arendelle said earlier. He already captured Alpha. Ronan realizes the two doppelgangers may share a bond. Omega flashes back to the moment Arendelle captured Alpha, beating it down with a metal rod before taking it away. That memory only fuels Omega's attacks. Arendelle finally understands why Omega is fighting so desperately. Capturing Alpha was easy, but Omega has become far more dangerous than he expected. He even begins to suspect Omega's current form is somehow connected to Ronan. Deciding Omega can no longer be captured alive, Arendelle unleashes a devastating punch that tears through the forest. But Omega survives by stepping into the attack instead of away from it. Even so, one of its arms is badly damaged. Arendelle praises the fight before declaring it's over. As he throws the finishing punch, Omega suddenly drives a hidden knife through his hand. Then it quietly says, it has to protect them. Before Arendelle can recover, Omega thrusts its fingers into his eye, grabs his head, and forces him to his knees. Seeing the opening, Ronan joins the fight, slamming Arendelle into a massive rock. Arendelle desperately tries to stop them, but it's too late. Using its broken blade, Omega delivers the final strike, slicing Arendelle and the boulder behind him, clean in half. Arendelle is finally defeated. Omega severs his head, bringing the battle to an end. Omega stands silently as Ronan looks at the version of himself he once hated. Ronan remembers the day Ahyut appeared, when the Empire was consumed by screams. Ever since then, he has replayed that moment countless times, blaming himself for not growing stronger sooner. If he had trained harder, listened to his sister, or made better choices, maybe he could have saved at least one person. That regret created the Ronan standing before him. Omega quietly repeats that it has to protect everyone. Ronan restrains it with Dalen's aura before charging in. Even though Omega breaks free and blocks every attack, Ronan refuses to stop. Then he remembers something. Both Professor Varen and Arendelle use the same principle behind their aura. Using Bajira's power, Ronan successfully recreates Varen's golden aura, and unleashes a far stronger strike. Omega blocks it with its broken blade, but the blade shatters. Ronan admits that before entering the academy, he believed any weapon was good enough. Now he finally understands the value of wielding the right sword. Even unarmed, Omega catches La Mancha with its bare hand, slams Ronan to the ground, and steals his sword. As Omega prepares the final strike, Adeshan's voice echoes through the forest. The familiar voice makes Omega hesitate. Seeing the opening, Ronan tells Omega to look around. The people they once failed to protect are living different lives now. Adeshan has become a future Grand Commander. Balrose has abandoned Caliburo and now fights against it from within. Martin and the others are safe, and most importantly, Earl is alive. Ronan promises that this timeline will be different. He tells his former self to trust him. Hearing those words, Omega finally begins to disappear. With its final strength, it entrusts everyone to Ronan before transforming back into its original form. Ronan quietly accepts that promise. Just then, Adeshan and Balrose arrive, revealing that they have successfully captured Alpha. A few days later, the 100 Beast Festival finally begins. With Caliburo defeated and the doppelgangers safely recovered, the Academy celebrates without incident. Myria remarks that none of this would have been possible without Ronan capturing the doppelgangers and Professor Varen taking down Caliburo. She asks where Ronan is, and Asel explains that he's meeting with Professor Varen and won't join them until the evening parade. Since they have time to spare, Myria drags Asel to the festival's main attraction, the doppelgangers. Inside a massive garden-like enclosure, Asel explains that the creatures are extremely sensitive, which is why only a handful of visitors are allowed inside under heavy security. Myria notices one of the doppelgangers resting in its original form. Asel explains that after transforming repeatedly, they temporarily return to their true appearance. Since Omega is still recovering, the one they're seeing must be Alpha. Then Asel suddenly remembers Alpha's ability. It transforms into the person someone loves most. Embarrassed, he immediately tries to leave, but Myria stops him, realizing exactly why he's panicking. Before he can escape, his eyes meet Alpha's. In an instant, Alpha transforms into Myria. Completely flustered, Asel bolts out of the room. Myria is left speechless as she realizes Asel has feelings for her. Moments later, Alpha locks eyes with Myria. This time, it transforms into Ronan. Now it's Myria's turn to blush. That night, Ronan visits Professor Varen's laboratory. Varen apologizes for calling him away during the festival, and admits that, despite being a professor, he couldn't resolve the crisis without Ronan's help. Ronan brushes it off, reminding Varen that he spent days tracking Caliburo outside the capital, and fought an entire criminal organization on his own. Grateful for the understanding, Varen thanks him. Ronan then notices Balrose standing nearby. Balrose excitedly reveals that he's officially become Professor Varen's teaching assistant. Although Filion normally only accepts students as TAs, Varen made an exception because Balrose's intelligence was instrumental in destroying Caliburo and recovering the doppelgangers. Varen praises Balrose's courage, saying someone his age surviving inside Caliburo while secretly helping the Academy is nothing short of remarkable. He wants Balrose working by his side. Overwhelmed, Balrose tearfully accepts. Ronan jokes that he'd better do his job properly, or there will be consequences. Afterward, Ronan asks Varen for one final favor. He wants to see the doppelgangers one last time before they're placed under the Empire's protection. Varen agrees, explaining that Alpha will soon enter a long sleep, while Omega is still recovering from its injuries. Ronan quietly visits them and is relieved to see Omega healing well. Knowing they'll finally be safe after the festival, he says his farewell. Then he hears Alpha's voice. Turning around, Ronan sees that Alpha has transformed into Grand Commander Adeshan. Smiling, he realizes that, deep down, he truly respected her all along. A moment later, Omega transforms as well. Standing before Ronan are his former self and Grand Commander Adeshan, side by side. A few days after the 100 Beast Festival, Ronan visits Professor Secret to find a way to remove his remaining curses. Secret explains that Bajura merged two of Ronan's curses into one, creating a new mana source that functions like a second core. However, it's only a temporary solution. The curse still exists, it has simply been reshaped. She compares it to mixing two different poisons to create a new one. Ronan isn't satisfied. After everything he's experienced, he's determined to remove the curse completely. Noticing his newfound resolve, Secret asks what changed. Remembering his encounter with his past self, Ronan says he made a promise he intends to keep. Hearing that, Secret reveals she has finally completed her research. There's a way to remove the curse. Just like before, Ronan must enter his mind, materialize the curse, find its source, and destroy it. But this time, the curse won't reveal itself so easily. It will actively fight to survive, meaning they'll need an enormous amount of mana and a powerful catalyst to keep the mind realm stable. Mana isn't the problem. The catalyst is. Sekret asks if Ronan has ever heard of Dainhar, the southwestern hell. Ronan immediately recognizes the place. It's a deadly land where monsters and outlaws roam freely, and the legendary black mana stones are found. Sekret confirms that's exactly what she needs. Those stones are among the rarest magical materials in existence. Even the tiny sample she owns cost her years of savings, and it still isn't large enough. To break the curse, they'll need a much bigger one. Ronan sighs. Dainhar is one of the last places he ever wanted to return to, but he no longer has a choice. Meanwhile, Adeshin recalls the day she helped capture Alpha. After opening Alpha's container, the doppelganger immediately transformed into Ronan. Embarrassed, she quickly covered its eyes while Balrose teasingly asked if she had feelings for Ronan. Adeshin insisted no one could ever learn about what happened. She convinced herself Alpha only transformed because she admired and respected Ronan for everything he had done. Just then, the real Ronan unexpectedly walks by. Panicking, Adeshin hides behind a tree, trying to calm herself before greeting him normally. Instead, Ronan finds her first and asks what she's doing. Completely flustered, Adeshin struggles to answer. Ronan simply grabs her hand and tells her to come with him. He has something important to make. When she asks what kind of weapon he's talking about, Ronan only smiles and tells her to trust him. Carrying Bajura's blueprints, the two leave together. Elsewhere, the story shifts to the Order's hideout. Bodies hang from the ceiling, and a lake of blood fills the chamber. A believer named Yuria delivers a new order from their leader. In response, another believer rises from the blood. After mentioning that recent failures have put their plans at risk, he declares that this mission cannot fail. Then, looking toward his destination, he gives the order to move. Their next stop, Dainhar. Afterward, Ronan and Adeshin arrive at Grand Carpadoki. Ronan explains that after the Order incident, the village was rebuilt with the Grantia family's support. Looking around, he's glad to see everything back on track. Didakan immediately spots Ronan and excitedly welcomes back the hero who saved Grand Carpadoki. After a quick greeting, Didakan notices Adeshin and immediately starts teasing Ronan, assuming she's his girlfriend. Ronan quickly shuts him down, warning that Asel would be heartbroken if he heard that, and explains that Adeshin is simply his senior. He also reminds Didakan not to repeat the dangerous test from their last visit, warning that using it on Adeshin would get him killed. Didakan insists he abandoned that idea long ago before leading them to Doron. As usual, he announces himself by kicking Doron's door open, only to get smashed by a flying hammer. Ronan smiles. Some things never change. Doron welcomes Ronan and reveals that he has already completed the blueprint for his new weapon. Now he wants to see what material Ronan brought this time. Instead of rare scales, Ronan hands him a single sheet of paper. Confused, Doron touches it. The moment he does, he's overwhelmed by the countless voices and overwhelming power sealed inside it. He immediately realizes this is unlike anything he's ever encountered. Ronan smiles, saying he expected nothing less from the greatest blacksmith of this generation. Doron recognized the material's value the instant he touched it, but instead of getting excited, Doron refuses. The paper radiates terrifying power, and he believes any weapon forged from it could become incredibly dangerous. As a blacksmith, he can't ignore that risk. Ronan assures him the material won't harm him, then points out that despite everything he just said, Doron's face tells a different story. Deep down, he desperately wants to forge it. Unable to resist the challenge, Doron finally gives in. Outside, Didakan asks what Ronan brought that made Doron react like that. Ronan simply laughs before realizing Adeshin is missing. Didakan explains that the village's craftsmen surrounded her the moment she arrived, and have been proudly showing off their weapons ever since. Ronan then notices a strange device hanging around Didakan's neck. Proudly, Didakan introduces it as a space-time storage outputter, a camera capable of capturing a single moment with the press of a button. The device immediately gives Ronan an idea. He asks to borrow it because he needs it to catch a very big fish, one he plans to take with him to Dainhar. The story then shifts to Schliffen, who is training alone late at night. To his surprise, Ronan suddenly appears. Schliffen assumes Ronan has come to challenge him again, but Ronan has a different proposal. Instead of fighting, he invites Schliffen to join him on a dangerous expedition. Schliffen refuses without hesitation. Smiling, Ronan pulls out a picture of Enrolls. The photo begins glowing so brightly that it blinds Schliffen for a moment. The instant he recognizes Enrolls, his expression completely changes. Ronan, Schliffen, and the cheetah finally arrive in the desert on their way to Dainhar. Feeling the scorching heat, Ronan admits he never expected to return to this place. He thanks Schliffen for agreeing to come, but Schliffen says he's only here to gain experience. He then reminds Ronan about their deal. Once this journey is over, Ronan has to hand over the promised item. Smiling, Ronan pulls out Enrolls' photos, calling them the perfect reward. The moment Schliffen sees them, He completely loses his composure and asks for a closer look. Ronan immediately refuses. He'll only get the photos after their mission is complete. With that settled, the two continue across the desert. Ronan explains that reaching Dainhar Mountain will take several days and warns Schlieffen not to even think about touching the photos until then. As they travel, Schlieffen notices the unsettling atmosphere. The desert looks peaceful, but the air reeks of blood, and the ground is covered with crushed bones. Ronan explains that countless people come to Dainhar searching for mana stones, but few ever leave. Those who fail to escape eventually become ruthless bandits, and if they run into them, it's better to eliminate them. Schlieffen calmly rests his hand on his sword before suddenly drawing it. He senses nearly 30 enemies hiding nearby. With a single swing, he unleashes sword chi. Ronan watches in disbelief as Schlieffen's mana erupts into a massive tornado, sweeping through the hidden bandits from an incredible distance. Schlieffen isn't impressed. He says more enemies survived than he expected, meaning they'll have to finish the job themselves. Ronan is stunned that Schlieffen detected the bandits from so far away. Schlieffen casually explains that expanding one's senses with mana is simply a basic application of mana control. Ronan can hardly believe what he's hearing. The attack looked like ordinary sword chi, but it transformed into a raging tempest after reaching its target. He realizes Schlieffen compressed the Tempest sword technique into a single strike. Compared to their last battle, Schlieffen has become dramatically stronger. Once again, Ronan is reminded why Schlieffen will one day become the Sword Saint. The story then jumps back 5 minutes earlier. A bandit scout spots Ronan and Schlieffen entering the desert and eagerly reports to his leader that 2 easy targets have arrived. The entire gang celebrates the opportunity. Their leader, Ken, orders everyone to prepare for an ambush, but before they can move, a massive tornado suddenly descends from the sky. Completely caught off guard, Ken orders everyone to get behind his shield, but many bandits are swallowed by the storm. The scout has no idea what happened. He even wonders if Ronan and Schlieffen used some kind of magic scroll. Then he realizes they're gone. A split second later, the two appear right in front of them. Ronan instantly decapitates the scout, before remarking that Schlieffen was right. Plenty of bandits survived. Surrounded by the remaining outlaws, Ronan draws his newly forged weapon. Smiling, he decides this is the perfect chance to test it. Ronan tells Schlieffen to leave the rest to him. This is the perfect chance to test his new weapon. Sensing the sinister aura surrounding it, Schlieffen asks if that energy is coming from the weapon itself. Ronan proudly confirms that Doron outdid himself once again. Walking toward the bandits, he tells them they should feel honored. They'll be the first to experience its power. The bandits quickly realize these two aren't ordinary travelers. Instead of running, they're walking straight into the fight. Before they can attack together, Ronan throws his new dagger. The blade pierces one bandit clean through, tears through several others, and finally embeds itself into a boulder. As screams fill the battlefield, Ronan retrieves the dagger with a grin. The weapon slices through everything effortlessly. He names it Ymir, praising its incredible sharpness and perfect balance. The special material used to forge it gives it far more power than he expected, though he'll need time to master it. Without slowing down, Ronan charges the remaining bandits. One swing cuts a man in half. Another strike drops 2 more before they can even react. The vice leader orders everyone to stay calm and protect each other, believing Ronan can't kill them all at once. A second later, Ronan is already standing behind him. Complementing the plan, Ronan crushes the vice leader before killing him instantly. The remaining bandits freeze in terror as Ronan cuts through them one after another. Then their leader, Ken, finally joins the battle. Charging forward with a massive shield, Ken attacks, but Ronan effortlessly dodges every strike. Ronan casually asks if he's the leader. Ken threatens him, warning that anyone who challenges his group always meets a terrible end. Ronan simply smiles. He wonders how Ken plans to fight once he no longer has his shield. The next instant, Ken's shield shatters. Unable to believe someone broke it while dodging his attack, Ken immediately abandons the fight and runs. Ronan actually praises his decision. A leader who knows when to retreat is far more dangerous than one who dies fighting. That's exactly why he can't let him escape. To finish the battle, Ronan activates one of Ymir's hidden abilities. The fleeing Ken suddenly sees the dagger fall from the sky and embed itself in the ground ahead of him. Before he can react, Dalin's mana erupts from the blade. Spiderweb. The released mana freezes Ken and the surviving bandits in place, leaving them completely unable to move. As Ronan calmly walks toward them, he notes that Ymir can even restore and store mana, proving Doron truly surpassed himself this time. The bandits desperately beg for mercy. Ronan doesn't hesitate. Within moments, every last one of them is dead. Schlieffen is impressed by Ymir's built-in ability and asks if that's why Ronan gave it that name. Ronan explains that Ymir can store the mana of any technique and release it later as a long-range attack. Schlieffen immediately realizes that such an ability must come from a very special material. Ronan simply smiles and tells him that's a secret. Meanwhile, the cheetah uses its blood magic to absorb the bandit's blood. Seeing how much its vampire magic has improved, Ronan praises its progress, joking that it might surpass him before long. Schlieffen then brings up something that's been bothering him. The technique Ronan used belonged to the traitor Dalan. Even if Ronan learned to use aura, why is he using Dalan's aura? Knowing he can't avoid the question any longer, Ronan sighs and agrees to explain everything as they continue their journey. That night, after hearing the entire story, Schlieffen admits Bajura is even more dangerous than what his sister, Sion, had told him. Ronan agrees, but points out that Bajura's power has also given him incredible new abilities. Changing the subject, he asks how Sion is doing. Schlieffen says she's recovering well after being examined by the Grancha family's experts. She often talks about Ronan and Elizabeth as the people who saved her life, and even treats Elizabeth like a real sister. He hopes their families can finally put the past behind them. After a brief hesitation, Schlieffen quietly thanks Ronan for saving Sion. Ronan laughs, saying he never expected to hear those words from him. But that still doesn't mean he's getting Enrolls photos. The two continue teasing each other until something suddenly crashes nearby. A wounded rockbird falls from the sky. Schlieffen immediately senses another presence. There's a child with it. Ronan recognizes the rockbird as a Mount native to Dainhar, making its appearance here even stranger. He asks the cheetah to heal both the bird and the injured boy. As they recover, the story flashes back to what happened. Their village had been attacked by the Order's believers. With the settlement engulfed in flames, Thunder's older brother desperately tells him to escape on the last remaining rockbird. Thunder refuses to leave, but his brother forces him to flee, insisting that someone has to survive. Moments later, Yuria and the other believers arrive. Calling the natives nothing more than insects, Yuria mercilessly cuts down anyone who stands in her way. As his comrades fall one after another, Thunder's brother buys him enough time to escape. Back in the present, Thunder finally regains consciousness. The moment he sees Ronan and Schlieffen, he panics, screaming for them to stay away. Through his tears, he begs them to give his brother back. Ronan gently grabs his hand and calmly assures him that they're not his enemies. Then he asks Thunder to tell them what happened. Thunder reveals that 2 nights ago, 2 mysterious monsters attacked his village without warning. The tribe's warriors fought back, but it was completely one-sided. He remembers Yuria mercilessly slaughtering everyone who stood against her. Hearing this, Ronan is shocked. He knows the warriors of Dainhar are elite fighters who spend their lives protecting their tribes. In his previous life, fighting them delayed one of his missions by months. Yet according to Thunder, they couldn't land a single hit. Ronan immediately asks who the attackers were. Thunder says he doesn't know their names. All he remembers is that they wore white robes, none of the tribe's attacks could harm them, and they called themselves followers of the Starlight. They also mentioned Nebula Clazier. After thanking Ronan for saving his life, Thunder insists on returning to Dainhar alone to rescue his brother. He warns Ronan and Schlieffen to leave before they get themselves killed. Ronan immediately stops him. There's no way he's letting a child walk into Dainhar alone. Thunder refuses to back down. As a warrior of Dainhar, he can't abandon his people. Besides, he believes Ronan and Schlieffen are far too weak to survive there. Before anyone can respond, an armored beast suddenly attacks. The strike is about to hit Thunder when Schlieffen blocks it, while Ronan pulls the boy out of danger. Recognizing the creature, Thunder panics. It's the same monster Yuria controlled during the attack on his village. Ronan realizes the cult tracked Thunder all the way here. The armored beast vanishes before surrounding the group from every direction. Ronan calmly notes that it's trying to prevent them from escaping. Watching its movements, Schlieffen says the attack has no finesse. It even reminds him of the reckless strategy Ronan used against him during their midterm duel. Back then, Schlieffen says he wasn't skilled enough to counter it properly. Not anymore. As the beast charges, Schlieffen calmly plants his sword into the ground. A violent storm erupts. Within seconds, the armored beast is swallowed whole and torn to pieces. Thunder watches in disbelief. The dying beast launches one final attack, but Ronan leaps in and slices it clean in half, ending the battle for good. Turning to Thunder, Ronan asks with a smile, "Do we still look weak?" Meanwhile, far away, Yuria suddenly senses her connection to the armored beast disappear. Another believer, Turnanil, asks if something is wrong. Yuria realizes the beast couldn't have been defeated by a child and a rockbird. That can only mean one thing. Their guest has finally arrived. Turnanil smiles and says they'll soon find out whether the boy is truly worthy of receiving the Starlight baptism. The group continues toward Dainhar. As they travel, Ronan reflects on the armored beast they defeated. Its speed and arsenal were impressive, but Dainhar's warriors should have been strong enough to handle a monster like that. If they still lost, then the attackers must have been empowered by the blessing of the star. Ronan concludes that at least a branch leader-level believer is operating inside Dainhar. Since the beast was far away from its master, the blessing had weakened, allowing Schlieffen to destroy it. But once they reach Dainhar, that advantage will disappear. Ronan then asks Thunder about the second attacker. Thunder explains that while one intruder controlled the armored beast, the other never joined the fight. He simply stood in the distance, silently watching everything. Schlieffen points out that this reveals nothing about the second enemy's abilities. Ronan agrees, they'll have to find out the hard way. Soon, they arrive at Dainhar. The village is covered with the bodies of fallen warriors. Even Ronan is stunned by the massacre. He asks the cheetah if anyone can still be saved, but it sadly shakes its head. As Ronan surveys the battlefield, something doesn't add up. The Order usually avoids unnecessary killings to keep its existence hidden. So why massacre an entire village? There must be something in Dainhar important enough for them to expose themselves. Before Ronan can think any further, someone suddenly appears behind Thunder and grabs him. Ronan and Schlieffen react instantly, but the mysterious figure escapes with Thunder using smoke bombs to cover his retreat. The two immediately give chase. As they close the distance, the stranger throws a barrage of heavy blades. Ronan deflects the attacks but quickly realizes their power and precision are extraordinary. Whoever this is, they're no ordinary fighter. Meanwhile, Thunder struggles against his captor, demanding to be released. Believing the man works with the invaders, he swears he'll avenge his brother. Hearing those words, the stranger suddenly stops. He throws Thunder to the ground and asks if he really came back just for revenge. Confused, Thunder finally gets a clear look at his face. At the same moment, Ronan catches up and forces the stranger to block his attack. Schlieffen arrives a heartbeat later, surrounding him from the other side. The stranger is visibly surprised that two warriors this young are already this powerful. Just as Schlieffen prepares to strike, Thunder rushes between them. He shouts for everyone to stop. The mysterious man isn't their enemy. He's Thunder's older brother, Gust. Seeing Gust, Ronan remembers his previous life. During one of his missions, the greatest obstacle in Dainhar wasn't the brutal climate or the ruthless bandits. It was Gust. Ronan recalls their fierce duel, where Gust praised his fighting spirit and introduced himself as Dainhar's greatest warrior. Their battle ended without a winner after Ronan was ordered to withdraw and complete his mission. Ronan always expected to meet Gust again. He just never imagined he would be Thunder's older brother. Back in the present, Gust scolds Thunder for returning. Thunder explains that Ronan and Schlieffen saved his life and even defeated the armored beast with a single attack. Gust is stunned. None of Dainhar's warriors could even damage that monster. Realizing his mistake, Gust sincerely apologizes for attacking them and thanks them for saving his brother. He then leads the group to a hidden cave where the surviving members of his tribe are taking shelter. Thunder is overjoyed to discover that some of his people are still alive. Ronan, however, is confused. He had heard that everyone died during the attack. Gust admits they don't fully understand what happened either. After sending Thunder away, the warriors fought with everything they had, but the invaders' strange power made their resistance meaningless. Just when they were certain they would die, the attackers suddenly left on their own. They intentionally spared the survivors. Since then, Gust has gathered the remaining villagers and hidden them inside the cave. But they can't stay there forever. The wounded, the elderly, and the children are already reaching their limits. His plan is simple. Evacuate the survivors, then make a final stand against the invaders. Ronan asks what happens if they lose. Without hesitation, Gust says the warriors of Dainhar never expected to die peacefully. He offers Ronan a precious mana stone as payment if he escorts Thunder and the survivors to safety, while the remaining warriors buy them time. Ronan refuses. He admits he came to Dainhar for the mana stones, but defeating the cult is now just as important. More importantly, he already knows how to overcome the mysterious power protecting the invaders. He's defeated believers before, so he tells Gust to keep the mana stone for now. He'll collect his reward after the cult has been destroyed. Trusting Ronan, Gust leads the group to an ancient temple. He explains that the warriors of Dainhar have protected this forbidden place for generations. No one knows who built it or why it exists. Their only duty is to defend it until the promised day. That's why something doesn't make sense. The invaders ignored the valuable mana stones scattered across Dainhar. If they came all this way, then whatever they want must be hidden inside this temple. Gust points toward the massive entrance, convinced the outsiders are waiting beyond the door. Just then, a voice echoes from above. Yuria. She compliments Gust for figuring it out before introducing herself to everyone with a smile. The moment Ronan sees Yuria's outfit, he immediately recognizes her as a member of the Order. Looking at Gust's reaction, he realizes something else. She's the one who defeated Dainhar's warriors. Yuria greets Ronan and Schlieffen, saying they're the ones who destroyed her armored beast. She complains about how many rare materials it took to create and promises they'll pay for destroying it. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake. A second iron beast erupts from beneath the earth. Gust immediately warns Ronan and Schlieffen to be careful. Unlike the panther, this beast is slower but far stronger. Its armor is nearly indestructible, and the poisonous spikes it fires can kill with the slightest scratch. Stepping forward, Ronan studies the monster. If Yuria can use the blessing of the star, then she's at least executive level. Remembering his battles with Brija and Baron, Ronan knows he only defeated them because they underestimated him. This time, he can't afford a single mistake. He still doesn't know where Yuria's partner is or what their true abilities are. Before the fight begins, Ronan asks the question that's been bothering him. The Order always works from the shadows, so why openly massacre an entire village? What is Nebula Clazier really after? Yuria is surprised that someone Ronan's age even knows the organization's name. She admits that 2 executives were assigned to this mission, before giving him a simple explanation. To the Order's higher-ups, Dainhar is nothing more than an annoying insect. And just like an insect, it has to be exterminated. She admits she doesn't know the full reason behind the Order. Her partner is only interested in whatever lies inside the temple. As for her, she's interested in Ronan and Schlieffen. She even tells the survivors they should be grateful they're still alive, because the only reason she hasn't killed them is her partner's curiosity. With the conversation over, Yuria orders the Iron Beast to attack. Ronan blocks the monster's charge, furious that she treats human lives as if they're worthless. A split second later, Schlieffen appears behind the beast and strikes it with sword chi, forcing the massive creature backward. Yuria isn't impressed. She says ordinary sword chi can't possibly destroy her creation. Then she notices something. The sword chi suddenly erupts into a raging tempest. Within seconds, the Iron Beast is torn apart from the inside. For the first time, Yuria is genuinely surprised. So that sword chi was compressing a storm all along. Now she understands how her previous beast was defeated. Taking advantage of the opening, Gust hurls his blade at her. Yuria casually dodges the attack and admits she almost forgot about him. Then she decides she won't even need the blessing of the star. An explosion shakes the battlefield. When the dust clears, Gust realizes Yuria has transformed her own body. She has modified herself into something entirely different. Seeing Yuria's new form, Ronan wonders if she fused with the Iron Beast. Schlieffen believes that's exactly what happened. His previous attack only destroyed the beast's outer shell, allowing Yuria to dismantle it and merge it into her own body. Gust immediately warns them to stay alert. He has never seen this form before, and Yuria's whip is unlike any normal weapon. A split second later, the whip lashes toward him. Gust barely dodges. Ronan and Schlieffen avoid it as well, only to watch the attack slice a massive boulder clean in half. If that strike had landed, any one of them would have been cut in two. Gust realizes Yuria never used this power during their previous battle. Ronan immediately understands why. She was hiding her true strength. Yuria casually explains that she normally dislikes merging with her creations because it ruins her appearance, but doing so multiplies her power. She even compliments the 3 of them, saying very few people have ever dodged her attacks. Then she launches a relentless barrage with her whip. As they evade each strike, Yuria recalls being warned that she might lose if she fought without using the blessing of the star. She dismisses the warning. In fact, defeating them without relying on the blessing would earn her a promotion to the rank of Lycophos, so she orders them to stop struggling and die already. While dodging, Ronan pieces everything together. Yuria is deliberately avoiding the blessing because she wants the promotion. That also means she can be defeated without it. Even worse for her, she's become so arrogant that she's completely underestimating her opponents. Spotting an opening, Ronan strikes her whip and sends it snapping back into her own face. Smiling, he exposes her weakness. Her equipment is powerful, but her actual combat technique is incomplete. He points out that not every executive earned their rank the same way. Brija became an executive through exceptional swordsmanship. Yuria became one because of her inventions. Without her equipment, she isn't nearly as dangerous. Furious, Yuria charges straight at Ronan. Just before her attack lands, the cheetah leaps in front of him and raises a massive blood wall, stopping the whip in its tracks. Shocked, Yuria immediately recognizes vampire magic. Ronan simply smiles and says the power doesn't belong to him. It belongs to his partner. With the whip completely restrained by blood magic, Ronan gives the signal to attack. Schlieffen and Gust charge in together. Confident that her armor is indestructible, Yuria doesn't even try to retreat. A fatal mistake. Their combined assault shatters her armor. For the first time, Yuria is completely stunned. Before she can recover, Ronan delivers the finishing blow, slicing straight through her. As she falls, Ronan leaves her with one final remark. Without your equipment, you're nothing. Yuria survives being cut in half and makes one final attempt to attack Ronan. Ronan immediately calls out to Gust, saying this is the moment he's been waiting for. Without hesitation, Gust charges from behind, drives Yuria into the ground, and prepares to finish her himself. Consumed by rage, he tells her every strike is repayment for the innocent people she murdered. After overwhelming her, Gust demands answers. Why did she spare the survivors? What was the Order's real objective? If she doesn't want to suffer any longer, she should start talking. Instead, Yuria laughs. She mocks Gust for thinking an apostle of the Great Star would betray the Order because of a little pain. She even says her only regret is not killing Thunder when she had the chance. Enraged, Gust swings for the killing blow. Before his blade can land, someone catches it with one hand. Turnanil. Looking at Yuria's injuries, he calmly says they would have been easy to avoid if she had simply used the blessing of the star. He reminds her that he warned she couldn't win without it. Now she has learned that lesson the hard way. Realizing Turnanil's guard is down, Gust attacks again. In an instant, Turnanil casually kicks him away. The impact sends Gust crashing straight through a stone wall. Even Ronan is stunned. He never even sensed Turnanil approaching. Ignoring everyone else, Turnanil thanks Yuria for assisting with his investigation. Yuria immediately realizes the truth. She was never a partner. She was nothing more than an experiment. Without the slightest emotion, Turnanil places a finger against her head and tells her to rest beneath the starlight. Then he kills her. As if nothing happened, he casually remarks that both the branch leader and assistant positions are now vacant and jokingly asks whether Ronan or Schlieffen would like the job. The two answer with their swords. They attack together, but Turnanil effortlessly avoids both strikes. Smiling, he says this battlefield isn't suitable for a proper conversation. With a single kick to each of them, he launches Ronan and Schlieffen through the temple wall. As they recover, Schlieffen realizes this man was Yuria's true partner. Ronan immediately warns him to stay alert. This enemy is on an entirely different level. Then both of them notice something behind Turnanil. A throne. Not carved from stone, but made entirely from human bodies. Even Ronan is left speechless. Walking between them, Turnanil casually explains that he always wondered whether a chair made from strong warriors would be comfortable. So he built one. Finally, he introduces himself. His name is Turnanil, and he is the bishop who oversees the Order's southern district. Turnanil smiles and asks why they're so angry. He casually jokes that they're probably upset because of the throne made from human bodies. To him, they were nothing more than animals. Still, he says there's no point wasting time on meaningless emotions. Instead, they should have a proper conversation. Before he can say another word, Schlieffen attacks. Swearing on the name of the Grantia family, he vows to avenge everyone who died here. Turnanil effortlessly dodges every strike while calmly analyzing Schlieffen's swordsmanship. Even in his rage, your sword chi is perfectly controlled. You even made sure not to damage the throne. Your talent is exceptional. With abilities like yours, you could easily become one of Starlight's swords. At that moment, Ronan attacks from behind, but Turnanil casually blocks his blade with a kick. Unlike Schlieffen, your strength isn't raw power. Your greatest weapon is your decision-making. Every move is calculated. Show me what else you can do. Ronan suddenly lets go of his sword, throwing Turnanil's balance off for a split second before launching another attack. Even that isn't enough. Turnanil dodges again. The exchange continues until one of Ronan's strikes finally grazes his forehead. Touching the blood on his face, Turnanil smiles. It's been a long time since someone made me bleed. Meeting the two of you may be the greatest gift I could have found in this wasteland. Then he releases his aura. According to him, fate brought them together. Confused, Ronan asks what this Lycophos even is. Turnanil explains that Lycophos are the elite personally chosen by the Order's leader. Only the greatest talents earn that title. Yuria desperately wanted to become one of them, but today's defeat proved she was never worthy. Then Turnanil suddenly changes the subject. He asks Ronan if he remembers Brija and Baron. The moment he sees Ronan's expression, he already has his answer. Those two were important members under his command. When they died, he refused to believe it. Considering their opponents, death was possible. But two branch leaders dying back-to-back had never happened before, so he started investigating. Both battlefields shared one strange clue. The exact same mysterious mana signature. It didn't belong to Sarante. It didn't belong to Zepa. Someone else had interfered. Following that trail eventually led him to a single person. Smiling, Turnanil finally says, "Did you really think we would never discover you?" Philian Academy's Ronan. Ronan is shocked to learn that Turnanil has known about him all this time. Turnanil explains that he never reported Ronan to the Star Church because, back then, Ronan wasn't important enough to be considered a threat. But after witnessing his strength today, he admits that Ronan could one day become one of the Church's greatest enemies. He then reveals the truth behind his mission in Dainhar. His orders were to wipe out the entire region, but before completing the mission, he wanted to know why the Order wanted Dainhar erased so badly. That curiosity led him to the ancient Holy Temple. The giant pillar at its center convinced him that the answer was hidden there. To uncover the truth, he he interrogated 182 villagers. Every one of them repeated the same story, that the temple held a secret passed down for generations, a secret that would decide Dainhar's destiny. But none of them actually knew what it was. After getting nowhere, Turnanil grew bored. Then he sensed Ronan's unique mana and became far more interested in him than the mission itself. To prove he had no personal grudge, Turnanil even destroyed the chairs he had made from the villagers' bodies before casually inviting Ronan to join the order. Schlieffen immediately realizes that Turnanil is on an entirely different level than Uriah. His reactions, combat instincts, and physical abilities prove he's a warrior who has survived countless battles. Without wasting another second, Ronan and Schlieffen attack together at full power. Even against both of them, Turnanil effortlessly blocks Ronan's attacks. Schlieffen then unleashes a slash powerful enough to crack the ground, but Turnanil catches it with one hand, admitting that he would have been cut in half if he hadn't reinforced himself with mana. He throws Schlieffen away and launches a counterattack, creating a massive explosion. But as the smoke clears, Ronan and Schlieffen charge him again without hesitation. Turnanil notices that their fighting spirit has become even sharper, and he can even sense Sita's blood magic strengthening them. Instead of being annoyed, he becomes even more excited to see how strong these two can truly become. The three clash once again, shaking the entire temple. When the dust settles, Schlieffen is pinned beneath Turnanil's foot, while Ronan lies defeated in front of him. Even after completely overpowering them, Turnanil smiles and praises the two for pushing themselves this far. Even after being knocked to the ground, Ronan refused to give up. He suddenly lunged forward and slashed at Turnanil's leg with his dagger, nearly landing the hit. For the first time, Turnanil looked genuinely impressed. Despite all the damage Ronan had taken, he was still looking for an opening to counterattack. At that point, Turnanil realized he had already seen enough to understand what kind of fighter Ronan truly was. Then Ronan called out to Sita. Looking up, Turnanil saw Sita floating high above the battlefield, having spent the entire fight charging an enormous blood magic spell. The sheer amount of mana shocked him. This wasn't ordinary blood magic, it was a highest tier spell that required a long casting time. Everything suddenly clicked. Ronan and Schlieffen hadn't been fighting to win. They had been buying time for Sita. For a brief moment, Turnanil couldn't help but admire Ronan's strategy. If someone like him were allowed to grow unchecked, he could become a serious threat to the entire Star Church. The blood magic came crashing down. At the very last second, Turnanil vanished. He expected the spell to hit Ronan instead, but Ronan had already predicted that move. The blood magic instantly changed direction and locked onto Turnanil once again. Realizing he couldn't avoid it forever, Turnanil finally activated the Blessing of the Star. A radiant barrier surrounded his body, blocking Sita's devastating spell. Even a highest-tier blood magic attack couldn't break through the divine shield. Confident once again, Turnanil believed the fight was already over. As long as his blessing remained active, Ronan had no way to hurt him. Then, everything changed. Ronan's blade sliced straight through the divine barrier as if it didn't exist. Turnanil's confidence disappeared instantly. The blessing that had protected countless members of the Order had just been cut apart. Only then did he finally understand how Bridget and Baron had really died. Ronan wasn't able to land a fatal blow, but he had created the opening they needed. Without wasting a second, Schlieffen unleashed the attack he had been charging from the very beginning. His compressed storm exploded inside the shattered barrier, engulfing Turnanil in a massive blast. The blessing completely collapsed. Both Ronan and Turnanil were thrown backward by the impact. As Ronan struggled to his feet, he watched Turnanil crash onto the ground, blood pouring from wounds all over his body. Yet instead of showing fear, he laughed. For the first time in years, someone had pushed him to his absolute limit. Then the atmosphere changed. An overwhelming wave of starlight energy erupted from Turnanil's body, shaking the entire battlefield. Ronan's expression froze. Massive wings slowly unfolded behind Turnanil. The exact same wings that Ahiyut once possessed, and through it all, Turnanil simply smiled. Seeing Turnanil's wings, Ronan is instantly reminded of Ahiyut. Turnanil admits that he warned every believer to stay cautious in battle, yet he was the one who became overconfident. Even after taking their strongest attack and losing both of his eyes, he thanks the star's blessing for keeping him alive. Thinking they've gained the advantage, Ronan and Schlieffen attack again. To their shock, Turnanil effortlessly dodges every strike. He explains that a true warrior doesn't need eyesight. By sensing mana, he can perceive every movement around him. He then praises both of them. Schlieffen's storm techniques are so exceptional that he'd gladly recruit him into the Order, while Ronan's battle instincts, and his ability to cut through the blessing of the star, finally explain how Bridget and Baron were really defeated. Even so, Turnanil regrets that he can no longer fight them as an ordinary swordsman. Activating Punishment of Light, he releases the full power of his wings. A devastating wave of starlight crashes into Ronan and Schlieffen, destroying everything in its path and severely injuring both of them. But the attack comes at a cost. Blood pours from Turnanil's mouth as one of his wings begins to disappear. He reveals that the wings are a bishop's power, meant to punish non-believers. While incredibly destructive, they constantly consume both his mana and life force, making the transformation impossible to maintain for long. Even after taking that attack, Ronan and Schlieffen force themselves back onto their feet. Seeing their determination, Turnanil decides to stop talking and finish the battle once and for all. Ronan glances at Sita and realizes she's completely exhausted. His own body is barely moving, and he knows he won't survive another direct hit. Then Schlieffen calls out to him. He admits he can't defeat Turnanil alone, but he can create a single opening. After all, someone who spent his entire life mastering storms understands wind better than anyone. Even if his storm can't overpower Turnanil's, it can clear a path for Ronan. Before charging forward, Schlieffen jokingly reminds Ronan that if they lose, he'll owe him 10 different photo books of Enrolls. That joke triggers a memory from Ronan's previous life. Back then, Schlieffen had made the exact same promise before creating an opening against a four-winged monster and entrusting Ronan with the finishing blow. Realizing history is repeating itself, Ronan smiles. Remembering the Enrolls photo books, he tightens his grip on his sword. This time, they're ending the fight. Schlieffen unleashes the full power of his Tempest sword aura, while Turnanil counters with the overwhelming power of his wings. The two attacks collide. Schlieffen had already analyzed the flow of Turnanil's attack and struck its weakest point. Yet even that is barely enough to hold it back. The starlight energy slowly begins overpowering him. As his body starts breaking apart, Schlieffen realizes something. The strongest sword isn't the one that simply cuts down enemies. It's the one that creates a path for its allies. At that moment, his aura awakens. His blade shines brighter than ever as his swordsmanship reaches a new level. With one final swing, Schlieffen slices through Turnanil's attack. Even Turnanil is stunned. Schlieffen should have been running out of strength, yet his aura now feels less like mana, and more like the power of nature itself. The awakened slash races toward Turnanil. Although his blessing of the star blocks the attack, it creates the opening Schlieffen was fighting for. He tells Ronan that the path is clear, then collapses from exhaustion. Turnanil instantly realizes their plan. He prepares to intercept Ronan, tracking his mana as it rushes forward. The moment he strikes, he realizes he punched nothing but Ronan's flying blade. For the first time, Turnanil loses Ronan's mana completely. Surrounded by his own starlight energy, he can't sense where Ronan has gone. Then, Ronan suddenly emerges from the starlight itself. Using Basura's mana, he completely masked his presence and slipped past Turnanil's senses. Before Turnanil can react, Ronan cleanly decapitates him. As his head falls, Turnanil smiles. In his final moments, he realizes his investigation had reached the right conclusion. The one capable of threatening the Star Church was Ronan all along. With that final thought, Turnanil is defeated. Ronan steadies himself and looks toward Turnanil. He can no longer sense his presence. Their plan worked. Turnanil is finally dead. Looking at the unconscious Schlieffen, Ronan smiles. He promises to give him all of Enroll's photo books once he wakes up. He also thanks Sita for carrying the entire fight, joking that he'll make sure Ophelia hears all about her achievements. But the victory doesn't last long. The effects of Sita's blood magic begin taking their toll. After pushing his body beyond its limits, Ronan starts collapsing from the backlash. He realizes that both Schlieffen and Sita are on the verge of death. If they aren't treated immediately, none of them will survive. Unable to keep standing any longer, Ronan finally collapses beside them. Meanwhile, Gust asks Thunder to activate the Heart of Dainhar. Only Thunder possesses the ancient engraving technique needed to operate it. That's why the entire tribe risked everything to protect him. The prophecy said the heart wasn't meant to be activated yet, but saving Ronan and his companions is worth breaking that rule. As Thunder activates it, the heart begins shining with ancient light. Countless spirits of Dainhar emerge and surround Ronan, Schlieffen, and Sita. The entire valley glows as the ancient power heals their wounds. When Ronan finally opens his eyes, he feels a warm energy flowing through his body. Gust explains that even he doesn't fully understand the heart's true origin. All he knows is that it was created long ago for the day the world would face its greatest crisis. According to their traditions, it wasn't supposed to be used until then. But Gust believes their ancestors would never object to using it to repay the heroes who saved their people. The heart's activation comes with a price. A massive barrier begins sealing Dainhar away from the outside world. No one will be able to enter, and no one inside will ever leave. As the ancient land disappears behind layers of stone, Gust makes one final promise. The next time they meet, if Ronan's life is ever in danger, the warriors of Dainhar will fight by his side. With those final words, the Hidden Kingdom vanishes. Standing outside the sealed entrance, Ronan and Schlieffen silently watch as Dainhar disappears beneath solid rock. Schlieffen looks back at Dainhar one last time. The entire kingdom has disappeared behind an ancient barrier. Not only can no one enter anymore, even the world's memory of Dainhar will slowly begin to fade. Its ancient magic was designed to erase the kingdom from history. Ronan agrees. After what happened, hiding Dainhar is the only way to keep monsters like the Order from ever finding it again. As they leave, Schlieffen reflects on their battle with Turnanil. Defeating a single bishop had forced them to risk everything. Without luck on their side, they never would have survived. And if one bishop was this powerful, how terrifying must the rest of the Order be? Then there are the Lycophos, the elite warriors known as the Swords of the Star. If they want to protect the people they care about, they'll have to become strong enough to defeat those monsters one-on-one. Ronan silently agrees. They can never allow themselves to be pushed that far again. Before they leave, however, Schlieffen reminds Ronan about their deal. He still wants Enrolls' photo books. To avoid being tracked by the Order, Ronan scatters starlight mana across their trail, the same trick that fooled Turnanil's senses. With a bag full of rare mana stones from Gust and several valuable weapons recovered from the battlefield, the two begin their journey back to the Imperial capital. Along the way, they train relentlessly. Their battle against Turnanil exposed too many weaknesses to ignore. Ronan also asks Schlieffen about the moment his aura awakened. Schlieffen explains that, for a brief instant, he heard the sound of the wind. It was calm, natural, and it felt like he could cut through anything. Although he hasn't reached that state again, he's determined to master it. Hearing that, Ronan realizes Schlieffen has no idea how extraordinary that awakening truly was. If he fully unlocks that power, he'll become the same unstoppable sword Saint Ronan remembers from his previous life, a warrior capable of ending entire wars alone. A few days later, they finally return to Philion. Without wasting a moment, Ronan heads straight to Professor Secret. He still has one final goal left, breaking his curse. When he empties an entire bag of high-grade mana stones onto the table, even Secret is left speechless. At last, they have everything needed to begin destroying Ronan's curse. With the help of the mana stones from Dainhar, Professor Secret finally forces one of Ronan's curses to reveal itself. Using a massive magic circle powered by the ancient stones, the curse takes shape before their eyes. Even Ronan is shocked. He can't believe something this terrifying has been living inside him all along. Secret admits she prepared for the worst while Ronan was away. But seeing the curse with her own eyes is even more alarming than she expected. She warns him that once the ritual begins, there's no turning back. Breaking the curse could take months, or even years. She reminds Ronan that he's already one of the Academy's most gifted students. Even with the curse, he's destined to leave his name in history. So she asks him one last time, is he truly willing to risk everything? Ronan doesn't hesitate. He's already surpassed the strength he had in his previous life. That might be enough to stop Ahute. But Ahute was never the real problem. Behind him stood an entire army of giants, including an even greater monster with 8 wings, and somewhere beyond them, an even more mysterious enemy still waits. Ronan knows he doesn't have time to waste. Understanding his decision, Secret tells him to say goodbye to the people he cares about. The ritual may keep him away for years. Before leaving, Ronan gathers all of his friends for one final dinner at Enrolls' house. Everyone is confused until Ronan reveals the truth. He's about to undergo a dangerous, curse-breaking ritual, and no one knows when he'll return. The group is stunned, but Ronan refuses to let the evening become a sad farewell. Instead, he spends the night giving advice to each of his friends, encouraging them to grow stronger while he's gone. They laugh together, share one last meal, and take a final group photo. Looking back, Ronan realizes the night passed far too quickly. There were still so many things left unsaid, but everyone chose to say goodbye with a smile. The next day, Ronan returns to Secret's laboratory. When she asks if everything went well, Ronan quietly smiles. He knows his friends will be fine without him. The only person he truly worried about was Enrolls, but remembering her unwavering support gives him complete confidence. With nothing left to regret, Secret begins the curse-breaking ritual. As Ronan steps into the ceremony, he has no idea that escaping this curse will take far longer than he ever imagined. Ronan slowly opens his eyes, only to find a dog barking right in front of him. A moment later, he recognizes it. It's Sita, but something feels wrong. Ronan quickly realizes he's no longer in the real world. The curse has trapped him inside a mind realm, one that has recreated his previous life. He's back in a leaner village, the very place where everything first fell apart. Although he's annoyed that the curse chose this location, seeing Sita again brings back painful memories. In his previous life, Sita suffered because of him. This time, Ronan quietly hopes the real Sita is living a far happier life with a better owner. As they walk through the village together, Ronan notices something strange. The entire village is unnaturally silent. Remembering Sekret's warning that the curse would hide itself, he asks Sita to track it by following traces of starlight mana. Sita immediately picks up a scent and rushes off. Ronan assumes they've found the curse. Instead, Sita leads him straight to a food stall. Realizing the dog was simply chasing food, Ronan can't help but laugh. He buys 2 sausages before asking the shopkeeper for today's date. The answer sends chills down his spine. It's the exact day Sita died in his previous life. The same day Ronan killed someone for the very first time. At that moment, a speeding carriage races through the market. Just like before, a drunken noble is recklessly driving it toward an innocent girl. Ronan instantly recognizes the scene. History is repeating itself. Just as Sita rushes in to save the girl, Ronan moves first. He rescues them both before the carriage can hit. The disaster is completely avoided. As the grateful girl thanks him, Ronan suddenly grabs her wrist. His expression turns cold. He tells her to stop pretending. He knows exactly what she really is. The girl's body immediately begins to transform. The curse has been hiding in plain sight all along. Smiling, it looks directly at Ronan. It admits that he's grown far stronger than before. Exactly as it expected. The curse asks Ronan a simple question. When did he realize the little girl was fake? Ronan says it wasn't difficult. The curse chose the exact day that changed his life. He knew it would be waiting at the center of that memory. Besides, its sinister energy was impossible to miss. The curse then points toward the nobles responsible for ruining Ronan's previous life and asks why he isn't taking revenge. Ronan isn't interested. They're nothing more than illusions. Clinging to the past won't change anything, and he'll never move forward if he keeps chasing old hatred. Satisfied with his answer, the curse tells Ronan he's finally beginning to make the right choices. Then it reveals the true purpose of the trial. To destroy the curse, Ronan must uncover its origin. As the village around him begins disappearing, the curse tells him to choose his path. The world suddenly collapses, and Ronan is pulled somewhere else. When he opens his eyes, he realizes he can't control his own body. Instead, he's witnessing the memories of another man, the man everyone calls the Savior. Nearly 2,000 years in the past, an elf named Elsia finds the Savior writing through the entire night. He explains that recording his knowledge is the best way to guide humanity toward a brighter future. As Ronan watches, he notices the familiar glow of starlight mana surrounding the man. Outside, monsters are helping rebuild the town under Elsia's command. The Savior praises her progress and reveals the name of the book he's writing. Bajura. Ronan is stunned. The legendary book was written by this very man. But this version looks completely different from the Bajura he knows. Then Ronan remembers. Air once told him Bajura was created 2,000 years ago. Everything is beginning to make sense. Later, the Savior visits a brilliant engineer named Alabrith, who has just created a mechanical leg for an injured girl. Ronan instantly recognizes the name. In the future, Alabrith will become Nebula Clazier's greatest engineer, creating countless terrifying weapons. Yet here, he's using his genius to save lives. Everything Ronan believed about history begins falling apart. The Savior has been helping everyone around him. Bajura, Alabrith, even the people who will one day become infamous. Soon, grateful villagers arrive to thank the Savior for protecting them. He simply tells them to focus on rebuilding. When they worry about another monster attack, the Savior calmly smiles. He says the world's strongest swordsman has already taken care of them. At that moment, a warrior walks into the village carrying the severed head of a dragon. He reports that every monster has been eliminated. As Ronan finally sees the swordsman's face, he freezes. The man's eyes look exactly like his own. The moment Ronan sees the swordsman, he remembers his first curse. This is the very man who cursed him in his previous life. The man Ronan always believed was his own father. The memory fills him with rage. Meanwhile, the Savior praises the swordsman for defeating the dragon army. The swordsman humbly admits he could never have done it without the Savior's teachings. Just as the Savior tells him to get some rest, the true leader of the dragons suddenly appears. Without warning, it unleashes a massive wave of dragon fire toward the village. Alabrith immediately realizes the attack is packed with overwhelming mana. The swordsman prepares to intercept it, but the Savior steps forward instead. Seeing the terrified villagers behind him, he activates the blessing of the star. With a single strike, the dragon's devastating attack is erased before it can even reach the village. The crowd is left speechless. Even Elsia expected nothing less from the Savior. But Alabrith warns everyone that this dragon is far more dangerous than the others. The dragon stares at the Savior in disbelief. A mere human blocked its attack. Then it reveals why it came. It isn't seeking revenge against the village. It's searching for the one who killed its servants. Alabrith identifies the creature as the leader of the powerful Nabardozer tribe. Ronan is stunned. In his previous life, this was the same legendary red dragon that fought against the giants. The savior calmly explains that his brother killed the dragon's servants only because they attacked the village first. He even offers to end the conflict peacefully. The dragon refuses. To it, humans exist only to die beneath dragon claws. As Elsia shields the villagers, the dragon unleashes its strongest attack. Even Alibre recognizes it as the dragon's ultimate spell. The swordsman reaches for his blade, but the savior stops him. He'll handle it himself. Using the blessing of the star, the savior forms a sword of pure light. With one swing, he completely destroys the dragon's ultimate attack, before the dragon can even react. The savior flashes forward at impossible speed. His blade slices cleanly through one of the dragon's horns, leaving the beast badly wounded. Watching the exchange, Ronan is left speechless. The attack was so fast, he couldn't even follow it with his eyes. This wasn't ordinary swordsmanship. It was the absolute pinnacle of the blade, and strangely, the savior's style reminds Ronan of Nabaros's technique. Within seconds, the mighty dragon has already lost one of its horns. Watching the savior fight, Ronan suddenly remembers something Nabaros once told him. Long ago, she met a mysterious swordsman deep within the southern forest. He was the first person who ever defeated her. Although they used the same style, their skill levels were worlds apart. She once told Ronan that if he ever met that man, he'd recognize him instantly. Now Ronan finally understands what she meant. The savior's swordsmanship is the true pinnacle of the blade. Terrified by that overwhelming skill, the dragon abandons the fight and flees. Ronan can hardly believe what he just witnessed. A creature powerful enough to be considered a calamity was driven away with ease. The villagers erupt in celebration, while the savior casually remarks that the dragon's horn is a priceless material. The swordsman insists he could have defeated the dragon himself, but the savior explains that killing it would have started a war with the entire Nabardozer tribe. Driving it away was the wiser choice. He then announces that he'll personally travel to the Red Dragon Sanctuary to apologize. Even though they fought in self-defense, he doesn't want needless hatred to grow. Alibre agrees, but warns him about another legendary dragon waiting in the central region. A four-winged dragon named Ors. The name immediately shocks Ronan. In his own era, Ors is remembered as the dragon driven back by the first emperor of the empire. Before Ronan can process everything, the vision suddenly changes. For the first time, he regains control of his own body. Standing before him is a massive screen displaying memories from decades later. The little girl who once received a mechanical leg has grown into an adult. The village has completely recovered. With peace finally restored, the savior and his companions prepare to leave. The grateful villagers thank them for everything they've done before the group continues its journey. Ronan realizes he's witnessing the savior's life unfold across the world. The memories show the group traveling from one nation to another, helping the people of Dainhar, visiting the elves, working alongside the dwarves. Everywhere they go, more people begin following them. Eventually, the savior tells his followers to return home, but no one is willing to leave. They all choose to continue walking beside him. As the group keeps growing, Alibre suggests it's finally time to give their organization a name. Many outsiders already mistake them for a strange cult. After thinking for a moment, the savior smiles. Accepting what he calls the holy will of the stars, he officially names the organization Nebula Clasier. The vision jumps forward another 1,000 years. The world has changed. Humanity is trapped in endless war. Entire cities burn as kingdoms destroy one another. The savior and his companions silently watch the devastation. Alibre is exhausted. For 1,000 years, they've saved nations, only to watch those same nations fall into war again. Elsia agrees. History has repeated itself over and over. Ronan finally understands why the world became so broken. After centuries of endless conflict, even the atmosphere has changed. The savior orders the group to head toward the capital. His companions don't understand. Why save people who are determined to kill each other? The savior sees something different. He sees the innocent people struggling to survive, and even the soldiers who have grown tired of endless bloodshed. But Alibre has reached his limit. He argues that humanity will never change. Saving everyone has become meaningless. Instead, they should only save those who are truly worthy. Only the valuable deserve to survive. The savior immediately rejects that idea. Choosing who deserves to live isn't salvation. It's arrogance. He still believes humanity can change. They simply need more time. Realizing their beliefs can no longer coexist, the savior quietly says goodbye. He tells his companions to follow whichever path they believe is right. As he walks away, everything changes. Without warning, the swordsman drives his blade straight through the savior's back. Elsia and Alibre are horrified. The swordsman calmly admits he'd been preparing for this day for years. The weapon in his hand is a divine sword forged from mysterious orbs that don't belong to this world. Its purpose is simple: to absorb the savior's power. As the blade begins draining the blessing of the star, even the savior is shocked. He realizes his own brother abandoned their shared ideals long ago. With a burst of power, the savior throws the swordsman back. Even after absorbing only part of the blessing, the swordsman is already unimaginably strong. He declares that someone with such overwhelming power should have ruled the world instead of wasting it on mercy. The savior simply accepts his brother's decision. If this is the path he has chosen, then they'll settle it here. The two legendary swordsmen charge at each other. Their blades collide, and the force of the impact blows the swordsman's hood away. The moment Ronan sees his face, his blood runs cold. The man standing before the savior looks exactly like the father Ronan remembers. The swordsman attacks the savior, but the savior effortlessly blocks him with a sword forged from pure starlight. An unbelievable duel begins. Watching through the savior's eyes, Ronan realizes he's witnessing the absolute peak of swordsmanship. Every strike creates countless possibilities, far beyond anything he's ever seen. After one final clash, the battle ends in an instant. When the dust settles, the savior has won. But instead of killing his old companion, he turns away. The swordsman suddenly betrays him, stabbing the savior through the back. Calling it the will of the stars, he declares that he will achieve salvation in the savior's place. Before he can land the final blow, Alibreh intervenes with a giant stone golem, but it's destroyed instantly. Elsia escapes with the heavily wounded savior while desperately trying to heal him. Alibreh sacrifices himself to hold the swordsman back, buying them enough time to escape. The vision ends, and the curse tells Ronan that he has now witnessed both the birth and the downfall of Nebula. Now, it's time for Ronan to make his choice. Ronan asks what happened to the savior after that battle, but the curse admits it doesn't know. The savior might still be alive. He then asks the question that's been haunting him: was the swordsman who betrayed the savior his father? The curse says it doesn't matter. Instead, it asks Ronan a deeper question. Was the Order's leader truly wrong? Humanity's endless greed convinced him that only absolute power could bring true salvation. The savior had the power but trusted humanity too much, while the Order's leader understood humanity but lacked the power. In the end, he chose to seize it for himself. Ronan admits that his past self might have agreed with that logic, but not anymore. Now he has friends, mentors, and people worth protecting. He's seen humanity's potential, and he believes the savior was right all along. No matter what, he vows to destroy the Order's leader. Satisfied with his answer, the curse summons a mysterious stone and reveals it's the source of one of Ronan's curses. If Ronan destroys it, one curse will disappear forever. The curse explains that after watching Ronan's entire life, his birth, suffering, and struggles, it can no longer stand by. It had hoped Ronan would give up after learning the truth, but instead, he chose to keep fighting. With no other choice, the curse entrusts him with its power. Ronan smiles, thanks the curse, then suddenly draws his sword and cuts off its arm. Ronan suddenly cuts off the curse's arm. The curse is shocked, but instantly regenerates. It insists it was only trying to help. Ronan doesn't believe a single word. Sekret had already warned him that a curse would do anything to survive. At first, Ronan almost fell for its act, but the mysterious stone reminded him of the relics connected to Sarante and Senil. He realizes the stone isn't the curse's source. It's what's keeping the curse sealed. The curse finally drops the act and desperately begs Ronan to destroy the stone instead. It claims no mortal can defeat the enemy waiting ahead, and insists that only its power can save him. Ronan refuses. The curse transforms into its true form and attacks. Realizing his own swordsmanship isn't enough, Ronan recalls the savior's technique and recreates it. For the first time, the curse is terrified. Unable to believe a mortal could wield that power, it charges at Ronan, but the copied technique cuts straight through it. As the curse fades away, it curses Ronan, warning that everyone will abandon him and that his fate can never change. Ronan rejects those words. His fate isn't set in stone, and that's exactly why he'll change it. The curse is finally destroyed. Ronan opens his eyes back in the real world. Winter has arrived, Filion is covered in snow, and his long hair reveals that a great deal of time has passed. Only then does he wonder, how long has he been asleep?